Welcome to the Classic Audio Books channel. Today we represents the audio books of The Feast of Roses, the second book of TaajTrilogy, written by Indu Sundaresan. The Feast of Roses Part 2. Chapter 11. I never saw so settled a countenance, but mingled with extreme pride and contempt of all. If I can judge anything, he Khurram hath left his heart among his father's women, with whom he hath liberty of conversation. Nomahal visited him. She gave him a cloak all embroidered with parley, diamonds and rubies, and carried away, if I err not, his attention to all other business. William Foster, ed. The Embassy of Sir Thomas Roe to India. Zahara Bagh is beautiful, Your Majesty. Meranizer and Jahangir were walking close to each other, ahead of the rest of their entourage. Her arm was around the emperor's waist, his rested on her shoulder. It is named for Emperor Babur's daughter. Jahangir looked around. It was laid out by my great-grandfather. When he first came to India, he was unhappy. The heat was terrific, it sapped his strength, and there was nothing to provide respite from the sun. Since he could not return to Kabul, he brought his favorite garden here. The royal party moved slowly through the garden, shaded by mango trees. The fruits were near ripening, weighing down the branches with patches of brilliant, succulent yellow. When they passed under the trees, a swarm of green parrots rose squawking from their perches and flew away. In the center, at the meeting point of the four water channels, was a baradari, a pavilion built of red sandstone. It was a large, open building, with pillared, cusped arches supporting a domed roof. Despite the heat of the summer, roses, marigolds, and carnations bloomed around the edges of the grass, lovingly watered by hand. The central theme of all Mughal gardens was water, at placid repose, flowing, tumbling in a waterfall, seen, heard, or felt in a misty spray. Zahara Bagh was divided into four quadrants by the water channels that crossed from east to west and north to south, meeting in the middle. Hence, the gardens were called Charbagh or, literally, four gardens. The channels were used not only to irrigate the plants and trees alongside but also to provide cool relief from the summer heat in the plains. Where Emperor Babur had just been a nomadic chieftain before the conquest of India, now there was an empire to rule, with a wealth of natural resources from the earth, jewels of unimaginable luster, and bountiful soil that gave birth to golden wheat and rice. But water had been hard to find, and before the monsoon rains, the Tufan winds terrible, parching gales that scorched moisture from the very skin thundered through the country. So when he had built gardens that brought to his mind images of paradise, water had abounded. Jahangir and Meranizer had just returned from a hunting trip. For Meranizer, the mortification of that early hunt with Jagat Gosini had long faded away. Today, with her face dusty, gunpowder peppering her skin, the smell of it and sweat still lingering on her, she was happy. She had shot 4 tigers from the howdah, and these with only 6 bullets. Meranizer touched the 12 gold bangles on her wrist. Tiny, perfectly cut emeralds, the color of the ocean at rest, caught the light of the sun. This was her reward from Jahangir for her prowess in the hunting field. And so her jewelry boxes were filled with tokens of his affection. "It is peaceful here," she said. This was Meranizer's first visit to Zahara Bagh, and the quiet of the garden was soothing after the cacophony of the hunt. "I thought we should stay here tonight. The moon will be full." Jahangir looked up at the bright sky. "How do you like it here, Khurram?" Meranizer turned to the prince, who was walking beside them in full hunting gear. He had shed only his musket. "Very much, Your Majesty." Khurram's gaze, though, was on the bangles Meranizer wore. He watched the green of the emeralds turn dark and light as her hand moved. Meranizer smiled and held her hand out to him so that he could touch the stones. He did this reverently, fascinated. Prince Khurram had excelled at the hunt too, but it was for him as easy as breathing. His eye was sharp, his aim unwavering, He could even catch a gazelle in full flight. They reached the baradari. A gentle breeze drifted through the open pavilion, with an underlying edge of coolness picked up from the shade of the mango. The floor was covered with reed mats and strewn with velvet bolsters. Miraniza, Jahangir, and Khurram settled down and waited for lunch. The Mir Bakawal headed a line of attendants. The imperial kitchens had been moved to the grounds behind the gardens, downwind from the baradari, so that no smoke from the fires or smells from the cooking would sully the air in the pavilion. The master of the kitchen now brought in a large red satin tablecloth, which he ceremoniously spread on the ground in front of the emperor. 20 slaves filed in, each carrying gold and silver dishes. They set them down, and an attendant placed a large stack of porcelain plates next to the food. The head server then knelt. As he lifted ornate lids off the dishes, the aroma of delicately spiced curries and rices filled the baradari. There were dishes of lamb marinated in yogurt, garlic, and coriander, and baked in an oven, fish from the Yamuna grilled with pepper and salt, partridge and pigeon meat from the hunt, still simmering in rich brown gravies of onion and ginger, and 5 types of rice, tinted with saffron and liberally tossed with cashews, walnuts, and raisins. As the server heaped plates with food, the attendants brought in gold goblets studded with rubies and diamonds into which they poured chilled khas sherbet. Jahangir indicated his choice by pointing, and his plate was prepared for him. The attendants waited in silence as the royal party ate. They did not speak during the meal. Food was best enjoyed without the distraction of conversation. They ate with their hands, using only the right hand, picking at their food delicately so that it rode only up to their knuckles. A food-smeared palm was bad etiquette. Miraniza chewed on a mouthful of rice with a gravy-smothered piece of chicken. What was in it? Ginger. Its fresh scent exploded on her tongue, some cumin seeds, and something else. Something tart. Ah, the powder of dried mangoes. She nodded at the Mir Bakawal, who was standing with his arms folded, watching them with anxiety. The food was excellent as usual, the gravies weightless and well cooked, the fish flaky, each piece soaked in garlic and lime. The master of the kitchen bowed his head at the compliment, which was given to him at every meal. But at this one, Miraniza thought it was doubly important. It must have been difficult for him to move the entire kitchen from the fort to the gardens, hard to cook in the open air, where even water had to be brought. She had suggested to Jahangir that they return to the zenana for their food, and he had laughed at her concern. There were men enough to take every dish, plate, and ladle to Zahara Bagh. Enough slaves to bring every teaspoonful of water, teaspoonful by teaspoonful, for the cooking. But won't it be a discomfort for the kitchens? Miraniza asked, still not used to the casual way in which even the most elaborate events took place. What else have they to do? The emperor replied. This is their job, their work, their life itself. So Miraniza complimented the Mir Bakawal. He would talk of this to the cooks who waited behind the garden walls in silence, straining to hear if they liked the food. She ate and contemplated Khurram. It was barely a year since Arjumand had her first child, now she was pregnant with the second already. Khurram and her niece had a boy, whom Jahangir had named Dara Shikoh. This one would be a boy too, Miraniza thought, from the easy way Arjumand carried him inside her. An ache began to grow at this idea, but Miraniza stifled it. This kind of thinking had debilitated her, taken from her the will to live even, it would not do. She had Ladli, and so she had reminded herself, at first almost every few minutes, and then day after day, and then, it was only at times like these that the thought sneaked in at all. She had Ladli. Something had changed between them with Dara's birth. Khurram did not come as frequently as he once had for their meetings. Often, it was only Bapa, Abul, and Miraniza who met, with Abul offering apologies for his son-in-law's absence. For this hunt too, Khurram had not wanted to come, but Miraniza had sent him a letter and insisted, albeit gently, that the emperor would be glad to see him. Khurram did not glance up from his food to catch her eye. When he did eventually, the meal was over, and attendants were bringing warm water for them to wash their hands. An hour later, Jahangir laid his head down comfortably on a pillow as the musicians outside the baradari played soothing music. He was asleep in a few minutes. Mehranisa made a sign to Khurram. He got up and followed her outside. They cut across the lush, green lawn and reached a square water reservoir filled with goldfish and white lilies. A willow curved over gracefully, sheltering them from the sun. Mehranisa sat down at the edge of the pond and took off her jeweled sandals. She put her feet into the cool water and watched as the goldfish curiously nibbled at her feet. Khurram sat next to her in silence, waiting for her to speak. "How is Arjumand? I hope the confinement is progressing well." "Yes." A flush of happiness spread over the prince's face. "She is doing well. The soothsayers say it will be another son. It does not matter much to me, but Arjumand is content." "You love Arjumand very much." "More than life itself, Your Majesty," the prince replied fervently. Then he stopped and said, "This sounds too grand, too much like what I should say to you, her aunt, rather than what should be. But it is the simple truth. It is good to love your wife, Khurram." Mehranisa hesitated, "But remember, as a royal prince it is your duty to marry often and to show impartiality to all your wives. You have another wife, one before Arjumand. I hear you visit her less often." "This from you, Your Majesty?" Khurram asked. His smile was wry. "I beg your pardon, but I have known you since I was a child and so feel I can safely say this. Empress Jagat Gosini complains of the emperor's neglect of her, others do too." Mehranisa laughed, and the sound tumbled around the silent gardens. The eunuchs in the baradari leaned their heads out to look at them, but they could not hear the conversation. She touched Khurram's arm. "That was well said. But matters are different with the emperor, Khurram. He has too much else to do. The court, the people, the empire, all these have his attention. When he returns to the zenana, he comes to me. I do not need to remind you of this." "I apologize, Your Majesty." She nodded and fell silent. She had not expected to be questioned thus by Khurram. On the other hand, that mocking, light tone had been absent from their dealings for a long while, and she welcomed its return. Yet, behind those words lurked insolence. Even if he had not meant it to be so. But had he meant it? Khurram too had taken off his sandals, and they sat shoulder to shoulder on the stone edge of the pool. "I shall never marry again," he said. "No political marriages, no more marriages of convenience. I have all I could want in Arjumand." "It is very well to love Arjumand," Mehranisa said quietly, "but think of all the alliances you can make for the good of the empire, alliances which will link us with other kings. You cannot put love before duty." Khurram frowned. "Why must it be a royal prince's duty to follow these orders? Why cannot I make my own choice?" "You complain of a lack of freedom, Khurram," she asked. "You want choice. Will you then give up your royal birth and your right to the throne for these?" He whipped around to her. "I can have them and still be free. My father did, he chose you, Your Majesty." At his words, the anger that had simmered somewhere inside Mehranisa flared to life. He was reminding her of her lowly birth, of the fact that her father was a Persian refugee, and that she had brought no political connections to the marriage. His wife was that Persian refugee's granddaughter. "Arjumand has my blood in her. Did you forget that so soon?" The prince began to talk, but Mehranisa shushed him. "I know your first wife is descended from Shah Ismail of Persia, but I do not see that her ancestry makes you any more fond of her. Just as the emperor is fond of me, the woman he chose after having married 19 others for the empire, you too find yourself by Arjumand's side. Are you now disrespecting your wife?" He moved away, his face flushed. Khurram apologized, over and over again, mumbling an incoherent He had not meant to be disrespectful, surely your Majesty could not think so. He had much to be grateful for, and it all came from her family. Merenizer let him talk, did not interrupt him, and waited until her own rage had calmed a little. He had wanted to be spiteful, and in the process had overlooked the fact that anything he said to her would reflect upon him too. They were now tied in marriage. Let him be unsettled, she thought. It would make what she had to say much easier. He must never again forget who she was, or what she could do for him. Then you will agree with me, Khurram, that some inconveniences have to be borne to enjoy greater conveniences. Yes, of course, Your Majesty. But what do you have in mind? He asked. Has another alliance been offered? Yes, she said finally. I wish, your father and I wish, for you to marry again. Who is it? No more protests, Merenizer thought. He was more curious to know who it was than he was on insisting on his undying love for Arjumand. Someone you know well, and someone who will make you a good wife, Ladli. Ladli, Khurram repeated. But she is a mere child. She is 11 years old, Khurram. I am not suggesting a marriage yet, merely a betrothal. We can wait while she grows up. How can I marry Arjumand's cousin? A precedent has been set before, need I remind you of this? Dowager Empress Ruqayya was Emperor Akbar's first cousin, another of his wives was their common cousin. Why now an exalted sense of morality? Khurram stared at her. Who was she to tell him of the responsibilities of an emperor? She spoke as though his becoming an emperor depended upon her good graces. He was the natural heir to the throne. His two older brothers, Khusrau and Parvez, were wastrels, and Shahrayar was still a child. Why, even Emperor Akbar had indicated that he was the best loved of all his grandchildren. What right did this woman have to dictate his responsibilities or belittle his moralities? I shall think about it, he mumbled. Think well, Khurram, Merenizer said, getting up and slipping her wet feet into her sandals. Remember who you are. She stopped and said in a gentler voice, I do not mean to command you into this decision. But what can be so wrong about it? Ladli is a charming child, and I say this not just as her mother. She will become a charming woman, one much like Arjumand. She laughed. Now I sound like the mother of a bride, lauding my daughter's advantages. But think that this will not disadvantage you either. The Empress and the Prince walked back to the Baradari in silence. Khurram did not venture into conversation again, his brow furrowed in thought. Merenizer let him be. The idea she had suggested would take time to settle in his mind. It was a little thing to ask. He was her niece's husband, why not her daughter's? Soon he would see why this was important. But she remained uneasy. They were still strong, surely, the junta. The same loyalties existed, surely. Chapter 12 The ship, which arrived at the bar of Surat the 13th of September, 1613, was taken by the Portugals armado of frigates, notwithstanding their passé which they had of the Portugals. William Foster, ed. Early Travels in India, 1583-1619. The Rahimi rode on the water, her massive sails distended with breeze. She was on her way back to Surat from Jeddah, the Red Sea port near Makkah. Land ahoy, the Panjari seated in the bird's nest atop the main mast yelled out. The deck was immediately crowded with passengers and sailors, all eager for the first glimpse of land after almost 4 months at sea. They were finally home. They pressed eagerly into the railings, chattering with one another, faces lit with smiles, eyes searching for the land the Panjari had seen. The gulls had come to the Rahimi 2 days ago, bringing promise of home as they had squawked and swooped around the ship. But such promises were not easily believed, for birds had flown over the ship before and vanished into the vast and empty sky, and no land had been sighted. Most of the passengers aboard the Rahimi were pilgrims on their way back from the Hajj in Makkah. They had been away for a long time, in some cases, 2 or 3 years. They mingled easily on the ship's polished decks with the crew, men and women together, waiting. At first there was nothing, the lines of the horizon were flat and unmarred. And then there was a blue-black smudge, like a fingerprint. Finally, it was land. It was India. Shouts and yells resounded over the water. The gulls got their reward as pieces of bread were thrown into the air. In a few hours, just as the sun was setting, the Rahimi furled her sails and glided smoothly to anchor off the bar at the mouth of the river Tapti. The next morning at sunrise, boats would row out to the Rahimi and carry its passengers and crew 14 miles inland along the river to Surat. With the sun dipping behind her in the Arabian Sea, the Rahimi was a magnificent sight. The ship could displace up to 1,500 tons of water at full cargo. Her main mast rose 45 yards to the sky, her sails were so huge that they were identifiable from many miles away, and she could carry 1,500 passengers. On this voyage, the Rahimi had aboard 700 pilgrims from Makkah and a full complement of crew. The cargo holds below deck was stocked with silks, spices, and other goods for trade. She was the largest ship that plied the Arabian Sea routes, and her bulk and enormity did not make her less stately or elegant. Her sails were handwoven in thick canvas, and shot through with 1-inch strips of gold embroidery. On a bright day, she seemed on fire. Her fittings were of the shiniest brass, and her wooden decks were swabbed daily. All these were on Dowager Empress Ruqayya's orders. The Rahimi belonged to Ruqayya. As night fell, the passengers retired to their cabins, delighted to be back and awaiting their first step on their homeland the next day. The captain and crew rested after a long, arduous voyage. As the ship slept, 5 Portuguese frigates silently moved into position around the Rahimi. When morning came and the sun rose behind the hills in the east, the lone lookout woke guiltily. He had fallen into sleep aided by wine. The captain himself had brought him a cup. But the night had been calm, there had been no trouble. He rose from the deck, rubbed his aching back, and yawned. A frigate loomed in front of his eyes. For a moment this did not register, and then he turned and ran. "Captain," he shouted, racing toward the captain's cabin, "we are surrounded by the Portuguese." His cries woke the whole ship, and within minutes the deck thronged with passengers and crew, who came pounding up from their cabins. They stood gazing with awe at the mighty battleships. As they watched, a lifeboat was lowered from the side of a frigate and a small party of Portuguese rowed over to the Rahimi. "Let down a ladder," the Portuguese captain yelled. "What is the problem? We have paid for our cartas and have not violated any conditions on it," the captain said. Upon hearing the word, the pilgrims on the Rahimi shuddered, but they said little, watchful of the frigates surrounding them. The cartas was the pass all ships departing the Indian coast had to carry. It was a passport for the ship, detailing ports of call, routes to be taken in the Arabian Sea, and even items for trade by name and quantity. The top page of this hated cartas was stamped with the picture of Mary and Jesus, hated because it was abhorrent for the Muslim pilgrims headed to Makkah to travel under the auspice of a god they could not call their own. "Let me see your cartas." The Portuguese pass was brought out and lowered by a rope. The Portuguese captain perfunctorily examined it. Then he demanded a ladder again, it was let down, and they came aboard. "The Rahimi is being appropriated by us. You have violated the rules." "What rules?" the Rahimi's captain yelled. "You cannot do this, the Rahimi belongs to Her Majesty, Dowager Empress Ruqayya Sultan Begum." "We do not know yet," the Portuguese captain said. "Your cargo will be examined and we will check for violations. The crew is under arrest, give yourselves up peacefully and you will not be hurt." He turned to his first officer. "Get a crew over here to guide the Rahimi to Goa." The man nodded and went off to signal his frigate. "The emperor will hear of this." The captain of the Rahimi turned to his first officer and said, "Send a message to His Majesty in Agra. No one is to leave." A murmur started in the crowd. The men began to press in around the Portuguese officer, Some started to shout, and some of the women cried. The Rahimi's captain pushed them back. Let the passengers go. They have waited too long to come home. They can wait a little longer. My orders are to escort the Rahimi to Goa intact, with all the crew, passengers, and cargo. In an hour, the entire crew had been rounded up and sent to the Portuguese frigate. A new crew came aboard. The passengers were ordered to their cabins and they did what they were told, fear taking hold of them. They had been so close to home, they could see the land, and now what would happen? As the sun rose in the sky, the Rahimi weighed anchor and set sail south to Goa, the seat of the Portuguese viceroy in India. Mereniza pushed her notebook toward Siddhi Kandra. What do you think? He read carefully, marking out specific passages. Your Majesty, the essay is very good, but you have made some elementary mistakes. Like here, Siddhi Kandra pointed out with his quill. She sighed. Sanskrit is more difficult than I thought, so many grammatical hurdles. Siddhi Kandra smiled. It is just a matter of time and patience, Your Majesty. The 24-year-old monk had a youthful face, his skin unfettered by lines. And nature had been kind to him, shaping the muscles on his back, shoulders, and abdomen as with a sharp knife. His cheekbones and chin were strongly cut, his head was shaved and no bumps marred his skull. The monk wore saffron clothing, loose cloth draped upon his body, his feet were bare, he rarely walked in sandals, and he usually bore a thin muslin mask across his nose and mouth so even in breathing he would not endanger insects that might otherwise find their way into his lungs. Siddhi Kandra was a Jain monk. Jainism, a religion founded by Mahavira, had found its roots many centuries before the advent of Christianity or Islam. In India, it was followed mostly by the Baniyas, the merchant class in Gujarat. The main precept of Jainism was kindness to all creatures, big and small, which meant no meat, and, in cases like Siddhi Kandra's, even an unwillingness to step on, or breathe in, life the eye could not discern. But it was the monk's demeanor that enchanted Mereniza. Siddhi Kandra moved as though at rest, his limbs fluid. She had never seen him angry or even upset. He was very young, almost too young for such self-control. She had invited him into the zenana to teach her Sanskrit, logic, and poetry, in all of which he had an excellent understanding. For all his calmness, Siddhi Kandra was a man not connected with the royal family, and so could not come into the harem and sit with the women. Mereniza had followed those rules, though only in spirit. She had a scaffolding erected outside the balcony of her apartments, and once a week, Siddhi Kandra was lifted on a swing-like contraption to come level with her balcony, and thus she studied with him. He was but 3 feet away from her, but hanging in mid-air, not exactly within the walls of the imperial zenana. They worked in silence, and while Mereniza struggled with learning the conjugation of verbs, Siddhi Kandra read a book he had brought with him. She had asked for him as a teacher because he brought peace with him when he came. Sanskrit she would probably never master, although she did try. But what she wanted most was to know how he could let the world fight and destroy itself around him and yet not be affected by it. He had no wants, none at all. He did not even seem to need anything. Tell me, how does it feel to be surrounded by men who enjoy all earthly pleasures and not enjoy them yourself? Mereniza asked. Siddhi Kandra put down his book. Your Majesty, it takes a strong mind. For years, I have cultivated my mind to obey the rules of my religion. My mind is detached from its outward shell, Siddhi Kandra gestured toward his body, and is thus not attracted either by the pleasures of my body or those of others. Have you never indulged yourself? Even a little? No, Your Majesty, it has not been necessary. I have never felt the need. As he spoke, Emperor Jahangir came into the apartments. The monk immediately bowed his head. Your Majesty, I have been chiding Siddhi Kandra for his unreasonable celibacy, Mereniza said. And that too in one so young and beautiful of form. Quote. Then I shall join you in persuading Siddhikandra to give up his quest for chastity. He turned to the young man. Why do you persist? Don't you see all around you the luxury and sensuality of a good life? Besides, austerity is only for those who have been sated by sensual pleasures, Miranizer added. What is the difference between Jainism and Hinduism? The asceticism that Hindus have to undergo comes only in the fourth phase of their lives. They live first as the child, then the student, then the husband and householder, and finally, when they are old, they renounce the world for God. But the Hindus have already, in their youth, experienced pleasure and give it up only at an old age. How can you renounce worldly pleasures without experiencing them? How can you know if one path is better than the other if you have travelled but in one direction? Your Majesty, Siddhikandra responded, what you say is true. But reflect for one moment upon the world we live in. Would you frankly acknowledge that the old today are as disciplined as they were a few generations ago? It is the youthful who have more control of their minds and bodies and who have the strength to give up physical gratification. Miranizer fell silent. What was he saying? That she was too old to gain any sort of peace. This power she had now, that Jahangir had given her, was exhilarating. But it came with an unsettled mind. She worried all the time, there was always something or the other to give her pause. Now it was Khurram. She had not heard from him, had not seen him, either at the darbars or in her apartments. Was he hiding from her? Why had he not responded to what she had suggested? She would never be able to duplicate Siddhikandra's sheer uninterest in anything but his God. Even here, in the zenana, looking through the doors at the thickly piled Persian carpets, the silk-covered divans, he was not tempted to lay his body upon them to rest. Where did this willpower come from? He was barely 2 years older than Prince Khurram, but in everything else, he could not be more different. She listened as Jahangir and the monk sparred with each other in argument. They talked often like this. For the emperor it was unimaginable that the body must not be listened to, that its needs be ignored. How else would heirs to the empire be born? Without want, there would be no getting anything. Ambition needed to exist, and Siddhikandra insisted upon his love for his god as fulfilling his needs. The emperor turned to Miranizer during a lull. Convince him that he needs to take a wife, my dear. How can he not have what we have? He put his hand on her shoulder, and Miranizer leaned against Jahangir. What is it? He asked, moving her face until he looked into her eyes. What bothers you? They forgot that the Jain monk sat in front of them on the scaffolding, that he still watched them and listened to what they were saying. I asked Khurram if he would be willing to marry Ladli, Miranizer said. Not now, of course, but soon. And there is a problem here. I do not know, Miranizer said slowly. He has said nothing. She then told him about the whole of their meeting at Zahara Bagh. Of what they had said to each other. Jahangir asked if she wanted him to interfere, and Miranizer thought about it and then shook her head. She was Ladli's mother and should manage this herself. Besides, she could not go to the emperor for help each time she wanted something. They talked thus for a while, still not aware of Siddhikandra. Finally, he asked for permission to leave. Siddhikandra beat against the ropes 2 times, and the workers below began to haul down the swing. As he left, he said to Miranizer, Your Majesty, no man can be moved against his will. If the prince hesitates, it is not because he is influenced by a wife or a father-in-law. It is his own determination that dictates his decision. As you resist your emperor's command to take a wife, Miranizer said, leaning over the parapet. Yes, Your Majesty. Siddhikandra raised his hand in salute as the swing took him down to the ground. The emperor and Miranizer watched him go. Do you think he is right, Your Majesty? Miranizer asked. Is Khurram not to be influenced? Jahangir shook his head. Khurram has not Siddhikandra's austerity, nor his strength of character. None of my sons have this. Perhaps I am at fault for having been too indulgent, but, he grimaced, remembering how once he had been misled too, I cannot make too strong a claim to a lack of weakness myself. Do what you will with Khurram, Mehranisa. Nothing would please me more than to be able to call Ladli a daughter-in-law. And I have 3 other sons. She laughed for the first time, the worry lifting from her. Of course, none of the other 3 had Khurram's charm, but charm could be cultivated, could it not? Hoshiar came to stand behind them and they turned to him. Your Majesties, the Dowager Empress Ruqayya Sultan Begum seeks an audience. Mehranisa leaned over to kiss the emperor's cheek. I should go to her, Your Majesty. Both of you, Your Majesties. She wishes to see both of you, Hoshiar said. Ruqayya met them at the door to her apartments. The curtains had been opened, and summer filled the room with light and air. There was no darkness anywhere, no sense of the sloth and ease the Dowager Empress liked around her. Ever since Emperor Akbar's death, Ruqayya had been thus, lying on her divan with the hookah smoking gently in her hand, the essence of opium in the water pipe swirling about, waiting for news, waiting for knowledge. Her quickness had gone, and she had let herself grow more fat and more grey in the head. So this was a change indeed, Mehranisa thought, as the emperor and she bowed to Ruqayya. Come in, Ruqayya said. Do not dawdle outside. She settled them on divans and subsided opposite them. When her little Chinese dog came up to nip at her fingers, she slapped it irritably and shouted to her eunuch to take it away. You commanded us, Your Majesty, Jahangir said. He was always thus polite, insisting that all the women his father had married required this respect. They were all, in a sense, in the place of his mother. Ruqayya especially had been Akbar's favorite, and that favor Jahangir gave her too. Besides, she had looked after Mehranisa in those years when she was a widow, she had made their marriage possible, and for that he would always be grateful. He did not always listen to her, as he had not when he was a prince, but that was entirely another matter. He gave her the courtesy of seeming to listen. The Dowager Empress frowned. I have heard news from Surat. The Rahimi has been captured. By whom? Mehranisa sat up on her divan. The Portuguese viceroy at Goa. She has been taken there as she was, with her crew, the cargo, even the passengers. Suddenly Ruqayya seemed old and tired. Defeated. Once news such as this would have sent her into a flying temper, flinging curios and shouting curses at anyone who would care to listen. But the capture of the Rahimi seemed to have broken her. Why? Jahangir said, and then he stopped. He turned to Mehranisa, and she was watching him. They both knew why. It was the imperial Farman-to trade that the Englishman Thomas Best had carried with him to England. Unable to defeat the English, the Portuguese had turned on Indian ships. I will not see my beloved ship again, Ruqayya's voice rose to a wail. Mehranisa smiled and then quickly hid that smile. Ruqayya had seen Rahimi only once in 15 years. It was not easy, living as they did at court at Agra or Lahore, to travel to the westernmost reach of the empire merely to visit a ship. It was easier to own the ship and send it to sea from thus far. What Ruqayya was bemoaning was the rich cargo in the Rahimi's hold. Do not smile, Mehranisa, Ruqayya said sharply. How would you feel if this were one of your own ships? I apologize, Your Majesty, Mehranisa said. But did the Rahimi infringe any of the conditions on the Taaj? Of course not, Ruqayya snapped. I have a very honest captain, and he has strict orders not to do any such thing. The Rahimi's Taaj was up to date, and all the customs duties had been paid. She looked at Jahangir. What are you going to do about this? Will you let them get away with something so unlawful? If the Portuguese have the temerity to reach within the Zenana itself, how long will it take for them to grab for the throne? And so she scolded them for a while longer and they listened. Ruqayya was not always reasonable in her arguments, but she was afraid. The Rahimi had contained most of her wealth. She had disregarded the advice she had given Meranizer about diversifying her investments and had put most of her money into this journey to Makkah. Jahangir and Meranizer left her apartments after an hour and went back to their own. On the way, they talked. No word had come from the Portuguese viceroy about the Rahimi's capture, why it had been done, when the ship would be released, and what conditions had to be met before that happened. Ruqayya was right about one thing. There was no possibility that the viceroy did not know who owned the Rahimi. The biggest insult was that it was taken from the bar at Surat, on the very shore of the empire. It was an act of war. The Portuguese had been indulged too long, given the right to ply their religion and their might at sea. But they had forgotten that it was a benign hand that allowed this. They might have been in India longer, but the emperor still owned every breath of their bodies. They had forgotten this. A farman was sent immediately ordering the release of the Rahimi. The Portuguese viceroy returned a polite but impudent answer. The Rahimi would not be released until certain conditions had been met, English privileges were to be revoked, and the emperor had to surrender the English in India to the Portuguese viceroy. Meranizer was enraged by the demands. Letters flew back and forth between Agra and Goa, neither side willing to concede defeat. The tone of the letters, on both ends, was diplomatic at first, and then threatening. The empress did not want to insist too much or too harshly, for Ruqayya had set her mind on getting her ship back. The empire could not go to war with the Portuguese, at least not yet. And because Meranizer did not insist, the Portuguese viceroy sent her a bundle of passes, to distribute as she wished. He knew she owned ships too, and he was enticing her with these passes in which the terms were so liberal, the payment so light, that Meranizer's ships would be traveling as though for free in the Arabian Sea. The frigates would still defend her ships from pirates and marauders, she could trade at whatever port she wanted, customs duties were banished and not even to be thought of. Meranizer knew this to be a bribe, but it was so tempting to use this new katas that she hesitated returning them. And as much as greed overcame her, the simple fact was that the Portuguese still provided protection, such as it was, to the Indian ships. The English had promised to guard them instead, but this would only be done upon drawing up a formal treaty between England and India, for trade all over the empire. For the treaty to be drawn up, the new and first official ambassador, Sir Thomas Roe, had to come to the courts. Roe was on his way, the Englishman said. The problem was that it was not enough that Roe was on his way. He had to be here to sign a treaty to provide security for the Indian ships. The promise of Roe was not enough. So Meranizer accepted the gift from the viceroy but still insisted upon the return of the Rahimi. He still resisted, and as the months passed, the standoff continued. While the emperor and the Portuguese were debating on the matter of the Rahimi, Rajput chieftains in Mewar revolted against the imperial army. Mewar lay within the Mughal Empire, a thorn lodged in its heart. For years, ever since Emperor Akbar's rule, the Rajputs of Mewar had defied invasion. They had lost land, of course, as the edges of the kingdom had been eroded away and added to the empire's boundaries, and now Rana Amar Singh, ruler of Mewar, had been pushed into hiding in the Aravalli range of Rajasthan. Here he reigned, his back against the rock of the mountains, one hand forever on his sword. When Amar Singh's father was dying, he saw his son's turban tumble off his head, and he took it as an omen that Mewar would soon be lost to the Mughals. But that prophecy was yet to be fulfilled. It had been 20 years since Rana Pratap Singh's death, and Amar Singh still ruled over the hillside he could now call his kingdom. Below him, in the flat land of the plains, was the brilliant blue of Pichola Lake, the half-built palace of his ancestors, the lush green of the fields fed by the lake's waters. Rana Amar Singh had grown old in his mountain fortress. He was tired of living thus, sleeping, if he slept at all, under an open sky, battling the sudden monsoon rains that left his men and his army sodden, trying to rear his children on the hills, where every bush hid a legion of cobras and vipers. They had never known the luxury of a roof over their heads that was not made of loosely knitted jute, or the comfort of a bed that did not have a boulder to support it. Even Amar Singh's memories of the palace that lay below him were faint at best. The conflict with Akbar had started while he was still a child, and the most he could remember was his father's stubbornness and determination that Mewar would never call itself part of the Mughal Empire. That no matter how vast the empire stretched, how many other kingdoms it encompassed, how many other Rajput kings swore fealty to the Mughal emperor and gave their daughters into the imperial harem, this Rajput warrior would be a warrior until death. And that meant Pratap Singh's head would not bow to Emperor Akbar, and so Amar Singh's could not to Emperor Jahangir. Father had fought father, and so son fought son. For years, the Rana's men had come down from the Aravalli when night had provided them cover to pillage a caravan of hapless merchants, to set off mines against the ramparts of the fort on the Pichola, which now housed the Mughal army, or to fill the ponds with poison. This was the only way they could battle. But this time, the Rana had come down from the mountains to stay. The Mughal army in the plains had grown weary of the fight. Soldiers had fled, leaving in large numbers each day. Not even the promises of promotions or higher pay would have made them stay. The Rana had come, they had fought him, and the crafty Amar Singh had then retreated to his mountain home. Nothing had been achieved. It had been in a situation like this, with half the army gone, the other half indifferent, that Amar Singh had come down for one last foray and taken over his ancestor's palace on the banks of the Pichola. When the news of this latest rebellion reached the royal court at Agra, Emperor Jahangir forgot, briefly, the problem with the Portuguese. And when he talked with Mehranisa, she forgot her hostility against Khurram. Mewar should not have mattered so much. But the Mewar problem had uneasy roots for Jahangir. Akbar had sent Jahangir there when he was a prince, but Jahangir had not had the patience to stay and see the campaign through. Instead, he had decided to storm the treasury at Agra. The bitter years of estrangement from Akbar had followed, and Mewar had been overlooked. When Jahangir came to the throne, he tried to subdue Amar Singh again, but just as he had rebelled against his father, Khusrau chose the moment of the second Mewar campaign to rebel against Jahangir. And again, Mewar was forgotten, as Jahangir went racing after Khusrau to Lahore. So that pocket of land remained independent within the empire, and not placidly independent either. I can no longer go to the battlefield, Mehranisa, Jahangir said. Who shall I send to lead the army? Amar Singh will surrender himself, or his life, this much I am determined about. This has gone on for too long. They talked of the possible candidates. Pervez was in the Deccan, supposedly overseeing the campaign there. Besides, Pervez could not be given command of the Mewar invasion. He had already had that when Khusrau had rebelled, and he had proved useless. There was no question of Khusrau even being considered. A blind prince to be put in command of an imperial army. He could not even climb his own horse unassisted, let alone chase the wily Amar Singh up and down the gullies of the Aravalli. Charaya, he was still a child. And that left only Khurram. Mehranisa suggested his name, and Jahangir agreed. Prince Khurram had not been tried on the battlefield yet, but he was a royal prince and had some notion of how to command an army, or if he did not, he would learn. So Khurram left for Mewar. He was sent away with many gifts of elephants, horses, and silks. Khurram did not take Arjumand with him, because she was pregnant yet again, with their third child. Mehranisa did not talk with Khurram about Ladli, and he said nothing to her either. But she wanted him to think, and deprived of Arjumand's nearness, he might begin to think that Ladli would make a good wife also. Mehranisa had paid heed to Siddhi Kandra's warning that a man's decision was made at his own will, but she did not believe in it too much. If anything, Arjumand was too much like her, and had thus Myronizer admitted to herself just once as much of a hold on Khurram as she had on Jahangir. She remembered Jahangir's words too, that he had 3 other sons. Yet, when a problem of such magnitude as Mewar presented itself, who did they turn to? Why then even consider those other 3 sons as possible husbands for Ladli? No, it must be Khurram. How it would come about, Myronizer did not know. The court had been at Agra for many years now, mostly because it had not been necessary to move. But now Jahangir decided to shift to Ajmer, north of Mewar, to be near Prince Khurram's campaign. The entire city of Agra emptied. Houses were shut up, and furniture drenched in neem oil to keep away white ants and termites. The bazaars closed down as the traders went with the court. Now all eyes turned toward Mewar. If Khurram successfully routed Rana Amar Singh, the empire would be rid of this 49-year scourge. But more importantly, given his suddenly tenuous relationship with Myronizer, he needed support from other quarters. Chapter 13 Each encampment requires for its carriage 100 elephants, 500 camels, 400 carts, and 100 bearers. Besides, there are employed 1,500 pioneers, 100 water carriers, 50 carpenters, tent makers and torch bearers, 30 workers in leather, and 150 sweepers. On account of the crowding, it would take a soldier days to find his tent. H. Blochmann Jarrett, Trans, Ena Ikbari. It was no unusual thing for the Mughal emperors to pack their belongings and move away from one place to another, spending months and perhaps years on the road. In their hearts, the emperors were wanderers. Emperor Babur had been a nomad chieftain, much like his ancestors, Timur the layman Genghis Khan. It was not until the last 4 years of his life that his household had taken root in India, where he finally laid out gardens and started to build a fort. His son Humayun had much less time. He was driven out of India by the Afghan kings Babur had displaced, and his son Akbar had grown up thus, living in a tent, not knowing in the morning where he would lay his head at night. So when Akbar came to the throne, he started to build. Foundations were laid, entire cities were born at Agra, at Fatehpur Sikri, at Delhi and Lahore, and at Kabul and Kashmir. Akbar was leaving his mark on India's map. This was what his empire would stand for, these magnificent creations of sandstone and marble, this rerouting of rivers to form vistas from terraces, this moving of the earth from one spot to another. This was the glory of the Mughal kings. But somewhere in Akbar's blood too lurked that gypsy gene. He set down roots in all these major cities of India, and moved from one to another as he wished. Summers were spent in the lush coolness of Kabul and Kashmir, winters were sometimes at Lahore and sometimes at Agra, and Fatehpur Sikri, of course, was abandoned early on. This travelling became so established a routine that for the first few years of his reign, Jahangir followed it, deviating only when Khusro's rebellion took him to Lahore earlier in the year than expected. The Mughal emperor was, in many senses, the empire itself. Where he sat, the throne stood, his voice alone directed the lives of the 130 million people within the empire. So when Emperor Jahangir decided to go to Ajmer, the soul of the empire moved with him. When Jahangir's great-grandfather was a mere chieftain in Kabul, his camp packed up in a few short hours, and everything, the tents, the cooking vessels, the water jars, the women, the children, the horses and camels and goats for milk, was transferred to another site in a day or two's travel. Things were no longer that simple. When Emperor Jahangir travelled, the court and the harem travelled with him. The imperial army came along too. The royal tents were elaborate now, no longer made of canvas but of silk and wood and embroidery in gold zari, standing at 2 or even 3 stories high. A few days before Jahangir and Myronizer set out toward Ajmer with their retinue, the Pash Khana, or advance camp, left Agra, travelling the route to be taken by the emperor. There was no question of Jahangir waiting while the tents were pitched, so there were two identical sets of tents made. 1. The Pash Khana travelled before the emperor, found a suitable spot, and set up the camp, awaiting the arrival of the entourage. After a stay of a few days, the royal party would move on to the next site and would find all in readiness of their arrival. The caravan was so massive, consisting of camels, horses, elephants, goats, and cows along with the numerous humans, that it travelled only 8 miles a day. Whole villages came out to watch. Children would wake early in the morning to line up along the road, sitting on rocks with a jute parasol over their heads, an earthenware jar of cool water beside them, rice and bare fruit pickle wrapped in banyan leaves to keep hunger at bay. This was how they entertained themselves for the 8 hours it took for the entire procession, from head to tail, to pass where they sat. The Mir Manzil, or quartermaster of the court, was in charge during journeys. It was his responsibility to scout the area and find a flat piece of ground suitable for encampment. Once found, the land was marked out into a rectangle and the ground leveled painstakingly. Then, large platforms of earth were raised to pitch the tents. The entire rectangle was enclosed by a gulabar, or the grand enclosure. Huge wooden frames, 8 feet in height, covered by red calico cloth printed with reproductions of vases of flowers, were erected all around, forming an enclosed area. For purposes of security, while the emperor was in residence, the imperial army surrounded 3 sides, and the 4th contained the offices and workshops of the court. In the main courtyard of the encampment, a large pole, 40 yards high, was set up, supported upright by 16 ropes pegged to the ground. On top of this pole was a large lantern. This was the Akash Diya, or the light in the sky. It was visible from miles around at night and helped guide soldiers and hunting parties to the imperial campsite. It burned all through the day and night, and ladders were used to climb to the top to feed the fire. On the eastern side, a 2-story pavilion made of canvas and wood was erected, which formed the Diwanai Khas. This was the place for Jaraka during travel, and Jahangir went there daily for his morning prayers. A smaller tent, the Ghusl Khana, or private audience room, was erected inside the enclosure where the emperor and empress gave audience in the evenings. Beyond the Ghusl Khana were the royal tents, enclosed by a set of screens lined with Maslapitnam chintz and painted with colorful flowers. Behind the emperor's tents were the Zenana quarters. Miraniza, as the Padshah Begum, occupied the most important spot. Spiraling outward from her tent were the dwellings of the other ladies of the harem, each distanced according to her status and title. The floors of the tents were spread with thick reed and cotton mats and then covered with Persian carpets and divans. Each tent also had ornate wooden doors. Finally, on one side of the royal encampment, the merchants and traders accompanying the emperor set up their shops and bazaars. The camp was enormous. Each set of tents required for its transport 100 elephants, 500 camels, 400 carts, 100 mules and 100 bearers. The elephants carried the heaviest equipment, large tents and poles. The smaller tents and luggage were borne by camels, and mules and carts transported kitchen utensils. The bearers carried the lighter and more valuable items, porcelain and gold plates used at the emperor's meals and the delicate curtains and rugs that adorned the royal tents. The imperial harem travelled in howdahs strapped onto the backs of elephants. Each howdah was made of gold, silver, or wood, decorated with precious stones and screened with silks and satins. The ladies also travelled by palanquin, a long bamboo bed covered by satin or brocade, carried by bearers. Prince Khurram arrived in Mewar at the head of an army of 12,000 infantry and cavalry. Along the way, as they rode hard from Agra, he consulted with his commanders, listened to their advice, and did what he thought was important. Even before he had left Agra, he had ordered an army of 5,000 men to fly across the empire to Mewar. Most of these men were not soldiers, they were scouts and spies. Trained in the imperial army for this purpose, the men had chameleon-like, movable, and forgettable faces. They spoke almost every language in the empire. Their gurus had been brought in especially to teach them the intonations and inflections and mannerisms of each dialect. The spies had no wives or children, no families who could lay claim upon them. The army was their life, the emperor their only master. By the time Khurram arrived near Mewar, the spies had done their jobs well. Many now lived in the surrounding villages and towns, mingled with the local people, heard their stories and learned about Rana Amar Singh's exploits. It was almost impossible to invade the land around the Pichola lake. The Rana had set up outposts in a 15-mile radius around the lake, and mines had been dug into the hard, flat ground. The imperial army's abandoned cannons, now in Amar Singh's possession, would be used to ignite the mines. The earth was so flat here that even at night Prince Khurram's army would announce its arrival long before they were within fighting distance. The prince again listened to counsel from his commanders. He was enraged at how effectively the Rana had fettered his hands. Mewar had been ignored for too long, much longer than a simple conquest of the palace at Pichola Lake. It would have taken Amar Singh's men months to lay the mines. The plans had been in place for a long time. First the mines were set, then the existing imperial army was driven off, leaving behind their cannons and muskets, firepower without which the gunpowder under the earth would be harmless. Mirza Aziz Koka, Prince Khusro's father-in-law, had been left here, in command of the army that had so shamefully lost Mewar. When Khurram arrived, Koka tried to tell him what to do, what plan of action to follow, how to lay out the campaign. They fought bitterly with each other, and Khurram wrote to Jahangir asking that Koka be removed from the scene of the battle. The message came to the emperor while he was still on his way to Ajmer, and Jahangir agreed, ordering Koka to meet up with the travelling court and explain his side of the story. Then Khurram and his men set about methodically ravaging the countryside around Mewar. Villages that had supported Amar Singh, either this time or in the past, were destroyed. Prince Khurram gave the people fair warning to leave. He did not order the villages harmed. Mango and guava orchards were burned down, and only blackened stumps stood where once lush greenery had provided shelter for the parrots and fruit to fill empty stomachs. Villagers who had not heeded Khurram's commands were driven from their homes. Imperial elephants demolished their brick and mud houses. Wells were filled in, or poison was added to the water. The wheat and rice fields were burned. The army smashed old Hindu temples that had stood for centuries. For days, smoke smoldered in the air, darkening the skies, until the winds came to blow it away. From his newly acquired fortress on the banks of the Pichola, Amar Singh watched this destruction. He heard the cries of the villagers and their curses against him. Was this destruction, this absolute annihilation, this loss of their property, their lands, their cows and oxen and goats, their very livelihood, worth the Rana's pride? Were they not Rajputs too, just like him? Hordes of villages migrated from around Mewar to find new homes elsewhere. They could not come back for a few more years at least. It would take time before their water was pure, before their fields could hold life, before the pain would be erased from their memories. Rana Amar Singh listened to everything and still held out. So Prince Khurram devised a new plan. He set up outposts all round Mewar and surrounded the land encircling the Pichola. Nothing was allowed in. No butter, no milk, no wheat or rice, no water, nothing. Weak with hunger, Rana Amar Singh was drawn out of his stronghold for a brief fight, and during that battle he lost 15 of his elephants, among them one he had grown up on, played with in his childhood, a friend more dear to him than most humans. He heard that the elephants were sent to Emperor Jahangir and that they were now part of the imperial stables at Ajmer. Rana Amar Singh held a conference in his palace. His commanders all came for the meeting, their faces ravaged by the harsh sun, their bodies thinned to starvation, their voices all but burned out from the months of battle. Peace was the only alternative to death. For if peace did not come, death almost certainly would. Now it was time to surrender. All through the day and toward the end of it, dust had been whipped up in huge clouds, blotting the sun, bringing a premature darkness, until Khurram had run to huddle within his tent. When the wind had died, a cloak of earth, so thick had it been that it could no longer have been called dust, lay over the tents, the horses and camels, the men who had not gone for cover. And then the clouds had gathered in the skies. Lightning had flashed, thunder had boomed, and the rains had come in torrents, pelting down in a fury, washing away the dust of the morning from the tents until they had been wetly green again. It had rained for 2 hours now, and Khurram could hear the water gushing through the gullies dug outside. The months at Mewar had almost all been like this. The weather was extremely unpredictable. When it rained it threatened to drown everything, when the winds blew they killed every breath with the dust they carried. When the sun shone, skins were parched, bodies forever longed for water. Nothing was moderate here, nothing merely pleasant. And in this inhospitable climate, Khurram had waged war against the Rana. But now, he thought, it was finally over. He had been victorious. The rain was held at bay by the waxed canvas of his tent, but within, moisture collected and hung as the gathered nobles talked and laughed. Wine was passed around and the voices grew louder and harsher. Sweat poured down faces. The talk turned to nonsense, to stories of imagined valor. Some of the commanders staggered to their feet and postured as they showed how the Rana had been routed, how his elephants had been captured, how he himself had been tamed. After all this time, they could finally celebrate. Mewar was now part of the Mughal Empire, the Rana was no longer a threat, the years of fighting were over. And they had been responsible for this. Jahangir would reward them richly, jagires would be given out, titles bestowed, wealth amassed, and the emperor's favor would fall upon them. They drank some more, their speech began to slur, everything was funny. Khurram turned away from his men and sank deeper into the cushions of his divan. He felt over the front of his Kaaba, and his fingers traced the square, folded sheet of paper resting in an inner pocket. Then he picked up his goblet and drank from it. Lime juice with jaggery to sweeten it. Khurram did not drink liquor, he never had. He touched the letter again, wishing the commanders would leave so that he could read what Arjumand had written to him. How many months had it been since he had seen her? 8. 9. Time blurred here, for each month had been the same. No change of seasons, nothing to engage his attention. Without Arjumand, there was nothing for him. Khurram had been ordered to command the army against Amar Singh, and he had obeyed. Not just from filial loyalty or a sense of duty as a royal prince, but because Arjumand had said that he must go. They had decided that he would not accept Ladli as a wife, and this would definitely upset Mehranisa, but a victory in Mewar would counter that with the emperor. So Khurram had fought the Rana, not for the empire he wanted to inherit, not because it would bring him glory, not even because he wanted to please his father, but because he wanted to please his wife. Every action he had taken, every foray he had planned, every move his commanders and his men had made had been with Arjumand in mind. The sooner he vanquished the Rana, the sooner he could be with Arjumand. He looked around at his men as they grew louder and more brash. One tipped over from his divan, and in doing so, upset a goblet of wine. It soaked into the carpet, and a red stain blossomed in the silk pile. The smell of fermented grape came to gag the prince. Khurram wanted to ask them to leave, but this was their celebration too. Tomorrow, Amar Singh was to come to the camp for the official surrender. And then, in a few days, weeks at most, Khurram could go to Ajmer, where Arjumand was with the emperor and Mehranisa. He hugged his arms around himself at those words. Tomorrow, a few days, weeks. After all these months, finally he could speak of returning to Arjumand in smaller measures of time. Ray Ryan, majordomo of Khurram's household, noticed the prince's restlessness and broke up the celebrations. His Highness is tired. Ray Ryan pointed to the flap of the tent. The excited nobles stopped talking and turned drunkenly to Khurram. The prince lifted his shoulders gracefully. What he says is true. When the last noble had left or been dragged out, and the flap of the tent was pulled down, Khurram eagerly reached inside his Kaaba. He put the paper to his face, smelled the light hint of rose water in which Arjumand had dipped the edges, rubbed it against his cheek. She had touched this letter, she had been thinking of him when she had written it, she must know that he would think of that as he read it. Their third child had been born a few months ago at Ajmer, another boy, and the emperor had given him the name of Aurangzeb. Khurram unrolled the letter and let his eyes run greedily over the graceful, flowing handwriting. All is well with the grace of Allah. Here was that first line of assurance. Before Arjumand began her letters, she always put this line on the top. It was something she had learned from her grandfather. Ghiyas Beg had taught her to tell the reader, upon first perusal, that the letter bore no bad news. And leaving out that line would be warning of what was to come. She wrote, "My dearest Lord, I miss you." There must be ways, surely, of saying this more poetically, with more emotion and distress, with more feeling. But for me, these 3 words are enough. You are not here by my side, your absence is felt every day and every moment, without you there is no life in me. When is this to end? Why must I be confined thus to the bearing of children, and not be with you? Why can I not bear those children where you are? I apologize for these words and this language, but I am anxious for your safety. If I cannot see you, or be near you, how can I look after you? Khurram clutched the letter to his chest and rocked back and forth on his divan. It was not enough to have just the letter from Arjumand, he wanted her in his arms. He was the one who should look after Arjumand, so he had promised. When he had married her. And why this separation indeed? Because Meranizer had suggested it. She had said that Arjumand was pregnant, that she could not possibly travel with the army, that she would slow them down, that the child, possibly a future emperor, could not be born on the roadside without the royal physicians in attendance. That Khurram would endanger his wife's life if he insisted upon taking her with him. It was this last argument that had given Khurram pause. And though Arjumand had wept and thrown a tantrum, he had withstood her demands. She could not come with him in her condition. But now, after all these months apart, all these months when Khurram felt as though his body was here in Mewar but everything else, his thoughts, his heart, his every breath was where Arjumand was, Meranizer's reasons no longer seemed valid. The Empress had wished to separate them, to bring a break in their relationship, to cause them this grief. What would have been so bad if Arjumand had travelled with Khurram and lived in his camp? He would have brought the royal hakims with him to be at her service when she needed it. As for the child, Arjumand had already been safely delivered of 2 other sons, with seemingly no distress at all. And even if Aurangzeb was going to be emperor after him, this Khurram did not think very possible, because there were those 2 other sons, Dara Shikoh and Shah Shuja, whose claims were a mite stronger because they had come into the world earlier. Emperor Akbar had been born in a tent while Humayun was fleeing India. Khurram held up the letter and started to read again. My aunt has received 5 passes from the Portuguese viceroy at Goa. I went to ask her for one, just one cartas for your ship that is to leave Surat soon for Jeddah, but she refused. She had given them all out already, she said, but I know at least 3 rest in the pockets of her ship's captains. She is a vicious woman. I know you will never marry Ladli, but is there any necessity to plague us so just because of one refusal? I upset myself with these thoughts, but one remains always constant. That you must return, my lord, safely and with victory adorning your forehead. The emperor will see that he has a son he can be proud of. For my part, no woman was ever so fortunate in the man she loves. May Allah be with you. The prince kissed the letter, folded it up, and put it into a silver box that he kept with him always. In the box were Arjuman's other letters. He suddenly realized how silent it was. The rain had stopped as abruptly as it had started. He could still hear water flowing through the camp sewers, but his men were now moving around outside. Khurram put his head through the flap of his tent. The humidity of the night had come to take the place of the rain. Mosquitoes buzzed furiously, fireflies came out to twinkle in the darkness, and in the center of his camp, some of the soldiers had set up logs of neem wood in a fire pit. It was too hot for a fire, but the acrid, smoldering smoke of the neem would keep the mosquitoes away in the night, and for the first time in many months they could even light a fire for this without worrying that Amar Singh would ambush them. Khurram withdrew and went to his desk. He pulled out a sheet of paper and sharpened his quill with his knife. He would write to Arjuman immediately. Then he pushed the paper away. No, he would be with her soon, before the letter found its way to her hands. He dipped the quill in the ink cup and sketched the outlines of his ship in Surat. Khurram had started dabbling in overseas trade only recently, mostly because Mehranisa found so much in it to interest her. The money was excellent, so Ruqayya had always told him, and Khurram had seen her throw bags of mohurs at servants who brought her something she really wanted. Why, the Portuguese had captured Ruqayya's ship, so there must be some value in this kind of trading. Besides, Khurram needed the money. He had only the income from his jagirs and his mansabs, and he wanted more so that he could buy Arjuman as many jewels as she wanted, and as many jewels as he pleased. He was poor, he thought, compared to Mehranisa. The emperor had the most income, as was only befitting, but he should have been next in the empire, instead of being third, behind Mehranisa. If Mehranisa would not give him a cartaz, he would write to the Portuguese viceroy himself. The viceroy would be a good ally and would not refuse a royal prince, especially one who had the most chance of becoming the next emperor. He took out a fresh sheet of paper and began to write. Khurram was just finishing the letter when Ray Ryan lifted the flap of the tent. "Your Highness, would you like to come out? The men wish to see you." "Yes." Khurram put his seal on the letter, folded it, and handed it to his eunuch. "See that it gets to Goa as soon as possible." He went outside to the circle around the fire. The soldiers cheered when they saw him. "Hail to the conqueror," they shouted, waving their arms and clapping their hands. He stood there smiling, exulting in their praise. All the commanders were older than he was, but he had planned every detail of the siege. And these men had followed his orders, trusted in his judgment. He let them hoot and yell, and then he held up a hand. The soldiers quieted down, wine bottles were raised to their mouths, and they waited for Khurram to speak. "We have succeeded," Khurram said. "It has taken us a long time, but now it is all over. The credit lies with all of you, brave soldiers and able commanders. The emperor will be pleased with your service to him and the empire. Tomorrow, the Rana comes to the camp to surrender." At this, the soldiers began to snigger and boo, but Khurram stopped them. A few weeks ago, his father had written to him. Even then it had been evident that the war against Mewar was over. "Treat the Rana with dignity and honor," Jahangir's letter had said. "He is a king, he comes to us still a king. Regard him as one king would another, Khurram." So, standing there in the hot light of the neem fire, Khurram told his men of the emperor's wishes. They fell quiet, looked at each other with shame, and bowed their heads. Khurram clapped his hands when he saw their somber faces. It was enough that he could tell them of this. He knew he would be obeyed. The prince signaled to the musicians behind his soldiers. Music started to play, and the Noch girls came out from behind the tents. They swayed in front of the soldiers, the light searing through their thin muslin skirts and veils, illuminating a slender thigh here, the shape of a barely covered breast there. The soldiers drank some more, flung silver rupees into the air, lurched drunkenly after the women, who giggled and escaped their hands. They would eventually succumb, of course, but the longer they held out, the more money they would make. Khurram turned to go back to his tent. Someone touched his arm, and he turned back. The girl was young, perhaps no more than 16. She had a warm, earthy beauty. Heavy breasts, well-curved hips, a tight waist. Her skin was clear and golden in the light from the fire. She smiled at him, her eyes full of a rich promise. She put out a hand. And Khurram, suddenly hungry for the taste of a woman's skin, took it and led her to his tent. Rana Amar Singh came into Khurram's camp to the sound of trumpets. The imperial army stood along the path the Rana was to take, and when he walked among them, the men bowed. They had fought him for very long, and though Amar Singh was subdued, even cornered, he was still a king. Their commander had said so, and if Khurram was going to treat the Rana with respect, they could do no less. Amar Singh was now in his 60s, his hair and thick moustache were white, in startling contrast to the brown of his face where the son of Mewar had painted its colors. Amar Singh had come into the camp almost tentatively, not quite sure of his reception. He was in full armor, and his boots and mail clanked as he walked. His back was straight though, even had he been boorishly received, Amar Singh would not have let his pride fall as his kingdom had. Khurram stood outside his tent and watched the Rana. Amar Singh went down on his knees and touched Khurram's boots. The prince immediately bent and raised the old man to his feet. "There is no need to ask for forgiveness, all is forgiven," Khurram said. "You have shown your fealty to the Mughal Empire by coming here today. The emperor shall protect you at all times, and it is your duty to respond to his call when he needs you." "I will do so, Your Highness." Rana Amar Singh lifted his head and looked at Khurram. He gestured to the soldiers behind him. "Please accept these offerings." The soldiers came forward and set down a huge ruby. It was enormous, about the size of a polo ball, and it glowed like the heart of a fire. So the rumors about the existence of this ruby were true, Khurram thought. It was said that the ruby had belonged to the Rana's family for many generations, and his gift of the stone proved his loyalty and complete surrender. He had to restrain himself from grabbing the ruby and running his fingers over its many-faceted face. What a lovely jewel it would make, set in a turban, the light catching its pomegranate redness. But Khurram would have to give the ruby to his father, and it would most probably end up in Merenizer's hands. He looked at the black velvet cushion he held with wistfulness, thinking, at least for now, the stone was his. The Rana's soldiers also brought in bales of silks and jeweled daggers. 7 elephants and 9 horses were led into the enclosure. Each animal was clad in cloth of gold and silver with gem-studded reins and bridles. "I am ashamed of the meager offerings," Amar Singh said. "But as Your Highness probably knows, they are the only things left to me." "This is more than generous," Khurram smiled. "We have captured all the other animals in your private stables. The emperor is pleased with your surrender. A royal farman will be sent to you bearing the imperial seal. The farman will provide you with protection and will name you as a vassal to the empire. As proof of the emperor's intentions, please accept these gifts from me." Khurram turned and signaled to Ray Ryan. The eunuch brought forward a robe of honor and a jeweled sword that the prince gifted to the Rana. Attendants led an Arabian mare into the enclosure with a jeweled saddle and an elephant strapped with a silver howdah. The Rana bowed his head. "Thank you, Your Highness. Your kindness is much appreciated." "One more thing," Khurram said. "You are still a king, Amar Singh. You will retain your title and your lands. Mewar is given to you as a Jagir, yours to rule while you live." The Rana spent a few days at camp, where he was feted and his every need tended to. After he left, his eldest son Karan came to pay his respects to Khurram, according to custom. The heir apparent never accompanied his father to pay his respects to an emperor or a prince, he always came later. Karan would go with Khurram to Ajmer and pledge allegiance to Jahangir on behalf of Amar Singh. Khurram accepted this, and did not insist upon Amar Singh's accompanying him himself. This much dignity the old Rana was allowed. And so the empire and Jahangir told Amar Singh that he had fought a worthy fight, that he was a mighty king too. Soon after Karan's arrival, the royal party broke camp and began their journey back to the court at Ajmer. Prince Khurram returned to the imperial court victorious in a siege his father had once fought as a prince. With this triumph, many things changed. Khurram found a confidence he had not had before. He could lead an army, so he could wear a crown. He would find a way to tell Mehranisa that a marriage with Ladli was impossible. Chapter 14 The prince entered the town, and all the great men in wondrous triumph. The king received him as if he had no other, contrary to all our expectation. William Foster, ed., The Embassy of Sir Thomas Roe to India. Mehranisa glanced at the letter in her hand thoughtfully. News had come from Surat. The Portuguese had burned 4 Indian ships at the Gulf of Cambay in direct disobedience to imperial orders. Hoshiar Khan coughed. What is the reply, Your Majesty? Do you know what is in this letter? I have an idea, Hoshiar said. I talked to the runner who brought the letter. Mehranisa nodded. Hoshiar had probably not just talked to the runner, but as the letter had found its way to her on the silver salver, it had also probably unrolled itself. The seal was broken, but she said nothing about this. Finally, after all these years, she had come to trust Hoshiar. What she knew, he knew. He would never betray her. She spread her fingers on the satin cover of the divan. The tendrils of jasmine vine, drawn on with henna paste, were now a feeble orange. Tonight, no, tomorrow, soon anyhow, she would have the maids repaint the henna. Khurram was coming home from Mewar, bringing the captured Prince Karan Singh with him. The court would celebrate, and she had to be prepared for the festivities. Mehranisa sighed. There was so much to think about, and here she was, wondering about her toilette. What was to be done with the Portuguese? Ever since the capture of the Rahimi, they had taken possession of at least 100 more Indian ships. If they could dare to seize the Dowager Empress's ship, how long before they took one of hers? Mehranisa had ordered the Portuguese to return the Rahimi. There was no question about the ship not being restored to Rukaya, but her language had been honeyed, her tongue imprisoned by the passes the Portuguese viceroy had sent for her ships. And Khurram would come home a hero, feted and pampered, still as much a worry as the Portuguese viceroy. She rose from the divan and walked around the room. She needed to make a decision, needed not to feel helpless against these men. Mehranisa stopped and dug her toes into the pile of the carpets. She willed anger to flood through her, to take over her thoughts and drown out everything else. If the Portuguese wanted war, they would get war. A few minutes later the Empress whipped around to Hoshiar, her mouth set in a tight line. Send an order to Mukarrab Khan. He is to lay siege on the Portuguese city of Daman. Your Majesty, why Mukarrab? He will do all he can to help the Portuguese. You must know that he has been converted to their religion. He is on their side. He cannot openly defy imperial orders. If he does, it will mean death. This order will test his loyalty to the empire. Mukarrab will get no more indulgences from the court. Yes, Mehranisa nodded, it will have to be Mukarrab Khan. As governor of Gujarat, he is closest to Daman. The Portuguese will not be granted any more privileges. They have enjoyed the magnanimity of the emperor for too long and have misused their power. Daman must be captured. Hoshiar bowed and turned to go, but Mehranisa's voice stopped him. Also prepare a famine to Agra. The Jesuit church in Agra shall be shut and the salaries paid to the priests stopped. Send the priest Jerome Xavier to Mukarrab Khan. He is to keep Xavier in custody until further orders come from me. All the Portuguese in India are to be arrested and their belongings seized. When Hoshiar left, Meranizer wrote to the captains of her ships they would find the letters waiting for them when her ships returned to Surat. The passes from the Viceroy were to be sent to Goa with thanks from Her Majesty. She had no more use for them. The imperial farmans were prepared and sent to the Zenana, where Meranizer read them with care before affixing the seal of the emperor. Then she picked up a smaller green jade seal in the shape of a rose with 6 petals, dipped it in ink, and firmly affixed it on the farmaness. The seal read, "By the light of the sun of the Emperor Jahangir, the bezel of the seal of Noor Jahan has become resplendent like the moon." She used her personal seal rarely, but in this case she wanted the Viceroy to know that this was on her orders. That she would play no more games of diplomacy with him, that if he wanted to keep his head in India, it should be bowed toward her. Next to Jahangir's name, Meranizer wrote with an unwavering hand, "Noor Jahan, the Queen Begum." The streets of Ajmer were decked with flowers and banners. Torches flared from sconces in doorways, pillars were wrapped in marigold garlands, and the stone-flagged paths had been washed clean. Fire and color welcomed Khurram. The streets were thronged 15 deep, men and women pushing against each other and the imperial soldiers who kept them from the path. The balconies of the houses overhanging the lanes were filled with women and children, leaning over the parapets to look at the head of their triumphant prince, hoping for an upward glance. Khurram rode into the city in style. He sat upright on his black Arabian mare, his person glittering with jewels and brocade. Gone were the dull mud colors of the campaign, the heavy weight of the armor he had worn daily for months, the unwashed hair, and the sweat-rimmed collars. Khurram was well rested. He had slept on the road to Ajmer on divans sent for his comfort by Meranizer, and the cooks from the imperial kitchens had come to meet him halfway so that delicacies their majesties ate would fill his own mouth. Unlike the mad dash from Agra to Mewar, when speed had been necessary, this trip had been more leisurely. The imperial favor shown to Khurram was not only for Khurram himself but also to Prince Karan, the mountain prince, and to show him the grandeur of the empire. And here, Khurram thought, as he nudged his horse into a slower trot, was another example of magnificence. Karan rode behind him astride another horse, not as splendidly clothed as Khurram's but one befitting a prince nonetheless. Khurram glanced at Karan and then looked up at the balconies. The women clapped, their expressions pretty with delight, and threw down jasmine flowers that floated star-like in the afternoon air around Khurram. He lifted his face to the gently falling flowers which settled like snow over his hands and his horse. The crowds cheered wildly, and he bowed to them from the saddle, over and over again. When he reached the royal palaces, he saw his mother and various ladies of the harem gathered there to welcome him. He jumped off his horse and ran to Jagat Gosini. The empress embraced her son. "Welcome back, beta," she said. "You have made us all proud." "Thank you, your majesty." "Where is my father?" "He awaits you in the divan I am." Khurram hurried to the emperor. The drums of the prince sounded in the hall, and he entered after the last note had died down. While all the courtiers bowed to him, he went down on his knees in front of Jahangir and kissed the ground. Jahangir rose from his seat and came down to Khurram. "You have brought much happiness to all of us, Baba Khurram," Jahangir said. He raised his voice to the assembled courtiers. "I declare that from this day, the prince shall be known as Shah Jahan." Khurram knelt again, clutched his father's hand, and kissed it reverently. Jahangir had said nothing about a new title in his letters. Khurram had expected to be feted, a mighty prince returning victorious from war, but this, to be called Shah Jahan, king of the world. He grew dizzy with happiness. The title of Shah was one none but a reigning king had held since the time of his ancestor Timur the Lame. And he was just a prince. He started to cry, his heart full at such honor, and Jahangir raised him to his feet and wiped his tears away. "Come, you must not cry," the emperor said, half laughing, half crying himself. "You are a warrior, Khurram. You have done what I was not able to." They stood together in the midst of the court, Khurram with his head on Jahangir's shoulder until attendants came up behind them, bearing in their arms the Nadiri, a coat of honor Jahangir had designed for himself and ordered that no one else in the empire could wear unless it was bestowed upon him by the emperor. Jahangir lovingly wrapped the Nadiri around his son and stuck a jeweled dagger in his kamaband. He then ordered that a special chair be brought into court for Khurram. The chair was set just below the emperor's throne. It was a great privilege, for never before had anyone, royal or otherwise, sat in the emperor's presence at court. Merenizer watched the display of affection from the zenana balcony. She had not gone out to meet Khurram when he had arrived because Jagat Gosini had wanted to be there instead. Hoshiyar, already leaning to her ear, told her that their conversation had been short, an embrace, a few words, that was all. Arjuman sat next to her, her face pressed against the screen, alight with smiles. They both saw Khurram glance up at the balcony, but he could see little of them, the marble lattice-worked screen hid them from view. Arjuman put her fingers through and waggled them, and Khurram raised his hand from his lap in response. "He has made us all proud, Arju," Merenizer said. Arjuman turned to her aunt, her face suddenly hard and unyielding. "I am proud of my husband, Your Majesty." It was as if she had reached out and slapped Merenizer. The women in the zenana balcony grew quiet. "Why the disrespect, Arjuman?" Merenizer said softly. "I am as proud of Khurram as you are. He is like a son to me. You must know this." Arjuman looked away and did not reply. Merenizer let her be, and said something of no consequence to Hoshiyar, something meant to be humorous, and the ladies laughed dutifully. All of this escaped Ladli, who, like Arjuman, had her face glued to the screen. When she turned into the balcony, her eyes sparkled with laughter. "He is so handsome, Arju," she said, and went to sit next to her cousin. "You are very lucky. If only I could be so lucky too. Mama," she turned to Merenizer, "you must find me a husband like Khurram." And again there was that silence until Arjuman said to her aunt, "Yes, Your Majesty, find Ladli someone like Khurram. Just like him. That will be best for everyone." Merenizer sat without moving, anger coming into her unbidden this time. She could not trust herself to speak. Ladli had begun to chatter again, leaning against her mother. She smoothed her daughter's hair out of her eyes, and Ladli smiled briefly at her mother. Merenizer's hand trembled, and she moved it into her lap. Just like him, Arjuman had had the gall to say. When had the mouse like Arjuman acquired such courage? Had the bearing of 3 years suddenly placed iron in her blood? Who did she think she was? Khurram would marry Ladli, there was going to be no argument about that. And Arjuman was the last person who could have a say in this matter. Was she and Khurram stupid enough to think that the emperor's affections for his son were stronger than his love for Merenizer? Sweat dampened her armpits and Merenizer shivered. She was startled as Ladli came forward to kiss her cheek, put her arms around her neck, and say, "Mama, the darbar is over. I am going with Arju to welcome Khurram. You must come too. He's a hero." Ladli ran away, one edge of her ghagara tucked into her waist to keep her from tripping. She had not yet learned how to fly in the voluminous skirts with the ease of a woman. But Ladli was growing up. She was 15, the age when Arjuman herself was betrothed to Khurram, the age at which she could just as easily be betrothed to Khurram. One chance, Merenizer thought. She would ask Khurram again, and he would get only one chance to respond. His star may be on the rise now, but hers was firmly lodged in the skies and would not fade until Jahangir died. If Khurram said no again, there was no way she would allow the crown to adorn his head. After the last spin, when the slave's hand left his arm and she melted away with a whisper of skirts on the marble floor, Khurram stood quiet, swaying on his feet. His eyes were shut under the blindfold, the cloth of which covered his ears too, but he could still hear if he strained to do so. The prince stumbled and someone giggled to his right, and then the sound was snuffed out. Khurram breathed evenly through his nose and mouth, waiting for the weakness to leave his legs, waiting for his center of balance to return. It was some weeks after his court appearance, and Khurram was playing Ank Micholi, blind man's bluff, with the ladies of his harem. This was one of his rewards from Arjumand. Tonight, she was fatigued, lethargic from symptoms that presaged another pregnancy. Arjumand was fertile like volcanic earth, Khurram thought. He merely had to look at her and a child would grow within. And when she tired from carrying the child, if indeed it was a child inside her, she let him take one of the harem women to his bed. But only every now and then. Night had long settled over the courtyard in Khurram's apartments, and a bright moon rose to cover the marble slabs with a coating of pale lilac. The veranda arches were in deep darkness, and no lamps had been lit. This was on the prince's orders. If he was going to be blindfolded, the women should have no light to escape from him. Before the cool cloth was tied over his eyes, Khurram stood in the shadowed yard, looking long and hard at the slaves and concubines around him. They were all clad in white, glimmering silks, brilliant zari embroidered into their bodices and ghagras, wrists bare of bangles, diamonds glittering in their ears. They wore no anklets and their feet were bare, so they could flit about him without noise. The blindfold covered his eyes, and then someone twirled him around in circles and let him go until he no longer knew which direction he faced or who was in front of him. A hand, soft as rose petals, touched his right shoulder and went down his back. Khurram whipped around, arms outstretched, but she had disappeared. He took a few tentative steps and brushed against a slender hip. Khurram touched the woman, let his hand linger over the curve of her waist, ran a finger under the tie of her ghagara's skirts. She was wearing brocade. He could tell by the feel of it. Its pattern was raised into the surface of the cloth in grey satin thread. She stayed perfectly still as his hands moved over her. Nalini, of the luscious mouth, of the daring eyes, of the body that threshed wildly beneath him. But tonight, Khurram was in the mood for something gentle, someone who gave rather than took. He moved on in complete darkness, led only by his sense of touch and smell. As he had stood waiting for the blindfold, he had memorized almost every woman's dress, and simply by its texture, whether silk, or satin, or velvet, or brocade, or cotton, for that would tell him who they were and whether he wanted them. They came to caress him often, but in silence, and he followed where he heard their feet lead. Khurram played this game with the same ferocity and intensity with which he had fought the war in Mewar. With every stroke, his heartbeat raced. And yet there wasn't one woman he wanted to leave with to his bedchamber. Until he came to the woman who stood against one of the pillars of the veranda. When Khurram first clasped her wrist and pulled the palm of her hand to his mouth, she let him. Her skin was smooth, perfumed with an aroma that filled his nostrils. What was it? Khurram thought. Musk? No, something more forceful, with an underlying hint of camphor and incense from censers. Luban. Frankincense. Intrigued by this unusual choice of scent, the other women were bathed in flower scents. Khurram ran his tongue over her palm. He heard the woman take in a breath, and then gently, she tugged her hand away. For a moment, a fleeting moment, she touched his face, cupped her fingers around his chin, and then she turned to flee. Khurram ran behind her, listening hard for the sound of her feet on the cool marble stones. He bumped into a pillar, other hands came to hinder his progress, but he still pursued the woman with the delicious aroma. When he caught up with her, he framed her against another pillar, his hands on either side of her waist. Khurram would not let her go now. If anyone could sate this hunger of his, it would be this woman. He touched her, felt the smooth skin between her bodice and the top of her ghagara. Felt the cloth, it was malmal, the softest cotton woven in the imperial ateliers. Her shoulders were bare, and he ran his hand down from there to the edge of her velvet bodice. He put his face into the scoop of her neck, listened to the crazy beat of her heart, filled himself with the touch of her skin, the sound of her body, the smell of jasmines in her hair. Then, the prince raised his head and caught hold of the woman's hand. He fumbled for the white rose that was fastened in a buttonhole of his white kurta and gave it to her. "This one," he said aloud. "She is to be the one for tonight." At the sound of his voice, the game was over. Eunuchs filed in carrying torches. They lit the oil lamps and filled the courtyard with light. Khurram, still holding on to the woman, used his other hand to pull off his blindfold. Shock jolted through him. Ladli stood there, a slender, barely clad Ladli, her eyes grey and unreadable, the white rose in her hands. Khurram stepped back, still stunned. What was Ladli doing here, among the women of his harem? Why was she here? He moved away but could not take his gaze off her. He looked at what he had so recently touched, that slim waist, that neck, that thick swathe of ink dark hair tied at her nape. "Of course you cannot have Ladli, Khurram," a frigid, distant voice said at his shoulder. Khurram turned to see Arjumand by his side. She said no more, but she too was looking at her cousin, her eyes like stones. He nodded at once, and when Arjumand pointed to one of the other women, Khurram almost ran to grab her hand and drag her from the courtyard. The others went away too, one by one, until only Ladli was left standing against the pillar. She was trembling, with jitters that seemed not to stop. She raised the rose to her mouth and held it there. Then she slid down to sit on the floor, knees pulled into her chest. "Of course," she said out loud to the empty courtyard. As the weeks passed, Mehranisa waited for an opportunity to talk with Khurram. She had learned the value of patience, the value of waiting for the right moment to speak. Khurram and she met, of course, at various places and for various reasons. She called a meeting of their junta. It was awkward and uncomfortable, but they met nonetheless. Mehranisa told the three men what she had done about the Portuguese problem. Khurram stubbornly insisted that she could have been more diplomatic while lay siege on Daman. The empire had always been tolerant of the Portuguese, and after all, they were just reacting to the favor being shown to the English merchants. "What do you think, Abul?" Mehranisa snapped at her brother. "Do not fight," Ghiyas said from his divan. "You are not children anymore. Listen to what His Highness has to say, Mehranisa." Khurram did have more to say, of course. "Your Majesty," his tone bordered on the edge of insolence, "the English have only thus far promised us protection. Where is this protection? And where is this great ambassador who is yet to set foot on Indian soil? Why provoke the Portuguese before we know for sure that the English are on our side? They burned 4 ships, Khurram. If that is not an invitation for retaliation, what else is?" Mehranisa leaned forward and put her face a few inches from Khurram's. "Are we to sit by idly while the Portuguese do what they want? Should there be no response from the court and the emperor to this affront?" He looked away. "I did not know about the ships, Your Majesty." Abul and Ghiyas both said, "Mehranisa is right." "Yes," Khurram mumbled, redness creeping up his neck. "Perhaps so." There was no perhaps about it, Mehranisa thought. They argued next about why she had not consulted with them before taking this step. Because she had consulted with the emperor. That kept them quiet until the meeting broke up. Ghiyas stayed back. He was worried about all this fighting. Mehranisa should watch her tongue. But she did not listen to her father. Once she had. When she was younger, before she was an empress, even when she was just newly an empress. But too many years had passed. In the beginning of her reign, the 3 men had been necessary for reasons other than the kinship that bound them. Now, it was no longer so. Besides, Ghiyas had grown old. He was too tolerant, and he could not know what lay at stake for her. As his life ended, hers would begin. She had to plan for the future where Jahangir no longer existed. This the emperor himself told her. Jahangir knew too that he was 9 years older than Mehranisa, that he would likely not live as long as her, that she would probably outlast him for many years. If he was not here to look after her, he wanted to know, before he died, that she would be well looked after. Hence, he encouraged the courting of Khurram for Ladli. That child was the only connection Mehranisa would have to the royal family once Jahangir passed away. To Mehranisa and Jahangir, these conversations late at night were not morbid. They were simply facts of life. Every time the emperor built a sarai for tired travelers, a mosque, commissioned even the building of a church, or added a palace to the fort at Agra or Lahore, he was aware of his mortality. He would go, but hundreds and hundreds of years later, these pieces of stone would speak of his life. During the time that Mehranisa waited to speak with Khurram, her temper rose and ebbed almost every day. Empress Jagat Gosini was fated along with her son, an irony that made Mehranisa deeply angry. Ruqayya was his mother, she was the one who had brought him up, lavished her love upon him. But Ruqayya was at Agra, still despondent about the Rahimi, and refused to travel with them to Ajmer. So Jagat Gosini preened about with the pride of a rain-foretelling peacock, her feathers fanned, dancing in Mehranisa's face. The irritations were numerous. One evening, at the entertainment, Jahangir leaned over Jagat Gosini, caught Mehranisa's chin, and kissed her on the mouth. It was a slow kiss, a kiss of love. She put her arms around his neck and said, "Your breath smells sweet, Your Majesty." Jagat Gosini sat between them. She had turned her face away but could not help watching as they hung over her lap. Jahangir turned to her. "What do you think, Jagat?" "My lord, only a woman who has had an opportunity to smell another man's mouth could tell you that your breath smells sweet. I have had no such experience and can only say that it always smells sweet," Jagat Gosini said. Mehranisa was suddenly ashamed, and then angry with herself for being ashamed. The empress was reminding her, none too gently, that she had been married before and had had the opportunity to taste another man's mouth. Jahangir laughed, but he had no jealousy. And so time passed. The furor over Khurram's victory died down as court duties began to occupy both Jahangir's and Mehranisa's time. It was Khurram's 26th birthday in a few days. Mehranisa planned the festivities, intending that when Khurram was flush with pride at the favor shown to him, she would again ask him to take Ladli as a wife. "Your Highness, please step into the scales," the Mirtozak said. Khurram glanced at his father. Jahangir nodded. Khurram bowed to the emperor and went toward the golden scales in the middle of the divanayam. The scales hung by gold chains from a large wooden beam plaited with gold and embedded with rubies. The crisscrossed legs of the scales were similarly decorated with a beaten gold plate, which had been hammered into the teak underneath with gold nails. Khurram put a hand on an attendant's shoulder to steady himself and climbed into the large golden disc. He glanced up at the screened zenana balcony as he sat down cross-legged, and attendants brought bags of gold and silver to weigh down the other end of the scales. Khurram clutched the gold chain of his scale, felt the smoothness of the metal in his hands, and wanted to grab it to his chest. It was all solid gold, with a smidgen of copper to give it its burnished sheen. Above him, the rubies and pearls on the center beam glowed and blurred before his eyes. What happiness this was! Emperor Akbar had begun the tradition of weighing himself on his solar and lunar birthdays against silks, gold, silver, copper, quicksilver, butter, grains, and anything else he deemed to be a luxury. The items were then distributed to the poor. It was Akbar's way of blessing his empire. Today, the court was packed with onlookers. The passes for this weighing ceremony had been much sought. Bribes had filled the pockets and deepened the smiles of the imperial eunuchs, slaves, and guards. The weighing began. First, thick silk bags of gold mohurs were loaded on one plate of the scales, and on the opposite scale Khurram was lifted in the air until the scales were level with each other. Khurram was light, and the number of bags of gold, few. The months at Mewar without the comforts of a proper kitchen had eaten the flesh from his body. "You are too thin, Khurram," Jahangir said from his throne. "And thus do you deprive the needy of their gold." Everyone laughed. Khurram smiled too. He bowed from his scale to his father. "If your majesty permits, I will eat more and become more prosperous." The weighing went on for an hour. Khurram was weighed against silver, copper, gold, fruits, mustard oil, vegetables, and butter. The precious metals had been provided by the ladies of the harem, foremost among them the Dowager Empress Ruqayya, who was gratefully acknowledging Jahangir's support in the affair of the Rahimi. Miraniza had donated some gold too, and as each bag was put onto the scales, the Mir Tozak announced its origins. So Miraniza's name was taken often in the silent court, and the nobles glanced at each other. The junta was as strong as ever. Miraniza watched from behind the Zenana screen as Khurram tried to get up after the weighing. He rose a couple of times, fell, and then a couple of courtiers grabbed him under his armpits and hauled him up. He swayed unsteadily as he performed the taslim to the emperor again, his gaze blank. Miraniza smiled. The prince was drunk. In the Zenana earlier, when Khurram had come to pay his respects, Jahangir had offered him some wine and the prince had accepted. Of all the royal princes, Khurram had been the only one who had abstained from drink. But since the Mewar victory, Khurram drank wine as though it was sherbet. Earlier this morning he had consumed 3 cups in 20 minutes and walked out with firm feet and a mocking glance. "See, your majesty, it does nothing to me." This was the time to talk to Khurram, Miraniza decided. When the darbar finished its business, she called for the prince in open court, her voice silencing the talk of the courtiers. The emperor inclined his head to listen and turned to Khurram, who was still swaying on his feet. "Khurram, have you heard Nur Jahan Begim's command?" "Yes, your majesty." The prince bowed, but ended up lurching into a courtier. In the Zenana balcony, Arjuman started to speak. Miraniza held her hand up across her niece's face. "You have not been given permission to address me. Arjumand, go back to your apartments. I will send Khurram there when I am finished." Arjumand opened her mouth again, but Hoshiar came to lift her from her seat and usher her out. Khurram had to be led to Miraniza's apartments, half carried by Hoshiar and another eunuch. He stood at the doorway, shaking his head to clear it of the wine. But the alcohol was in his blood, not in his head. Khurram staggered forward, almost fell, and then righted himself. He pitched into the room and flung himself onto a divan. Miraniza waited until he turned to her. His gaze was insolent, untractable. "What do you want, your majesty?" Was there any necessity to speak in court? In front of all the nobles? Am I a puppet to be pulled here and there at your will? "Watch your tongue, Khurram," Miraniza snapped. She had meant to be calm, to convince him of what she wanted, but Khurram's impudent speech sent all heed of caution flying from her mind. "What do you want?" Khurram said sullenly, suddenly finding his hands very interesting. He held one, and then the other, in front of him, turned them this way and that, stroked the hair on his knuckles. Miraniza hesitated. Her words of diplomacy had gone. If Khurram wanted to ask a direct question, she would ask one too. "When will you marry Ladli?" The prince pulled a bolster from behind him and draped himself over it, lying on his stomach, his arms over the thick roll of cotton. Khurram knew what he wanted to say, what he was supposed to say, but for a little moment he shut his eyes and willed the memory of that night to come into his wine-fogged brain. He could still smell her skin. He could not pass an incense censer without remembering Ladli's skin. His fingers throbbed with the yearning to touch her, to see that want returned in her eyes as when he had slipped off his blindfold. Yet, this was a lust, not a passion. So Arjumand told him. So he knew. Surely, he was right in what he was going to say. Miraniza could not become his mother-in-law. Surely, he was right. He inclined his head to Miraniza. When did the question turn from, will you marry Ladli, to, when will I marry Ladli? Why should I marry Ladli? Khurram, Myranizer said sharply, do I have to tell you the advantages of this union? The emperor wishes for it, and that should be enough. His Majesty does not wish for it quite as much as you do, Your Majesty. And what advantages could there possibly be in this match? What lands and jagars will I gain? What precious stones will adorn the cushions of my divan? What connections will I have with powerful nobles in the empire, connections I do not already enjoy? Khurram let his head flop onto the bolster. Myranizer flew from her place and stood over the prince. Her hand itched, moved restlessly about, wanted to make contact with Khurram's brazen face. The wine had not made Khurram more pliable, it had made him more bold. He was using this as an excuse to be disrespectful to her. She turned away and paced the carpets as she always did when she was upset. This was the man she wanted for Ladli. This was the man she had built up, given consequence. Though Arjumand was not in the room with them, her presence was there. In Khurram's pretended wine-induced insolence, in his language. If you are being honored at all now, Khurram, it is because of me. Without me, you would be nothing. Oh, you might still have pretensions to the throne because the emperor's blood is mixed with yours, but there would be nothing else. Remember that, and keep your mouth shut if you want to keep your place in the empire. You will marry Ladli, because I order you to. And if you do not, I will make sure the emperor takes away his favor. Khurram turned to lie on his back. You overestimate your influence over the emperor, Your Majesty. What wife could be as important as a son? She flinched, speaking in a voice low and filled with abhorrence. She had no need to shout anymore. And you are a weak man, Khurram. A man with no spine, no substance. You deny me this one request because of Arjumand, but you do not see how this will eventually change your life. Hoshiar had been watching and listening to their conversation, leaning against the wall near the door, his arms folded across his chest. Myranizer turned to him and he hauled Khurram from the divan, put his arm over his shoulder, and dragged him out of the room. When Hoshiar returned to his mistress, he found her seated on the carpet, her back straight. I offered His Highness some more wine, Your Majesty, Hoshiar said, bending to Myranizer's ear. I told him it would take away the distress. He was very happy at the suggestion. The eunuch took 4 gold mohurs from his cummerbund and laid them in front of Myranizer. Very pleased indeed. More wine. After 26 years of not drinking, so much wine in one day. The words they had exchanged would never be taken back now. Bitter words, words of hatred. Khurram had become something beyond her control, or he thought so anyway. She would not ask him again, not after what had happened. Today, not after she had already asked twice and been refused. Khurram was a fool. He said that a wife was not as important as a son was. Did he really think that? Loving Arjumand as much as he did, how was he so blind to the love between his father and Myranizer? Did he not realize that this was his father's only real marriage? Ever since they had been married, Emperor Jahangir had had only one wife. But he had 3 other sons. Chapter 15. I found a change in my health, and by degrees was seized with fever and headache. For fear that some injury might occur to the country and the servants of God, I kept this secret. A few days passed in this manner, and I only imparted this to Noor Jahan Begum than whom I did not think anyone was fonder of me. A. Rogers, Trance, and H. Beverage, ed. The Tizukai Jahangiri. Night hovered over Goa and the Arabian Sea, the skies awash in gold and tangerine. Here, on the very western edge of the empire, the sun lasted longer, as though unwilling to leave. Long after dark, a line of silver would glimmer over the flat horizon, like an unseen city aglow in the distance. The moon had risen a few hours ago, and as the sun died, it gained in color. The streets were painted in silver, The steeples of the Jesuit churches plunged into the sky, their brass crosses laying shadows across the churchyards. The Portuguese viceroy's mansion stood tall and mammoth, made of open-faced brick, with arched verandas, turreted roofs, and gabled windows. Goa's harbour could be seen from the balcony of the mansion, which lay over the open portico in front. During the day the sands were white as salt, their colours seemingly rinsed out by the waters edging the vast and impossibly blue ocean. Palm trees shivered in the humid breeze, and palm thatch umbrellas adorned the beaches. Time came to a halt in Goa. Each day was like the next, beautiful, restful, the shade inviting a siesta to the lulling sound of waves scrambling up the beach and then wistfully draining down. On this night, the harbour was crowded with 120 ships. The ships swayed in the harbour, big and small, arranged like toys on the water, their hulls so close as to touch. The only sound across the waters to the viceroy's mansion was the creaking and groaning as the wind shoved one ship toward another, and they met uneasily and bobbed away. The sails were furled, gleaming white in the moonlight. The ships were for the most part small, displacing just a few hundred tons, but today they rode even lighter on the water of the harbour. Their holds were empty, their brass fittings removed, their crews on the beach, watching. The Rahimi lay in the center of the other ships. She too was forlorn, dejected. She was not made for this waiting, but to boldly sail across oceans and make war with storms and pirates. The viceroy sat alone on his vast and square balcony. A servant bent to his ear. "We are ready, sire." The servant handed him a torch. The viceroy rose to stand at the edge of the balcony and lifted his torch in the air. From the beach, another spurt of light answered his orders. A few minutes later, the viceroy watched as a catapult was wheeled to the water's edge, and a round, oil-soaked ball of cotton and wood chips was set on fire. The ball of fire went spinning through the air and landed on a ship in the far right corner of the harbour. For a few long seconds, nothing happened. And then the ship flamed to life as the fire ignited a barrel of gunpowder on the deck. She leaped into the sky and slammed down on her neighbor. The catapult went to work again. And again. And again. One by one, all the ships in the harbour caught fire. Burning wood splintered into the night sky and fell in a shower of stars. The Rahimi was the last to burn. Her deck was littered with embers of wood, but she held out, resisted this invasion until the very last moment. And then she too was aflame. The fire, orange and red, licked along her mast and sails, covered her deck with greedy fingers, ambushed her holds and cabins. The light from the burning harbour raced across the beach and over palm trees to illuminate the mansion and the man standing on the balcony, a fluted glass of wine in his hand. He watched all through the night as the ships burned slowly, until only their blackened skeletons were left. When morning came, thick clouds of smoke rested over Goa. A few ships still burned, but most had sunk into the now filthy grey waters of the Arabian Sea. When the viceroy eventually turned from his night's entertainment to crawl into bed, he felt a faint chill of fear, as though his demise had been announced. But this was nonsense, he told himself. Emperor Jahangir dared to capture Daman, a Portuguese protectorate. The Indian ships were burned in retaliation. Long before the Mughals called India theirs, the Portuguese were here. They had as much claim as, no, more claim than, the Mughal kings. He slept then. But news of the arson was already on its way to Ajmer, where Miranizer and Jahangir would hear of it. The viceroy had miscalculated the court's apathy toward trade, misjudged the weight of Miranizer's anger, had forgotten that the Mughal kings were in India to stay and the Portuguese were merely their guests. Jahangir opened his eyes and groaned. His head ached as though an iron vice gripped it and twisted it slowly. He swallowed, and his tongue felt like cotton, flapping against the roof of his mouth. He could feel heat radiating off his face. The emperor lifted himself with an effort on one elbow. "Is someone there?" 3 eunuchs immediately came running and performed the taslim. "Your Majesty is awake." Jahangir sank back into his bed. Where is the Empress? She is in her apartments, Your Majesty. Send for her, Jahangir said, his voice barely audible. It was an effort to talk. Every word pounded in his head and echoed in his ears. And bring me some khikri. The eunuchs looked at each other. The emperor must be unwell. Khikri was a mixture of rice and lentils boiled together with salt and pepper. It was known as poor man's food, since it was cheap and easy to make. Jahangir rarely ate khikri, only at times when his stomach gave him trouble. The emperor moved, searching for a cool spot on the pillow, but the satin covers were drenched with sweat and lay damp and solid beneath him. Shivers sloughed through his body. His hands trembled. Perhaps opium would calm this restlessness. So he asked for it. The eunuchs hesitated. It was not the time of day for opium, but His Majesty had commanded them. They brought it eventually, a small grape-sized ball of opium mixed with sugar, and put it between his lips. The drug sank through Jahangir's veins, taking over his debilitated body in a few short minutes. The trembling stopped, and sweat began to pour from his hairline down his face. Go, Jahangir said irritably to the eunuchs who hung over him. What are you doing standing around? And then he slipped into the cool embrace of the opium, the daylight turning into night before his eyes, sleep coming to claim him again. The eunuchs fled from the emperor's apartments, two to the kitchens to order the khikri, and one to Meraniza. She had just returned from the Jaraka balcony and was holding in her hand a letter from Goa. When the eunuch bowed before her, she looked at him angrily. What do you want? He told her, and even as he spoke, Meraniza rose from her divan and flew to Jahangir's apartments. What was wrong with her husband? When she had woken that morning, he had muttered something about a headache and gone back to sleep, so Meraniza had gone alone to the Jaraka. He had been restive during the night, but she had been tired herself, waking only once to move Jahangir's arm from around her waist, where it had left a long streak of perspiration. She entered the room and saw the bowl of khikri steaming by the emperor's bedside. Jahangir lay still on his divan, his eyes closed, his breathing labored and heavy. He did not move when she laid a hand on his forehead. It burned to her touch, and Meraniza drew back. Your Majesty, she said, close to his ear. He did not wake at her voice. She shook his shoulder. Hoshiar, Meraniza screamed. The eunuch was behind her. Together they tried again to wake Jahangir, but he had slipped into unconsciousness. Meraniza put her face close to his, and the sweet fumes of opium rose to her nostrils. Who gave the emperor opium? She yelled, turning on the eunuchs. They cowered against each other, fingers pointing in all directions. Get out now. You are fools, he is not well and you give him opium. Get out. They ran from the room, tripping over each other. Meraniza ordered cold water and towels. While waiting for it, Hoshiar and she took off the emperor's kurta and pajamas. His skin was now moist and still burning hot. They soaked the towels in cold water and wiped his body over and over again until the fever abated somewhat. Then Meraniza covered him with a cool sheet. Wake up, Your Majesty, she said. Talk to me. But the opium had caught hold of the emperor and would not release him until it had run through his blood and sweated out of his pores. Hoshiar suggested calling the Hakims. It is nothing, Hoshiar, Meraniza said as she turned to him, a sudden dread coming to swamp her. It is nothing, is it not? Just a fever. It will go down. See? She took the eunuch's hand and laid it on Jahangir's chest. See how cool his skin is now. Your Majesty, let me do this. No, Meraniza said. If word of this illness got out into the court and Thay Zenana, the empire will be in chaos. The emperor has been sick before, Your Majesty, Hoshiar said gently. Allow me to summon the Hakims, they will be able to tell us what we should do for His Majesty. She turned to him, her eyes staring up. What have the Hakims done before, Hoshiar? They have hesitated and consulted each other, and looked ponderous and knowledgeable. Yet, not one of them has given His Majesty advice that was actually usable. They are all afraid that if they misdiagnose the illness and the emperor dies, the weight of his death will lie over them. What use are they? He argued more with her. Myranizer did not listen. She would make Jahangir better. He would not die. He could not die. So she sat by his bedside through the night and waited and watched. The sun came up as it did always, rising, then blazing at the center of the skies to send shadows scurrying into their owners, and then slipped toward the west. Myranizer knew none of this. She did not move for hours except to wash down the fever. Finally, as night came again, the emperor opened his eyes. She fed him with some fresh kikri and some water, but he vomited it all over himself, too weak to even rise from his bed and lean over the side. Then he slept, but Myranizer did not. Jahangir's fever came and went. She heard the sounds of the night watchman's tapping stick, the song in his voice as the hours turned. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, then 4 and 5. Myranizer did not speak, and would not allow anyone into the emperor's bedchamber. She put out a prayer rug and knelt on it facing west toward Makkah. Allah, let him be better. She would not ask for Jahangir's life, that no one was going to take from her. She prayed that he would get well. That was all she wanted. The tears came too, all through the night, drenching her face. She was afraid, terribly, terribly afraid. Questions swirled in her head. What if she had been wrong in not calling the Hakims? What if Jahangir did? No, she would not take that word even into her thoughts. Myranizer climbed into the bed, over the emperor, and laid herself on him, her face dug into his shoulder, her toes touching his feet. His skin was no longer hot, but now it was chilly. This was not the smell of his skin, the taste of his neck. He moved then, uncomfortable under her weight, and she slid off to lie next to him, deeply ashamed. He was ill, unwell, and here she was draping herself over him so she could be at ease. Myranizer. She clutched his arm and raised herself to look into Jahangir's face. He had woken again. Your Majesty. You are here. And then he closed his eyes again. Myranizer called out for Hoshiar, but the eunuch had gone to rest. She started to pace, hope filling her at the only sound she could now hear. Jahangir drew in breath after breath into his tired lungs and then let it cleanly out. He still breathed through his mouth, but the pitch was easy. Myranizer leaned against a wall and then slid down to sit. Still listening to the emperor's breathing, she fell asleep where she sat, her arms resting on her knees, her head upright, one ear awake. When she woke in an hour, it was to a request. Prince Khurram demanded an audience, Your Majesty. Myranizer crawled to the emperor's bedside and touched his arm. The fever had returned, and his skin was on fire. She ordered more cold water and again cleansed the fever, moving slowly, now without hope. Allah, what was happening here? Why give her this hope and then wrench it away? What was happening? When the eunuch asked again about Khurram, she snapped at him to send the prince away. He was coming to gloat, to see if his father was really dying, to see if the empire was now his. By this time, the next morning, the whole Zenana knew, of course. What exactly had happened to the emperor, no one was sure of, for Noor Jahan Begum would not permit anyone to see him. So rumors started to diffuse through Ajmer. She was poisoning him slowly. The emperor's asthma had come back and this time he could not even breathe, so a copper tube was put into his nose to help him. He was dying, hovering on the edge of life, kept alive only by the sorceries Myranizer practiced in his apartments. She was battling the demons who had come to take the emperor away. Amid all these wild stories, one theme was constant: what would happen to them? If Jahangir died, and so soon, without naming an heir, without settling his affairs, what would happen to them? Prince Khurram was thinking this very thought as he walked back from the emperor's apartments. If Miranizer denied his entrance, matters must be very serious indeed. Would his father die? He sent eunuchs and slaves all through the day to Miranizer, demanding, begging, pleading for some information. She returned his every request unanswered. As he waited, Khurram sent some men to Khusro's apartments and others to see where Shahrayar was. Perviz was in the Deccan, quite probably in a drunken haze right now, unaware that their father was dying. Khusrau was walking in the gardens, alone, and Shahrayar was practicing at the firing range. That evening, Khurram called some of the nobles at court to his reception hall at Ajmer. They talked for a few hours before he asked them for their support should the crown suddenly find itself without a head underneath it. His words brought the silence of shock. Surely, the emperor was not going to die. No, he assured them. Not now, but if. The prince did not forget the Portuguese viceroy in Goa either. 120 Indian ships had been burned in the harbour, but not one had been Khurram's. He wrote to the viceroy again, requesting passes and protection for his ships, and in return, he promised his patronage when he became emperor. The fever raged for the next 20 days, fed by Jahangir's debilitated body and the large quantities of wine and opium he still consumed. Miranizer did not want to stop the wine or the opium suddenly, fearing the withdrawal would kill him. After that first day of a death-like stillness, Jahangir often lapsed into a state of delirium, shouting nonsense and flinging his arms and legs about until he had to be forcibly restrained. He did not recognize Miranizer, and she clutched his feet in tears and sobbed through the hours of darkness as the palaces slept uneasily around her. On the 20th day, little rushes bloomed under the emperor's skin and littered his entire body. The smallpox, Miranizer thought in horror. Could it be this? He would never recover, no one ever did. Now, for the first time, she summoned the physicians. They came in like frightened animals, tails between their legs. They hovered over Emperor Jahangir with silk handkerchiefs over their mouths and noses. Miranizer watched them in disgust. These were the men appointed to drive away ailment from human bodies. What of the oaths they had taken? They were afraid of being exposed to the smallpox. She herself had spent 20 days with Jahangir, barely leaving even to bathe or eat. As the flesh had worn away from Jahangir's stout frame, it had fled from Miranizer's smaller one too, until her arms were like twigs, her waist non-existent, her choli hanging loose on her shoulders. But her will had not gone. Through all these days, when hope had visited and fled, her resolve had remained strong. The emperor would live. The emperor must live. The Hakims, old and bearded, with mournful faces, bent over Jahangir's still body, checked his pulse. Hakim Abdullah turned to Miranizer, accusation in his eyes. "We should have been summoned earlier, Your Majesty." "Is it the smallpox?" she demanded, waving aside his gaze. "What does the emperor have? Can you cure this?" Abdullah shook his head, and for a brief moment, Miranizer's heart stopped. There was no cure. He was going to say that there was no cure. She ran to Jahangir's bedside and beat the men away. They must not touch him anymore. No one but she must touch her husband's body. And in this fog of grief, she heard the Hakim's voice. "Not the smallpox, Your Majesty. But the emperor has suffered for too long, if the fever does not break in a few days." "Not the smallpox." Miranizer caught him by his bony shoulders and shook him. "Not the smallpox. Are you sure?" "Absolutely." His head flopped, and his long, grey beard flew up and down. She pushed him toward the door. Go, all of you. Leave here now. And, thank you." Then she ran back into the room and knelt by Jahangir's side again. 4 hours later, when he opened his eyes, for the first time in the last 20 days she saw reason in them. "Are you here, Miranizer?" he asked. "Where else would I be, Your Majesty?" From that day on, the emperor's condition improved. Slowly, Day by day, he ate more, listened to her when she said he must not drink too much wine. Her faith in his wellness was better medicine than anything the Hakims could have prescribed. A month after the first bout of fever, Jahangir was well enough to go to the Jaraka. The courtyard below was packed with nobles and commoners. They cried out as he appeared before them, "Hail to the Emperor, may he live long." That afternoon, the Emperor had his ears pierced in thanksgiving, and drew 2 pearls through the holes. It would soon become a new fashion, as all the men of consequence imitated Jahangir's new mode of adornment. Mehranisa went back to her apartments and slept during that day, knowing that her husband was well again, and that now, finally, she could close her eyes without waking to fear. Emperor Jahangir came to her in the night, while she still slept, slipped into her bed and drew her into his arms. He did not remember much of the past month, just little snatches of consciousness when he had seen Mehranisa's face. He had always seen her there, not once had he woken to a room empty of her presence. She looked so tired now, as though she had given her strength to him when the fever attacked. Then his mind turned to the Portuguese issue, but only briefly, for news had come again. An English captain called Downton had met the Portuguese in the Suvali Channel off the coast of Surat, defeated them, and burned their ships. Sometime during his illness, Mehranisa had demanded compensation for the burned Rahimi, and the Viceroy had sent 300,000 rupees to Rukaya. She had also asked for more passes. But those were not necessary anymore, were they? Jahangir thought. This last defeat by the English, it bode well for the empire. Let this ambassador come, he was said to be only 2 sailing days away. Let him come, and Mehranisa and he would handle this matter together. Jahangir thought of Khurram too, but angrily. How had Khurram dared to defy Mehranisa and say that he would not marry Ladli? The emperor kissed Mehranisa's forehead gently, and she smiled in her sleep. He had asked her why she had been with him all these days. And she had said that in his well-being came hers. Despite all her power, all the riches she had, all the armies she could command, the courtiers who bowed to her, in the end, it was simple as that. Chapter 16. Know ye therefore that, for the confidence and trust which we have in the fidelity and discretion of the said Sir Thomas Roe, we have constituted, appointed, ordained and deputed, and hereby do constitute, appoint, ordain and depute the said Sir Thomas Roe our true and undoubted attorney, procurator, legate and ambassador. William Foster, ed., The Embassy of Sir Thomas Roe to India. We have arrived, sire. The Lion's anchor chain clanked and rattled its way into the waters on the bar off the coast of Surat. 2 sailors, their shirts stripped from their backs, unwound the heavy reel of chain, their muscles rippling and gleaming with sweat. Roe peered toward the shadowy coast, his heart banging with excitement. There was not much to be seen, a few trees on the coastline, junks and frigates anchored near the mouth of the Tapti, and one large white tower signifying a native temple. He turned away and leaned against the deck rails. Was that all there was to the land of the great Mughal? Where were the fantastic palaces from the Arabian Nights, the bejeweled women, the crowded bazaars? He had hoped his first view of India would have been more heartening after all the time spent traveling at sea. The journey from England had taken 7 months, and it had been a long, grueling trip. For so many days there had been nothing but water everywhere. Capped only by a sometimes calm sky, a sometimes purple thunderous sky. He had learned to walk on the deck of the Lion without retching, and he had prayed on his knees for hours when a storm had tossed the ship and he had been consigned to his quarters, wondering if he would go to a watery grave without even being given a chance to swim. Still, the appointment to the court of the Mughal emperor could not have come at a better time. Roe's luck had been at an all-time low, both personally and politically. The meager inheritance that he had been left with had diminished into nothingness. His 2 friends at court, Prince Henry and Princess Elizabeth, were gone, the prince dead, the princess married to the Elector of Bohemia. Roe had been a member of Parliament for Tamworth when the East India Company had offered him the post of ambassador to India. It had been a blessing. For their part, the company could not have chosen a better representative. Roe was in the prime of his life, in his mid-30s, ready for a suitable change. He was eloquent and had a dignified bearing and a commanding presence, all qualities fit for a diplomat and an ambassador. Roe turned to look at the other members of the fleet that had accompanied him from England. The Peppercorn, the Expedition, and the Dragon swayed gently in the calm waters of the bar at Surat. The fleet was the finest and best equipped of all that had so far been sent out to India by the East India Company. He ran a finger around his tight collar in hopes of easing the discomfort. What kind of a heathen land was this, where the very heat sapped strength from limbs? It was barely 8 o'clock by his fob watch, and already sweat stewed inside his clothes. The Lion's captain had tersely told him to leave off the adornments, and that though land was sighted, it would be a few days before they would actually step on it. Still, Roe was dressed in what he considered his official ambassador's regalia, his boots peach-shined, his shirt pressed, his cuffs snowy and flowing. Just in case someone had an eyeglass on the Lion, they would not sight the ambassador dressed like a common sailor. Now Roe eyed the captain jealously. He was sweating too but seemed more comfortable in his loose white shirt and trousers. Roe sighed. This was not the least of his troubles. He had had a lot of time to think during his journey here, reading and rereading journals of previous merchants to India and the company's briefings. The emperor had made it absolutely clear that he would not accept a mere merchant as an ambassador and his equal at court. It was rumored that William Edwards, chief of factors and present at Ajmer right now, was styling himself as ambassador. Hawkins also called himself thus, and if Middleton or Best had found their way to Jahangir's presence, they too would have given themselves that lofty title. So where did it leave Roe? He came with that highly suspect title of ambassador, too. But Roe had no intention of being thwarted. The official document from King James crackled in his breast pocket as he straightened up from the railing. He was the first official ambassador from England, and he was determined to be accorded all the rights and respect that would be bestowed upon his king, for he came as a representative of the English court. Roe had with him not only a letter authorizing him as a representative of England but also a missive from James to Jahangir and a letter of instructions to Roe, wherein James outlined his duties in the foreign court. None of the other merchants had this, but Roe was deluged with royal favor and would use any or all of it to prove he was better than Hawkins and Edwards. In thought, Roe leaned over the deck railing and suddenly found the water rushing up to meet him as his feet lifted into the air. A hand grabbed his coat. He felt the cloth strain over his throat as his arms and legs flayed before he was thumped on the wooden boards of the deck. Watch yourself, mate," a huge sailor yelled in Roe's ear as the deck resounded with laughter. Roe rose and dusted himself in as dignified a manner as he could, blood rising to color his overheated face. It had been like this all through the journey, this familiarity, this unwanted intimacy. Now he had finally arrived in the Empire, and his life could follow the strict formality of the court. Sir Thomas Roe expected too much and too soon. He came laden with signs of official patronage, true, but there was to be no good reception. The town of Surat in the province of Gujarat lay under the jurisdiction of Prince Khurram, who had now openly allied himself with the Portuguese. Since Khurram supported the Portuguese, they allowed his ships to trade unhindered in the Arabian Sea but threatened retaliation if the English were allowed to establish an embassy at the Mughal court. News of the defeat of the Portuguese by Downton, which had so delighted both Meronizer and Jahangir a few months ago, reached both Khurram and Roe when his fleet met with the Merchant's Hope, one of Downton's ships on her way back to England from India. While Roe was happy at the news, Khurram was not. The prince did not wish to allow the English to formalize a trading agreement at court, but while he was still a prince, there was very little he could do to stop it. There was, however, one way he could exert his influence. By making sure that Roe did not set foot on Indian soil and by forcing the fleet to return to England divested of its rich cargo. So the next week exercised all of the ambassador's diplomatic skills to the utmost. The ships were searched from mast to hull, and duties were levied according to their cargoes. The crew were also strip-searched for contraband. Roe sent various letters to Mukarrab Khan, governor of the province, insisting upon his rights and demanding that he and his possessions be left unmolested. Roe maintained that in his capacity as ambassador, he alone was exempt from the normal practice of a thorough customs search. Mukarrab immediately sent back a polite letter indicating that all goods had to be thoroughly searched but that he would make an exception in the case of the personal belongings of the ambassador, provided the customs clerk could seal them at the dock and then inspect them at Roe's residence at Surat. They talked back and forth thus, in flowery and meaningless phrases, until Roe had to give in. Once he did, Mukarrab had no other arguments to keep the ambassador from coming ashore, and so 8 days after the Lion anchored off the bar at the mouth of the Tapti, Sir Thomas Roe landed on the coast of India. The 4 English ships were decked in their best finery. Colourful pennants, flags, and ensigns hung from the masts. 100 English soldiers equipped with muskets had gone over earlier in the morning. They stood in 2 rows dressed in full military regalia to form the court of guard to welcome the ambassador. The cannons aboard the fleet boomed out their salute as Roe disembarked from the boat, along with the 4 captains of the fleet. The English soldiers saluted smartly as Roe passed them on his way to a huge open tent. Carpets were laid on the ground in profusion, and under the great silken canopy some 30 Indian nobles were assembled, waiting to welcome the ambassador. Roe stopped and frowned upon coming to the tent. "Why are the Indians still seated?" he demanded. "My lord ambassador, it is the custom in these heathen lands," one of his men whispered. "This is ridiculous. I am a representative of King James. Would these men dare to sit in the presence of a great king?" Roe said irritably, "I will not enter until they stand." One of his attendants ran to inform the gathered Indians of Roe's demands. They talked with each other, while Roe stood outside the tent, his face reddening with anger. Finally, one of the men rose, and the rest of the assembly rose along with him. Somewhat appeased, Roe marched into the tent and went up to the center. One of the Indians made a sign to the interpreter, who started a long speech in broken English with a heavy accent. 30 horses with fine saddles were brought forth as a present to Roe, and he was also given slaves for use in his personal household. Roe graciously accepted the gifts, inclined his head, and marched down to the pier on the Tapti, where he was to be escorted to the house that had been found for him in Surat. Upon arriving there, he found that, contrary to the governor's assurances, his belongings had not been brought to his residence. The ambassador was told that his luggage had been sealed in the customs house until such time that it could be thoroughly searched. So here he was, in an empty house, with no furnishings or even his bedclothes. A jute-strung cot was found for him and put in one of the rooms. He sent for his dinner from one of the Armenian public houses in Surat's main street and ate the fiery food washed down with huge glasses of water. Just as he was retiring to his room, a messenger came running in. "My lord ambassador, your cook has been arrested." Roe jumped up from his cot, retaining the laces on his boots. "Why, where is the man?" He had brought an English cook along with him, unsure of how he would take to native food, and with good reason, Roe thought, flinging on his coat, if this night's meal was any indication of what he would have to eat. "He is in prison, my lord. It would be better for you to free him tonight, for these heathens do not believe in either long prison terms or in trials. The cook will be sentenced to death in the morning." Roe groaned. Would his ordeals never end? The cook had been sent beforehand to the house at Surat to prepare for the ambassador's arrival. On his way through the city, the man had chanced upon an Armenian wine house and they had spent the next few hours getting drunk. Toward evening, the cook had suddenly recalled his responsibilities and had been wandering through the bazaar in search of Rose's house when he had met the governor's brother and his men. The cook had immediately put his hand on his sword and yelled, "Now thou heathen dog!" The governor's brother had been puzzled. What was this Firangi saying to him? So he had asked, "Kya kata?" The cook, too inebriated to attempt an answer, had drawn his sword out of its scabbard and had ineffectually waved it in the air. Although the governor's brother did not understand English, he had recognized the cook's actions as belligerent. His men had immediately fallen upon the cook and thrown him into prison. When the messenger arrived at this point in the story, Ro turned around and went home. He sent word to the governor's brother to do with the cook as he pleased, shrugging off any blame in the matter. The cook was clearly in the wrong, he thought, and if he made too much of a fuss, the small incident could very well blow up into an international affair. After a few hours of deliberation, the man was released and came back to his master's residence much chastened and unhurt, as a courtesy to Ro from the governor's brother. Ro's trials were only beginning. The language barrier, the heat, the unfamiliar customs, would all prey upon him in the coming days. The English had been here before, true. But none of their accounts prepared Ro for India. He sent for Jadoo, the broker who had served other English masters in Surat, and talked with him for long hours. He heard stories about the emperor, his recent illness that had so nearly driven him to his death, his 4 sons, all of whom had equal claims on the throne. Jadoo told him about these 4 princes, how they all wanted the throne, how only Prince Khurram had any authority at all at court, like he did here, in the province of Gujarat where Surat lay. What of the others? Ro asked. Pervez and Shahraya were weaklings, sire, Jadoo said. But Prince Khusrau, at one time he had had everything, now it is all gone. Only a miracle would put him on the throne. Though who knew, miracles did occur. The days passed thus as Sir Thomas Ro, the first official ambassador from England, lived in his empty rooms with his cot and his cook. His furniture rotted in the customs houses, and he conversed often with the very courteous Governor Mukarrab Khan. But his hands were so woefully tied, Mukarrab said, he could do little about releasing the ambassador's effects. A few more days of waiting, perhaps. So Ro waited, wondering if Surat was to be his first and last stop in India. It was doubtful he would even reach Emperor Jahangir's court. Prince Khusrau peered at the book in his hands. The words on the page swam, flitted, grew bigger and then smaller. He held his right index finger steadily on the paper, and bent his head close. His mouth formed the word, willow. Then laboriously, his finger moved to the next word, and he strained to read it. The beginnings of an ache started in his forehead and wound its painful fingers around his skull. His vision blurred, and Khusrau wiped his left eye over and over again. Finally, he had one sentence. Under the nodding willow the poppy lies in blood. The prince put the book down and lay back on his divan. This was the only sentence he would read today, and every day, although Khalifa read to him, he forced this exercise upon himself. He thought about that arduously gained sentence and saw in his mind the tiny new leaves of a springtime willow, shivering in the breeze, a carpet of poppies, blood beneath it, the perfume of violets in the cornfields. It was from Bahar's poem The Miracle of Spring. Khusrau liked this poem because, unlike others he had read, it painted pictures in his head of what he had once seen. Some of the others were epics, stories of fathers and sons and grandsons, all mighty, all engaged in some battle that won them glory. A little prick of restlessness ignited something deep within him. Khusrau held himself rigid on the divan, but the feeling spread from his fingers to his hands and arms, through his body, until he was shaking. He felt for a cushion, picked it up, and threw it from him. There was a soft thud, and then the tinkling crash of glass breaking. Tears came to his eyes. Khusrau doubled over and began to bawl. Some part of his mind stayed sane, but it was such a weak part, and this was so overwhelming, that Khusrau could only howl, beating his fists upon the divan, ripping through the cover with his nails, flinging himself to the ground. He began whacking his head on the floor again and again. Khalifa came running into the room, her wave flying off her hair. She rushed to Khusrau, fastened her arms around his shoulders, and pulled him onto her lap. He still flayed about, still yelled, his shouts echoed in her ears, but Khalifa held him fast. "Hush, my lord, hush," she said, little else, just this, until Khusrau quieted. His wet face was buried into her chest. He gripped her ribs with his hands until a burning spread over Khalifa's skin. But she still held on to him and rocked him. "Why?" Khusrau asked. "I do not know, my lord," Khalifa said, then her voice became hard. "The emperor does as he pleases. Blinding you has pleased him." They sat like that on the Persian carpets, hand-woven in the finest workshops in Agra, their designs so intricate that it seemed as though rubbing the delicate white jasmine buds would release their fragrance around them. But Khusrau could see none of this. Khusrau was born in 1587 to Manbai, Jahangir's first wife. He was the first son, the cherished and beloved heir to the empire. There were few in the realm who had forgotten Akbar's heartache and their desperation for an heir before Jahangir's birth. So Khusrau was a blessing. When Khusrau was 17, he was married to Khalifa, whose father was the Khan Azam, the first lord of the realm, a minister with a long-standing relationship with Akbar, and a man of enormous influence. Khusrau's maternal uncle was also a man with no little authority at court. Raja Man Singh was a brave soldier, an able commander, and his power was molded through years of experience and service to Akbar. These two men, father-in-law and uncle to Khusrau, watched the ferocious sparring between Jahangir and his father. So even before Akbar died, they presented Khusrau to the nobles as the next heir to the empire, bypassing his father completely. Old and ailing as Emperor Akbar was, as much as he was resentful toward Jahangir during the last years of his life, he was insistent upon one thing: the crown belonged to Jahangir, not Khusrau. The prince lifted his face finally from Khalifa's chest and peered at her face. His hands no longer trembled, that terrible hopelessness that made him act so madly had gone. He could not see much of his wife. A smile. He touched her mouth, and his fingers moved over smooth teeth that glimmered like pearls through the fog of his vision. "I give you so much trouble, Khalifa," he said. "No, my lord." She smiled again, and this time he could hear it in her voice. "Nothing you do gives me pain. I only wish that you were more easy within yourself." The prince put his face against Khalifa's. He had given her a rotten life. She should have been an empress, ruling over the imperial zenana, and their two sons should have worn the proud marks of heirs on their foreheads. Instead, they lived like this, on the fringes of the court. Once, he had been lauded as the next emperor, now he was nothing. Half blind, with only memories of how the sun streaked gold and yellow at setting or the gleaming coat and magnificent lines of his favorite Arabian horse, half demented too. It was said that there was a strain of madness in his mother's family. Khusrau believed it, especially when the attacks of desperation came upon him, every single day. Through all this, the only one constant was Khalifa. The princess pushed Khusrau to lean against the divan, picked up his book, and began to read to him. He heard the wonders of spring and heard how the line he had so tormentingly read came somewhere in the middle of the poem, framed thus: "Bright with a myriad jewels the weed-swept fields are starred. Under the nodding willow the poppy lies in blood, sudden the blow that smote her, drenched her in crimson flood." A message came to them then. Raja Man Singh had died in the Deccan fighting alongside the Khanai Khanan and Parvez. 60 of his wives had jumped into his funeral pyre and burned themselves to death, becoming sati. Khusrau had not seen his uncle in the past few years. Jahangir deliberately kept them apart. The prince started to howl again, hugely, his madness coming upon him once more. His uncle was dead. His father-in-law had been stripped of his titles and sent to live in his Jaagir to be a landlord. Who would now help him become emperor? They all said Khurram would be the next emperor. But what of his claim? Why not Khusrau instead of Khurram? He yelled and screamed, and Khalifa tried to pacify him. She too was frightened. She had little trust in her father, having had more confidence in Khusro's uncle. Now he was gone. They were alone. But they were not entirely alone. In another part of the palaces, a woman thought of them. She was determined that Khurram would never wear the crown. And her daughter needed to marry a royal prince. Raja Man Singh was dead, the Khan Azam lived in ignominy, Khusrau had lost his two most ardent supporters. But he still had some charm, some standing in the empire. The nobles did not so easily forget his birth, and Miranizer could now give him consequence. Sir Thomas Roe was miserable. He held on listlessly to the reins as his horse ambled down the large unpaved road, gutted here and there by the wheels of carts and carriages. A sudden gust of breeze blew dust into his eyes. Roe pulled his scarf close around his face, covering his mouth and nose. This was the only concession the ambassador had made so far against the heat and dust of India. Despite suggestions from his native servants, he insisted on retaining his English garb, entirely unsuited to the climate. He was dressed in the manner of an English courtier, silk shirt with an embroidered collar, a waistcoat and a long jacket, tight knee breeches and stockings on his legs. His feet were clad in half-length boots reaching to his knees. Roe moaned as he looked down at his shoes. The black glossy shine from the morning was now dull with dust. His collar had wilted in the heat, lying about his neck like a dying snake, and his maroon coat was a drab brown. It was the month of November, but in the plains, the afternoon sun was blistering. Someone, and Roe searched through his steaming brain for who, had written home that in India there were only two seasons. The hot weather, and the less hot weather. Roe undid the top buttons of his waistcoat and wiped a grimy hand over his forehead. "When are we going to stop for lunch?" he asked Jadoo. Jadoo was a small, wiry man with a huge, ever-present smile. He grinned at Roe, showing yellow teeth stained with tobacco and a large gap in the front where a tooth had been knocked out during a fight. "Soon, Sahib. Perhaps you would not feel the heat so much if you dressed like me," Jadoo said slyly, gesturing at his own clothes. Roe stared at him in disgust. How could he dress like a heathen? He was the official ambassador to India and as such had a dignity to maintain, and that did not include dressing like the natives. Roe looked around him. He was accompanied by an odd assortment of soldiers and servants. Roe had hired 50 Pathan soldiers at Surat to guard him during the journey to Ajmer. Jahangir had promised the ambassador protection, but Roe did not trust anyone in India yet, so he had hired his own guards to protect him from bandits and the Portuguese. It was Miranizer, Roe thought it was Jahangir from the official farmans that made their way to him, who had scolded Mukarrab Khan for the ambassador's delay in presenting himself at court. Roe found himself once again in possession of his luggage, and completely intact, the seals from the customs dock still unbroken. Mukarrab Khan had also sent Roe many gifts, among them oxen with bags of skin to carry water during the trip, baskets of fresh fruit and vegetables, and a few chickens for meat. Roe had also accepted a camel from the governor to carry his luggage. It was all very bewildering. After forcing him to stay at Surat, watching his every move, all at once it was Mukarrab's hand that bade him the most enthusiastic farewell. Roe was suspicious. Why? Was he safer at Surat after all? But he could not stay there, of course he was here to meet Emperor Jahangir. The party trudged up the road, raising a mountain of dust in their wake. They crested the rise and Burhanpur came into sight. Roe's heart plummeted. What sort of a town was this? Most of the houses were of mud with thatched roofs, or of an indifferent sun-bleached brick. In the center stood a huge red sandstone castle, which was home now to Prince Parvez, Jahangir's second son. Burhanpur was said to be one of the strongholds of the Mughal Empire. It was from here the Deccan campaigns were mounted. Hills scorched of vegetation rose in the distance, naked and an unpleasant brown. Then Ro looked down into the valley again. The plains were lavish with a serene green, fed by the river Tapti. As far as his eye could see, on either side of the road, the fields were emerald with wheat and barley. Grey partridges ran around in the fields, feeding on the ripening crop. A breeze came sweeping up from the valley and sent cool fingers of air over Ro's face. He prodded his horse to a trot, heading down the road to Burhanpur. In the city, they found the sarai, the rest house, where he had been promised accommodation. Ro was given 4 brick-walled rooms with small windows, but the heat was so overwhelming inside that he decided to pitch his tents in a nearby garden. A few hours later Ro was relaxing in his tent when Jadoo came in. The broker grinned at him. "Are you feeling better, Sahib?" "Much better. The heat is terrible," Ro sighed. "When should I visit the prince? And what should I take for him?" "You should see him tomorrow. He has heard of your arrival and is waiting for you. It will be better to observe court etiquette during your visit. Prince Parvez holds court here just as the emperor does in Ajmer. It will be a good practice for you for when you go to see the emperor." "I know how to conduct myself in court," Ro replied crossly. "Remember that I come from the court of the great King James of England," Jadoo completed for him patiently, having heard that refrain many times. Yes, I know that, Sahib. But the rules and customs are different here. It is better if you are familiar with them. You will have to take rich gifts to the prince if you want him to notice you. You see," Jadoo hesitated, "your honor depends upon the richness of your gifts. The more expensive they are, the more you are deemed to respect our imperial family." "I see." Ro rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "I wish to ask Prince Parvez for permission to set up an English factory here. The sword blades made in Burhanpur will serve the English army well. If you please the prince, he will be happy to grant your request." The next morning Ro arose early. He went to the fort with his guards but was forced to leave them at the front gate. This he was told politely by the imperial guards. No one was to enter the prince's presence with his own escort, he would be safe enough inside. So the presents Ro brought changed hands, and the royal servants followed behind him. Ro was led through a confusing maze of corridors to a central courtyard. 100 armed soldiers lined 2 sides of the yard. These were the prince's personal bodyguards. A plush red velvet divan sat on a pedestal in the veranda on the far side. A silver cloth canopy fringed with pearls and supported by 4 silver pillars topped it. The courtyard was crowded with nobles and army commanders. Ro stopped at the entrance to the courtyard, transfixed by the lushness of what he saw. Every scabbard was adorned with glittering rubies and emeralds, almost every turban and coat was of silk or brocade. Jewels gleamed on fingers. There was color everywhere, bright, vivid, primary colors all brightened by the morning sun that slanted through the open roof. There were horses and elephants at the back where Ro stood, their tails gently swishing off flies, adorned as the nobles were, in rich trappings. Ro walked solemnly past the line of soldiers, aware that when he was announced, every single eye turned upon him in curiosity. One of the court officials came up to him. "Sahib, it is court etiquette to go down on your knees and touch your head to the ground in front of the prince," he whispered. Ro frowned. "I cannot do that. As ambassador of King James, first represent him. How can one royal prince pay obeisance to another in such a manner?" The official tried to convince Ro, shrugged, and melted to the back. Ro marched on, until he reached the end of the courtyard. 3 stone steps led to the raised veranda where Parvez sat on a throne. "I bring you greetings from His Royal Majesty, King James of England. We come in peace, to foster a friendship with His Majesty, Emperor Jahangir." "You are welcome to India," Parvez replied in a weak voice. Ro looked at Parvez in amazement. This was a royal prince. His skin was flushed, his eyes bloodshot, his bones sticking out everywhere, in thin wrists, a scrawny neck, a prominent forehead. His jeweled turban was so huge that it fell over his eyes from time to time. His coat hung grotesquely loose on his emaciated frame. Ro's gaze turned to the man standing next to the prince. This must be the Khan-i-Khanan, Abdur Rahim, who was the prince's official guardian. The Khan-i-Khanan was an old man, at least in his 50s. His hair and beard were completely white, startling against his thickly brown skin, but he held himself erect, and keen, intelligent eyes surveyed Ro. Jadoo had said that it was Abdur Rahim and not Parvez who ruled Burhanpur. Ro could see why. The Khan-i-Khanan was evidently a man of strong character, one well used to controlling people around him, as he did the prince. Parvez leaned toward Abdur Rahim for approval each time he spoke. Tell us about your king, Parvez commanded. What would you like to know, Your Highness? Everything. Ro described court life in England briefly and as well as he could, the person and family of King James. After a few minutes Ro became flustered and his speech faltered. He had been kept standing. Did the prince not have the courtesy to offer him a seat? Your Highness, Ro said to Parvez. It is customary in my country that an ambassador is treated equal to the king he represents. I ask permission to ascend the steps and come closer to you so that we may be at the same level. Parvez glanced at the Khan-i-Khanan. Abdur Rahim's head shifted in a no. That is not possible, he replied brusquely. Why, even if the kings of Persia or Turkey came to visit me, they would stand where you are now. But you would rise from your seat and come down to meet them, Your Highness. Why should it be different with the ambassador of the court of England? Ro said a little heatedly. It is not different. You are accorded all the courtesies that would be given to them. I beg pardon, Your Highness. But at least, order a chair for me, so that I may sit down. No one sits in the imperial presence, that is the rule of the court, Parvez said. As the prince spoke, his eyes alighted on the packing cases behind Ro. Presents from England for the prince. His tone softer now, the prince said, I give you leave to come closer to the throne as a courtesy. You can stand near the pillar. He indicated one of the pillars that held up the silver canopy above his head. Ro had to give in. He could not very well argue with a royal prince. Ro went to the pillar and slid down against it until his knees were bent. If he would not be given permission to sit on a chair, he would sit on his feet. A small murmur of amusement brushed through the courtyard. The Firangi was stubborn. What would he do at the imperial court, where the empress set the tone of the proceedings? Parvez continued to talk to Ro. Finally Ro asked his favor. Would His Highness grant permission to set up an English factory at Burhanpur? Certainly, Parvez said. He looked around for his bakshi, his paymaster. Prepare a farm in allowing the ambassador to set up an English factory here. Bring it to me for the seal. Parvez turned back to Ro. I will retire now to my private apartments and send for you in a few minutes. There, you can sit in my presence and we will talk some more about England. As you wish, Your Highness. Ro bowed to Parvez as he left the courtyard. 2 hours passed and Ro sat in the courtyard awaiting Parvez's summons. Servants ran around busy with their work, but when Ro asked them about the prince, they merely shrugged and gave him a smile. Toward noon, someone brought Ro a plate of food. He ate it and waited. And waited. Finally, at sunset Ro saw the Khan-i-Khanan striding toward him. Abdur Rahim bowed. Ambassador, the prince sends his regrets. He will not be able to see you today. He is, incapacitated. What happened? Ro demanded. Abdur Rahim spread his hands out in an expression of regret. The prince found one of your gifts to be, shall we say, highly intoxicating. Rahim smiled. He has been put to bed and can unfortunately meet no one today. Among Ro's gifts was a case of English brandy. The dissolute prince had been drinking from the time he had left the court and was now lying in his apartments in a drunken stupor. Disgusted, Ro left for his camp. That night, tired from waiting in the hot sun and moving to where the shade fell, Ro fell ill with a fever. He lay in his bed for days, not knowing where he was, delirious from the high temperature. Missives came from Emperor Jahangir commanding his presence at court, but Ro could barely read them, let alone rise from his mattress and mount a horse. When the fever abated slightly, Ro gave orders for the move. He was still weak, his arms and legs turned to water by the fever, but he insisted upon continuing on his journey to the court of the Mughal emperor at Mandu. Chapter 17 He hath one beloved wife among foray, that holy Govinet him. William Foster, ed. The Embassy of Sir Thomas Roe to India. The man glanced around the tree, his heart banging loud in his chest. The sound seemed to reverberate in the still night air. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The two Kashmiri guards seemed oblivious of his presence. They stood in front of the entrance to the zenana with spears in their hands. If they caught him here, it had been absolute luck that had brought him so far, past the Ahadis and the Rajput guards outside the palace. He wiped his sweating brow with the back of a grimy sleeve. How was he to get inside? Just then, someone called out to the two women. They turned to the intruder, their spear tips horizontal with the ground, their feet astride. "Who goes there?" one of them shouted. "It is I." A man came into view. The guards relaxed as they recognized a friend. The man behind the tree listened to their conversation. The guards laughed and chatted with their friend and in a few minutes were persuaded to leave their post to get a cup of chai. As soon as he saw his chance, the man slipped from behind the tree and ran to the entrance. The door handles were fastened with a massive iron chain and a lock. He looked around. The zenana wall was not very high, and along the wall were niches to hold oil lamps. The man heard voices. The guards were coming back. Within a few seconds, he had scaled the wall, using the niches as footholds. He dropped silently on the other side just as the guards came back to their posts. Nizam leaned against the wall, his ear to the stones, and listened intently. The guards had noticed nothing. He grinned to himself. He was now within the walls of the exalted zenana, the abode of the royal ladies, where few commoners had set foot before him. The gardens at the entrance stretched in the darkness, bushes and trees shielding the buildings from view. Nizam frowned with concentration, trying to recall his conversation with the Noach girl. He had visited her a month ago for the first time, and she had gloated of her success in the zenana. She had serviced the emperor himself, she had said. Probably an idle boast, Nizam thought, for it was well known that the emperor had over 300 women at his harem, and would he have left Empress Noor Jahan's bed for even one night? For a common Noach girl. However, that boast allowed the woman to increase her price. A lot of men wanted to sleep with the woman who had slept with the emperor. He had gone to her out of curiosity. At first, the woman had been coy, but a few cuffs on her head had straightened that. She had not seen the empress but had ventured throughout the zenana. In a few days, the prostitute had given Nizam all the information he had wanted, the layout of the zenana, where the guards were positioned, and, more important, where Merenice's private apartments were. Nizam stayed where he was until his heart calmed down. If he returned tomorrow after having glimpsed Merenice's face, he would win his bet. His friends had dared him to go into the zenana to see the veiled empress. The price was 100 gold mohurs, a small fortune. There was a half moon tonight, just enough light to see but not so much that he would be seen. He was dressed in black anyway, and if any woman looked out of her windows, she would only see the shadows move. Nizam had also blackened his face and hands with coal shavings. He moved away from the wall, his bare feet light on the grass, and came to an open courtyard. At one end a large palace rose to the sky. This was the Empress Jagat Gosini's palace. The corridor along the face of the building was lit with torches, and 2 eunuchs marched up and down the length of it. Nizam circled the building and came to another garden. Was this it? No, further down, the Noach girl had said. Finally he came to a small mosque set in an artificial pond. The white marble dome gleamed in the light of the moon. Nizam swiftly circumvented the pond and reached its eastern side. From there he could see Meraniser's palace. It was a huge sandstone building built around a central courtyard. 4 minarets rose from the corners, each topped by a circular balcony with a guard in it. The Empress's private apartments were on the eastern side. Nizam had to enter the palace and somehow gain access to the central courtyard, where he could hide himself. He sped along the lit corridor, darting behind the pillars whenever he heard a sound. The main doorway was open, and he slid through it to the courtyard. Stone steps led down into the garden. A fountain spewed water in a comfortable gurgle in the center. Nizam found a stone bench to sit on. From there, he could look up to the first floor, where, he had been told, Meraniser slept. Now that he was here, there was no fear in him anymore. He was so close to the Empress. A few more steps and he would be in her bedchamber. He pulled his shawl close around him and huddled in one corner. As the night wore on, Nizam slept. Meraniser opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. The door opened softly, and Hoshiar Khan put his head around it. Are you awake, Your Majesty? Yes, come in. What is on the agenda for today? Hoshiar pulled out a piece of paper from the sleeve of his kaba and started reading. Meraniser listened with half an ear as she looked out toward the veranda. The eastern wall of her room merged into the veranda. Stone arches lined the wall, curtained with thin silk. The sky lightened into shades of pink and red as the sun prepared to rise. Good. Meraniser cut Hoshiar short. Call for my toilette. I will listen to the rest while I am dressing. As you wish. As soon as Hoshiar left, 2 pretty slave girls came bustling in. They helped the Empress wash her face and brush her teeth. She was alone this morning. Jahangir had been hunting and had sent word late yesterday that they were delayed and would spend the night at a sarai. So today she would sit at a common Jaraka balcony, where both the emperors and her supplicants would come. It would be a long and tiring day. Shall I prepare your clothes for the Jaraka? A slave girl asked. Not yet. Meraniser went out into the corridor and walked up to the edge, from where she could look over into the garden. The palace was just stirring. She put an elbow on the parapet and leaned her chin against her hand as she gazed down into the garden. She stood watching the goldfish swimming in the pools of water, the dew on the leaves, breathing in the earthy smells of the early morning. It was a small moment of peace, snatched from a day filled with duties of state and the other thoughts that troubled her. How was she to approach Khusrau for Ladli? What would he say? He would be grateful, of course, because if her favor shone upon him, he would be elevated out of his worthless existence and given prominence once more. But she would do this carefully. Somehow, things had gone wrong with Khurram. The rot had begun inside their junta, within them, long before the nobles at court were aware of it. But Meraniser knew that rumors swirled around the court that Khurram no longer had her support, and that he no longer gave her his endorsement. He had called a conference of sorts during the emperor's illness. The fool! Had he not learned anything from Khusrau? Hadn't he stopped to think what would happen if Jahangir recovered? The emperor and she said nothing to Khurram about this, but they watched him with care. Uppermost in both their minds was the thought that if Khurram was this hasty in wanting the throne while his father lay ill, would he be as scheming now that his father had returned to health? One result of Khurram's actions was that the rift between them was no longer a secret. The nobles and commanders knew, the Zenana knew, and so the empire knew. Cracks had begun to appear in the junta's solid front. As yet there were no repercussions. Not even in the junta itself. Babur said little, he had grown too old to assert his will. Khurram still came to the meetings, But with each one, another invisible brick built up a wall between them through which only polite phrases passed. And Abul, Miraniza always thought long and hard about her brother's loyalties. Abul and she were bound by blood, but Khurram was his son-in-law. It was an uneasy relationship now. She leaned her head against a pillar. Nizam awoke with a start as he tumbled off the stone bench. He shook his head to clear his sleep-fogged brain and stared around him. Where was he? He heard the tinkle of gold bangles and parted the leaves of a jasmine bush. A woman stood in the upper balcony. Nizam's breath choked in his chest. Was this the Empress? From this distance, he saw the slim figure, hands clad in diamond and sapphire rings, and hair that shone like ebony cascading over her shoulders. The lady moved, and her bangles tinkled again. She rubbed her eyes with her palms and then stretched, raising her arms over her head. Nizam gawked, mouth open. Now he could see her eyes, they were the blue of a finely etched turquoise. This had to be the Empress. He had seen her. Miraniza straightened from the parapet and rubbed her neck. She had slept awkwardly. The bed had been empty beside her, too large and uncomfortable without Jahangir to edge her to one side. So she had slept aslant, cast the pillows off, waking several times with the dampness of sweat in the folds of her elbows and knees. She lifted the heavy mass of her hair from her nape. If she could cut it off, thin it somehow, these summer months would be more bearable. But the Emperor would not listen to even a suggestion about this. He wanted her hair long. She started to turn away. It was time to dress for the Jaraka. The nobles would be waiting. A movement caught her eye. Miraniza gazed intently at the bushes to her left. The leaves rustled again. Who was in the garden early in the morning? She moved away from the parapet, as though she were going, and slid behind the pillar and waited. When she put her head out after a few minutes, she stared in shock as a man came out from behind the bushes. Who was he? Not one of the eunuchs, and no other men were allowed this far into the Zenana apartments, not into her apartments anyway. The man knelt by the pool, dipped his hands in the water, and washed his face. Your Majesty. Hush, Miraniza whispered as she put a finger to her lips and beckoned. Koshiar came to stand by her. Who is that person? Miraniza pointed to Nizam. Koshiar gazed at him in surprise. I don't know, Your Majesty. He is not one of the staff. An intruder. Koshiar's glance was troubled. This is impossible, Your Majesty. Who would dare enter the Imperial Zenana without permission? Does he want to die? Bring me my quiver and bow. Quick. Miraniza hissed. Koshiar ran into the adjoining chamber and came back with a gold quiver and bow. The arrow shafts were made of silver, and the tips of gold. She put an arrow on the bow and pulled back the string. She nodded to Hoshiar Khan. Hey you, Hoshiar yelled. Nizam looked up. The expression froze on his face when he saw Miraniza, her bow drawn. Before he had time to react, the arrow left the bow and hissed as it cut through the air. It struck him squarely in his chest and went right through his heart. The garden was soon full of people. Eunuchs, slaves, and attendants rushed out upon hearing Hoshiar's shout and arrived just in time to see Nizam frantically clawing at the arrow sticking out of his breast. As they watched, Nizam toppled over into the pool. The water dyed a deep red, and his body floated in the pool face down. Find out who he is and then feed his corpse to the dogs, Miraniza said curtly. She went back to her bedchamber to dress for the Jaraka. By the time she came out, the body had been taken away and eunuchs were carefully draining the bloody water out of the pool. When the Empress returned to her palace after the Jaraka, the pool was clear again and the goldfish swam about undisturbed. The day passed, and whispers grew into a forest of noise in the Imperial Zenana. Miraniza had forgotten that all she needed to do was stumble just a little. And many hands would flinch from aiding her. Too many feet would willingly stomp on her while she was down. Chapter 18. Is it the same Noor Jahan who behind the curtain of Jahangir was but the true ruler of the time? Is it the same lady that if her delicate forehead creased, the leaves of governance creased too? No, this Noor Jahan now is not the same. No more her conceit, cruel charms, devastating coquetry. A criminal. She has no supporter, no advocate, forlorn, homeless, belonging nowhere. Ellison Banks Findly, Noor Jahan Mandu was in the district of Gujarat and had the reputation of being the most impregnable city in the world. It sat atop a mountain, within a fort. There was no necessity for a moat, since the walls of the mountain fell away steeply from the fort's edge and plunged into a forested ravine whose depth had never been gauged. There were only two gates to the fort, a southern one called the Tarapur Gate, and one on the north, the Delhi Gate. The roads to both entrances climbed sharply from the bottom of the mountain, and in fact, only the Delhi Gate was accessible at all. Horses and camels found the climb strenuous. Humans on foot had to claw their way up and rest every half mile to draw dwindling air into their lungs. Elephants lumbered up only with the greatest difficulty, their bulk pulling them ever downward with each step. The only way to storm the fort at Mandu was to cut off supplies at the bottom of the north and south roads and wait until the inhabitants starved. Trying to besiege the fort any other way was an invitation to death. Mandu's defenders would simply pick off their tired targets one by one from the fort's ramparts and send their bodies careening down into the patch of green in the ravine. The fort itself was 200 years old, built in the middle of the 14th century by Dilawar Khan Ghori and added to by his son, all of this long before the Mughals came to India. So far into the sky, the rain tumbled generously into Mandu and filled the 16 huge water tanks dispersed over the city. The Ghoris, father and son, had built massive palaces, mosques, cobbled streets, bazaars, colleges, schools, tombs, and lush gardens. Mandu was a thriving, flourishing little jewel for over 100 years. Then its fortunes changed as its owners changed. Battles were fought, although Mandu resisted invasion, kings died, treasuries emptied, people fled down the steep slopes to find habitation in the plains. And Mandu slowly died. Its fortunes changed yet again, when Emperor Akbar conquered the city and added it to the empire, but he did not visit here. Jahangir and Miranizer gave orders for the city to be rebuilt again while they were at Ajmer. They moved from Ajmer to Mandu once the restoration was complete. The city took on life when palace walls and floors were replastered, smoothed, and polished, when the ghosts who had lived there for 100 years were banished, when the trees, bushes, and grass were hacked back to obedience, and the water tanks were cleaned and filled with sweet rainwater. The skies darkened over Mandu the night of Nizam's death. Miranizer and Jahangir slept outside under an inverted dome of confetti-like stars, all pressing close from the heavens. The next morning, before sunrise, a terrible jangling sounded all through the palace. Jahangir groaned and buried his face into the mattress. Who is doing that? He put a pillow over his head. The din grew around them, unceasing, until they could ignore it no longer. Miranizer pulled at the pillow. You must rise, Your Majesty. It is the chain of justice that makes this noise. The chain of justice was a thickly linked gold chain hung with 60 bells. When Jahangir first became emperor, he thought much about his duties and responsibilities to the empire. So he drew up the 12 rules of conduct, the Dastaru el-Amal, edicts meant to be followed by all his realm's inhabitants. Some were based on practicalities like the law of escheat, which said that upon a noble's death, his property would not revert back to the crown but fall naturally upon the man's heirs, his sons. Some were moral. The emperor imposed a wide and sweeping prohibition on consumption of liquor in the empire. Jahangir did not follow this last rule himself and charitably disregarded its ill usage either at court or in the imperial zenana. His only condition was that no courtier should come before him at the divan-i-am or the divan-i-khas with alcohol on his breath. Thus the guards checked their mouths each day, along with their passers. There was one rule Jahangir imposed on himself, the chain of justice. It was strung first on the battlements of the fort at Agra, its other end tied to a wooden stake on the banks of the Yamuna. It was another way for Jahangir to meet with the people of his empire, the commoners who did not have access to his court. Anyone who had a grievance and felt that the Qazis had not properly addressed it in the law courts could come and shake the chain, and they would have the emperor's ear. The chain accompanied Jahangir when he travelled and was strung up wherever he stayed. Over the years, without his knowledge, an etiquette grew around the chain of justice. Palms had to be crossed with silver rupees before access was allowed to the chain, the guards screened anyone calling for justice, attendants stopped supplicants at spear point and demanded to know what their complaint was and why. The chain remained largely silent. But not this morning. The might of the 60 bells, all pealing at the same time, bounced and echoed off the walls of the fort at Mandu. The whole city woke to that clamor. Koshiyar came running into the room. "Your Majesties, there is a woman outside ringing the bells. Ask her to stop that infernal noise," Jahangir moaned, clutching his head. "We will be at the Jaraka in a few minutes." "Your Majesty, she refuses to stop. She says that she will stop only when you come." Jahangir and Meranizer rose hurriedly and flew through the corridors to the Jaraka window. The entire Zenana, women, eunuchs, and slaves followed them. The din was almost too much to bear and banged in their ears as they climbed the steps to the balcony. The courtyard below was already crowded with nobles and courtiers, who had also hurried out of their beds. Everyone was curious. Meranizer looked at the woman who had roused them from their sleep. Her graying hair flew about her shoulders, and her veil had slipped off her head. Unmindful of their presence, she yanked at the chain again and again as tears ran down the grooves of deeply wrought wrinkles on her brown face. She was a small woman, and the chain was heavy, but something gave her the strength to pull at the chain and release it, over and over again. One of the attendants said something to her. Then he had to grab her by the shoulders, shake her, and point to the Jaraka balcony. She stopped, and the silence that came fell sweetly upon all of them. The woman turned and ran up to the Jaraka window. She threw herself down on her knees and raised her hands. "Your Majesty, I want justice," she cried. "And you shall have it. Tell us the problem," Jahangir commanded. "Your Majesty, my son was killed yesterday," the woman said, wailing. "He was my only child, the support of my old age. Now he is gone, murdered. Who killed your son? What was your son's crime?" "There was no crime, Your Majesty. Just a childish mistake, and for that his life was taken." "Who killed your son?" Jahangir demanded again. The woman was quiet. She wiped her tears carefully and looked at the veiled figure by Jahangir's side. She lifted a finger and pointed toward Meranizer. "She did it." The courtyard echoed with shouts. Meranizer gripped the parapet and leaned over. What was this? What was this woman saying? "Silence!" Jahangir shouted, holding up his hands. Anger colored his face. "Do you know who you are accusing of murder?" "Yes, I do, Your Majesty. Empress Noor Jahan killed my son yesterday," the woman wailed. "You have promised me justice. Sentence the murderer to death." The nobles in the courtyard started to murmur. In the Zenana enclosure behind Meranizer, one woman cried out, "Justice from His Majesty, the Adil Padshah." Meranizer heard the cry. Whose voice was it? Empress Jagat Gosini, or one of her underlings? She turned to look back, but the other women, and then the men below, picked up the chant. They started to yell, "Justice! Justice!" "Meranizer," Jahangir said, reaching for her hand. "What am I to do now? How do we silence them? Is she the mother of the intruder in your palace?" She had to lean forward to hear his words. A small breeze caught the chant and sent it spiraling over the walls of the palace into the city. "Justice! Justice!" Meranizer started to tremble, for the first time seeing how much she was really abhorred by almost everyone. People jabbed their fists in the air. They all looked only at her, not at the emperor. Jahangir held her hand tight. "What shall I do?" he asked again. She could not reply, fear coming to blossom inside her. Once, early in their marriage, one of her cousins had killed a child in the streets of Agra. He had been goading his elephant beyond its normal speed, and the child had darted across the elephant's path only to be thrown violently to one side. The child's parents had demanded justice too, and the emperor had given it to them by his rules. A life for a life. It had not mattered that the perpetrator had been her cousin, he had been ordered trampled to death by elephants. What would Jahangir do now? He turned from her to the courtyard and held up his hand, and he held it in the air until the noise stopped. "What crime is your son accused of?" he said harshly to the woman below them. "Your Majesty," the woman replied in a small voice. He entered the zenana to catch a glimpse of the empress. A touch of disapproval went through the assembled courtiers. They had reacted instinctively to the call from the zenana that justice must be served. What the crime was, they had not known. The men were quiet now. It was forbidden to see the exalted ladies of the zenana, of any zenana for that matter. Almost at once, the tide of opinion swung back in Mereniser's favor. She had been right to kill the commoner. After all, once he had so deceitfully seen her face, he could not possibly expect to live. If she had not done this, Jahangir would have ordered it. "Do you consider that a childish prank?" Jahangir asked. "Yes, I do." The woman lifted defiant eyes to Jahangir's face. Her tears had dried, her back had straightened. "He meant no harm, Your Majesty." He had heard tales of the Empress's beauty and wished to see her. "Since you have brought your plea to me, I will render justice thus. The Empress will be arrested immediately and taken into custody. The case will come before the Chief Justice of the court tomorrow. I agree to abide by the Qazi's decision." Jahangir's voice faltered, "even if it is death." Nizam's mother bent to touch her head to the ground. Two of the zenana Kashmiri guards came to escort Mereniser back to her apartments. She stumbled on her way out, and Jahangir steadied her. "Go, my dear," he said. "I will take care of everything." Mereniser returned to her rooms in a daze, Hoshiar a few steps behind. In the courtyard behind, the nobles began to clap in rhythm, the sound like evenly paced gunshots. One after another. They did not shout or talk again, they just clapped. The morning hours passed, and news of Mereniser's downfall reached every corner of Mandu. Courtiers hurried home to tell their wives and those unfortunate neighbors who had not answered the bell's summons. Prince Khurram had been in the courtyard, and his hand had been one of the first raised, his voice had shouted the loudest. He wanted Mereniser destroyed, she was of no use to him anymore. And Abul had stood by Khurram, his hand on the prince's shoulder. The voice that had first spoken in the zenana enclosure had been Arjuman's. A rush of excitement coursed through the harem. This was no mere fight between Mereniser and the emperor, nothing she could cajole him out of with her wiles and her spells. This was the end. This was surely the end. Tomorrow, the Qazi would render judgment the only way it was done in the Mughal Empire. A life for a life. A death for a death. Anything else, any other leeway granted to the Empress, would smack of imperial favor, of injustice, of prejudice. And so little pockets of hatred filled all over the zenana, fueled by gossip and revulsion. A group of zenana women compose a ballad and had it smuggled out of the imperial harem. By afternoon, the street minstrels set it to music and sang the ballad through the day and into the night. Mereniser stayed in her apartments, embroidering the hem of a new ghagara. She worked on it steadily, dipping her needle into a bowl of pearls, threading the silk through the hole in the center of each pearl, and attaching it to the raw green silk of the skirt. She heard the ballad sung in the deep voices of the men in the streets outside. They called her a criminal, they called for her demise. Hoshiar watched over her all through the day. She did not eat. He tried to coax her, but she refused, drinking only water. Every now and then, her hand trembled and she put away the ghagara, clasped her hands in her lap and waited for the trembling to subside. Then she forced herself to begin again. The song played outside her windows incessantly. Was she a criminal? Had she done wrong in killing a man who had practically put his neck out with his actions? She felt no guilt, no overwhelming sense of wrong. Nizam, that was his name, had come into the imperial zenana knowing full well that if he were caught he would die. She had merely executed the death sentence. Why this tremendous outrage? She was disliked. This she knew. Khurram had reason for it, so did Empress Jagat Gosini and the other ladies in the harem. But Abul, her own brother. Her hand shook, and she cast away the embroidery. Abul's devotion lay with money and titles. Had he forgotten that the very clothes he wore, the title that marked him as one of the grandees of the empire, the house he inhabited, his daughter's marriage to Khurram, all had come through her. Miraniza picked up instead the thick volume of the Shahnama, the Book of Kings, by Firdausi. Her bookmark, a slender gold wire topped with a ruby button, glimmered at the middle of the pages. Pulling out the bookmark, she began to read of the glory of Persia, of the empire in ancient times until the arrival of Alexander, of the great capital of Persepolis, now south of Shiraz. It took Firdausi 30 years to conceive and complete the Shahnama, and in the end, his reward from Shah Mahmud was so paltry that Firdausi wrote a harsh criticism of Mahmud. She turned to the end of the volume to this poem, Satire on Mahmud. Think not, O king, thy scepter or thy power, one moment can arrest the destined hour. She fretfully slammed the book shut and put it down. Only a miracle would save her. How that would come about, she had no idea. If she were to die, what of Ladli? At this thought, Miraniza looked up at Hoshiar. He stood with his back to the door of her apartments, and his gaze had not left her in many hours. Hoshiar, she said, throwing away all fear. Call for Prince Khusrau. 2 eunuchs brought Khusrau into Miraniza's room and then bowed their way out. She rose and reached for the prince's hand. He jerked away and stood where he was, his head inclined forward as though it would help him see better. Why am I here? Come and sit next to me, Khusrau, Miraniza said in as placating a tone as she could. She moved in front of him and led the way. Khusrau followed. He stumbled on the edge of the carpet, righted himself, and dragged his feet along the pile, feeling for obstacles. When his right foot hit the divan, he bent down to touch its edges and sat down. He turned to where the light was brightest, toward Miraniza, for she sat in the slanting rays of the westerly sun, the aquamarines on her ears and around her neck gleaming. Khusrau leaned back from the light a little. He had aged, Miraniza thought. It had been a long time since she had seen him, for Khusrau had been secreted away in the zenana's darkest apartments by the emperor. His name was not mentioned in Jahangir's presence, for every time Jahangir regarded Khusrau, all his dislike for this once loved son came flooding back. So the income that went to him from the imperial treasury was deducted automatically, and he was not invited to state functions. Why am I here? Khusrau asked again, a quaver in his voice. He had been commanded to Miraniza's presence and had dared not refuse. In any case, he did not have that option. He bent to peer at Miraniza, and his beard, long to his waist as a sign of his father's disfavor, caught on his cummerbund. He wrestled with it madly, feeling the tug on his chin, until the Empress's hands came to help him disentangle it. How is Khalifa? She said. What do you care, Your Majesty? Miraniza felt a quickening of rage. Were all the princes to talk to her thus, without respect? I hear, she said crisply, that your confinement has depressed her spirits. That she is sad. She is my wife, Your Majesty, the prince said. Where else would she be but with me? Khalifa insisted upon being imprisoned with you. She will have to endure the discomfort. Khusrau hung his head. What the empress said was true. When Khusrau had originally been incarcerated by his father, his wife had been offered apartments in the zenana, but she had wanted to be with her husband. That meant she had been placed under the same restrictions as Khusrau, for Jahangir had been wary of allowing Khalifa free access to the outside world, by which she could carry messages to and from Khusrau and his supporters. That last sentence came out sharper than Miranizer expected. In his own way, Khusrau was being as stubborn as Khurram, and he had less reason to be so. But she wanted something from him. Have you seen Ladli? Your daughter? Seen her? Khusrau laughed. I have seen her indeed, Your Majesty, with these two good eyes my father has left me. A beautiful girl, captivating. He laughed again, and Miranizer stared at him with distaste. He was so bitter, so without charm. What was she thinking? You will marry Ladli, Khusrau, she said, all pretense at diplomacy gone now. She would order this upon him as she had not been able to upon Khurram. Khusrau had not Khurram's advantages, he could not refuse. In response, Khusrau's shoulders stopped shaking. So this is why you wanted me here, Your Majesty, he said quietly. To force a marriage upon me. Why? He paused. Did Khurram say no? You are in no position to deny me this, Khusrau. I can give you as much freedom as you want. Marry Ladli and it shall be yours. Khalifa will have full access to the zenana, and your sons will be given consequence. You yourself will be able to demand all the rights given to the royal princes. Say yes, Khusrau. A sudden smile of expectation lit Khusrau's face at that word he had not heard in so many years, freedom. But it came at such a price as to make it unworthy. The prince's voice was low and bitter. You are offering me freedom, Your Majesty. He moved his gaze around. From here, I hear you cannot step outside yourself. And that when you do step outside tomorrow it will be to greet your death. His words brought a wealth of uncertainty into Miranizer. Had she fallen so low, and so suddenly, that even Khusrau, pitiful Khusrau, dared to strike out at her? What had he heard that she had not? She turned to Hoshiar beseechingly, her hands spread out. What was she to do now? The eunuch shook his head. He had tried to tell Miranizer to wait until the next morning before she approached the prince, but she had not listened. He spoke now. Your Highness, Khusrau slanted his ears to the eunuch, Her Majesty will be absolved of all charges tomorrow. It behooves you to listen to her. Hoshiar Khan, is it? Khusrau said. My father's most faithful eunuch, once Empress Jagat Gosini's right-hand man. How do you like serving this new mistress, Hoshiar? Your tenure here is going to be short indeed. Khusrau got up from the divan. Take me back to my apartments, Hoshiar. Miranizer nodded and let the prince go. He walked away with as much dignity as he could muster. When he reached the door, she said furiously, I will not forget this, Khusrau. Khusrau turned. From this far, he could only vaguely gauge her direction. His smile was grotesque. Then you will take it to your grave, Your Majesty. Chapter 19. The king is so fickle and inconstant, that what he had solemnly promised for an English factory, was reversed, and again promised, and again suspended, and a third time both granted and disannulled. J. Talbos Wheeler, ed. Early Travels in India, 16th and 17th centuries. You are to enter now, Sahib. An Armenian slave came up to Sir Thomas Roe as he waited outside the Divan-i-Am. Another man accompanied the slave, and the two were dressed alike in white silk trousers and a thin silk kaba. Jeweled turbans weighted down their heads, and daggers with pearl and ruby inlaid scabbards were stuck into their white brocade kamarbunds. Roe got up slowly. His body still ached from the fevers he had suffered for the last month. He had lost so much weight that his waistcoat hung loosely from his shoulders. Roe had arrived at Mandu 10 days ago, but a fever had felled him almost as soon as he entered the doorway of his house. The illness had persisted all through the journey from Burhanpur, and Ro at times had simply let himself topple on his horse's neck and allowed it to carry him where it would. He had dared not stop on the way, for the missives from the court were coming at a furious pace. It did not help that Ro had fallen sick again upon his arrival at Mandu and so could not wait on Jahangir. The emperor, suspecting that Ro was faking his illness, had sent a slave to Ro with a wild hog he had killed during a hunt as a present. The slave had stood in the outer courtyard of Ro's house and insisted that he be allowed to see the ambassador. So Ro had staggered from his bed, barely able to hold his emaciated weight on his feet, to meet with the slave and thank him for the meat. I have requested the emperor's permission to salute him in the manner of the court of England, Ro rasped weakly. The slaves bowed. So it shall be, Sahib. The emperor knows of your wishes. Let us go then. They moved ahead of Ro, the two men walking abreast until they reached the huge wooden doors that led to the Divan-i-Am. Ro flicked a speck of dust from the frilled cuff of his right sleeve. He would have dearly liked to be abed still, nursing himself back to health, but the last message from Jahangir had been particularly demanding and uncharitable to excuses of illness. The emperor had set a date and time for his official introduction, during an evening darbar, specially convened to meet Ro. It just happened to be on the night of Meronize's incarceration. The rumors of the morning's happenings had infiltrated into Ro's house too. He had dismissed them, obsessed in the labor of dressing in clothes that seemed to have been sewn for a much fatter and prosperous man. Nothing fit anymore. His stockings flapped about his knees, loose like pajamas, and he could move his arms in and out of his coat sleeves without twisting himself out of it. He groaned when he saw his image in the mirror. His skin was the white of salt, his cheeks curved inward into his face, his beard drooped, and his auburn hair was a dull brown. How could he go into court, for the very first meeting, looking like this? And so still worrying, Ro almost bumped into the Armenian slaves in front of him. They had stopped and now faced the closed doors. An invisible signal must have been given, for the doors began to swing open on slick hinges, and Ro heard his name being announced. Ro stepped into the Divan-i-Am and bowed low from the waist. He straightened and gasped. Diamonds, rubies, and emeralds twinkled in profusion off the clothing and persons of the noblemen. Their coats and trousers glimmered with patterns of gold zari. Prince Parviz's court at Burhanpur had awed him, but here he was stunned. He had not thought it possible that this land, so barren and bereft on the outside, with violent winds and a killing heat, could hold such hidden riches. The light from the oil and wood torches was pure and clean. Even the smoke from them, that wisped out occasionally, was perfumed with civet. The light went everywhere, caressing the bright and dazzling jewels, bringing out a cool white in the Armenian slaves' kabas, deepening the thick reds of the Persian carpets beneath Ro's feet, painting the faces that looked upon him in unblemished shades of wheat and brown. Ro's palms swam with damp, and he rubbed them on his waistcoat. His eyes and his mind were filled with these flitting impressions of grandeur, more grand and fantastic than anything he had been told, anything he could imagine. The nobles were all silent, gazing upon him, their heads twisted toward him but their chests firmly facing the emperor, for they could not turn their backs upon Jahangir. It must be awkward, Ro thought, to hold one's head like that for a long time. As though in response, a small, almost imperceptible movement bolted through the Divan-i-Am. There were no smiles, no shrugs, nothing as blatant as that. But Ro, his vision heightened to sharpness, saw it, and realized that his mouth was agape. He shut his mouth and moved forward. Ro was barefoot, like the other courtiers. He had been asked to remove his boots, and this still rankled, but as his feet sank into the thick pile of the carpets, he marveled at their richness. And this silence, this quietness even of breath. Ro had never been in a courtyard thronging with men and animals and been able to hear the soft shar-shar as his feet glided over the carpets. For a moment he was glad for his illness. Having been deprived of all sensations for over a month from his enforced seclusion and having been too sick to care, now it was like a new birth. The air was scented with sandalwood and patchouli. Ro drew the perfumes into his lungs, walked up to the first railing, and bowed again. The two Armenian slaves in front of him bowed to the emperor and melted noiselessly to the sides. At last Ro could glimpse Jahangir, well down the path of glittering courtiers. Proceeding to the second silver-wrought railing, Ro bowed again, and then he entered the very last enclosure. Here there was little space for him to walk, the nobles crowded on every side. But they moved aside politely to let the ambassador through. Now Ro was directly below the imperial throne. He bowed, and straightened, and looked upon Emperor Jahangir. The man who sat on the divan was about 50 years old. "'Tis here," what showed of it under the gold brocade imperial turban, and the long sideburns caressing his cheeks were dusted with grey. Jahangir's eyes were calm, a tranquility that seemed to pervade his whole body. He sat cross-legged on the divan, his back straight, his waist not quite as thin as a young man's. Jewels gleamed everywhere. The emperor wore pearls, rubies, diamonds, and emeralds in his ears, on his fingers, around his neck, studded into his cummerbund. Perviz had been a caricature of a prince, betrayed by the deep and dark circles around his shifty eyes, an insubstantial voice, and an unprepossessing presence. His father was all Ro could have wanted in an emperor. He had been told that one of Jahangir's wives dominated him in the empire. He had expected then a man much like the ineffectual Perviz, but this was a man Ro could respect. Jahangir made a sign to the official interpreter. "The emperor welcomes you to India, Sir Thomas Ro," the interpreter said. "He hails his brother across the seas, King James of England." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I come as the ambassador of King James and bring good wishes. As a token of friendship I bring these gifts and a letter from His Majesty, King James." Ro handed the letter to the Mir Tozak. It had been painstakingly translated into Persian. "This is the letter of commission from King James, appointing me official ambassador of England to your court, Your Majesty." Jahangir looked over the letter of commission curiously. "How is your health, ambassador? You were unwell upon your arrival at Mandu." "I am much recovered now, Your Majesty. Thank you for asking." "That is good. If you need any further assistance, the court physicians will attend you." The emperor looked away, and Ro felt his heart pound again. He had done something wrong. What rule of etiquette had he breached? Then he realized what he had forgotten. "Please accept these gifts on behalf of His Majesty King James." Ro gestured behind him and stood aside. His attendants brought forth brass platters bearing mounds of delicate frothy laces, English swords, scarves, belts, cases of fine English brandy, English hats and boots, and pieces of china. The emperor surveyed his gifts. "What else? I have also brought an English carriage for your use, Your Majesty." Jahangir clapped his hands. His smile was like that of a delighted child. "A carriage. Where is it?" "It awaits you outside, Your Majesty." "Go outside and see the carriage," Jahangir ordered. Two courtiers immediately backed out of the divan. "I am to see the coach." While they were gone, Jahangir talked with Ro. He asked him who had accompanied him, and Ro brought Thomas Armstrong forward. Armstrong was a musician and carried his virginals with him. "What sound did that make?" Jahangir asked. If His Majesty would be so pleased, Thomas would play for him. They listened until the nobles ran back to court with news of the coach. Ro strained to make out what they were saying to the emperor, but he could understand only a few words of the Turki they were speaking. He bent toward his interpreter, who tried to decipher the rush of sentences. The coach had been harnessed to 4 impeccably white horses from Jahangir's stables. It was curiously wrought, with big wheels that looked rather flimsy. It had doors and windows like a real house. But most impressive of all was the English coachman who had been brought along from England, sweating outside in the heat of the torches in full gold-braided livery. Jahangir smiled at Ro again and then turned away. His audience was over. He had been warned that he could not expect but a few words of greeting from the emperor, but Jahangir had been very gracious indeed. Any business would have to come later, in the slow fashion of this empire. The emperor would meet with Ro many times, and become familiar with him, before talk could turn serious. And then, if the time was right, the stars beneficial, Ro could ask Jahangir for the trade treaty. For today though, this was enough. Ro bowed again, trod backwards to the doors, bowing at each railing until he was ushered out. Still dazzled by the lushness of the divan Ro rode home slowly. As he reached the front yard, the fever came to swamp through his bones again. He fell from his horse and, delirious, had to be carried inside to collapse on his bed. When Ro left, Jahangir got into his new coach and rode around the courtyard a few times. He examined the coach minutely. The cushions were covered with red velvet from China, the body was made of a light wood, nailed with brass nails. Jahangir complained about the Chinese velvet to the courtiers present. Why did the King of England have to send him cushions covered with Chinese velvet? He had heard that there was better velvet to be found in Europe. And the hats and scarves and lace were those gifts one king would send to another. Where were the jewels and precious stones? Even Rana Amar Singh, a conquered king, had gifted a large ruby, horses, and elephants to the empire. Jahangir walked around his new coach, swung the doors open a few times, checked the wheels, and finally looked at the English coachman. The man bowed as low and deep as he could, his breath stifling in his tight clothes. The emperor laughed and sent him away to change into something cooler. He gave him a new salary. The coachman could stay in India as long as he wanted, the imperial treasury would fund him. Of Meronizer, the emperor said nothing. The nobles all watched him carefully. But he seemed unconcerned about the trial the next morning. Was this the end of Empress Noor Jahan? They wondered to each other at meetings all through the night. Jahangir behaved as though nothing was going to happen that was not usual or routine. He had not been to see his wife, this much the nobles knew, everyone knew. Once, just once during the day, Hoshiar Khan had been commanded to meet him, then Hoshiar had left the zenana. Well before the break of dawn, the streets of Mandu thronged with people. The nobles passed through the crowds, clutching in their hands the cherished passes for the morning jaraka. They went into the courtyard and waited for the next few hours until the sun saw it fit to rise. Khurram positioned himself at the very back of the courtyard, where he leaned against a wall and waited. The zenana women stood behind the balcony. There were no petitioners in the crowd, the only event that would take place would be the trial. The men stood shoulder to shoulder. They had been standing for quite a few hours now. The imperial orchestra began to play. As the trumpets lifted into the air, the Mir Tozak shouted, "All hail Emperor Jahangir, the Adil Padshah." "All hail," the courtiers responded. Jahangir entered the balcony above them. Backs bowed in the taslim. "Bring in Empress Noor Jahan," the emperor said to Hoshiar Khan. When Meronizer appeared, she stood an arm's length from Jahangir. Her veil was of a thin white muslin spangled with tiny silver buttons. Through it, she surveyed the sea of faces before her. They were all there, Muhammad Sharif, Abul, Khurram, and Bapa. Abul was by Khurram's side again, not right under the balcony as he should have been. No matter, she knew where she stood. Alone. The Amir-ul-Umra was at one corner. She wondered if he had let Mahabat Khan know of this yet. If he had dispatched runners to Kabul, they would not have reached by any means, and by the time they did, this would all be over. But so much repugnance from the men, what had she done to deserve such distaste? "Your Majesty," she said softly. Jahangir turned to her, but he did not speak. Meronizer wanted to reach out to her husband and touch his hand, know that he would look after her. No message had come to her from the emperor, no assurance of safety. Did he think her guilty too? Had he condemned her as the others already had? But her pride did not desert her. If she were to die today, she would die as an empress would. Inside, she could even smile, the irony of this not escaping her. She wanted to leave her name in the mouths of people hundreds of years from now. If her actions did not secure her fame for posterity, her death and dying thus certainly would. The Mir Tozak's voice boomed in the silent courtyard. Bring forth the Qazi. The judge was an old man. Many summer suns had browned his skin and whitened his hair. He was known to render swift judgments and to sleep undisturbed after sentencing death. But last night, there had been no rest. The only punishment he could deliver was death. And what would happen to him in the months that followed, when the emperor missed the empress? Who would? He turned to blame then. He dragged himself to the balcony and performed the Cornish. What do you say? Jahangir asked. There was no presenting of evidence, no recital of crimes, no defense. This was Mughal judgment. The Qazi opened his mouth, but the words would not come. Merenizer waited for the sound of his voice, for that dreadful word of death. She leaned over the balcony's edge. Your Majesty. At the shout, the courtyard turned to the old woman at the back. She ran through the men and went down on her knees before the emperor. What is it, if I may, Your Majesty? Cunning lit up Nizam's mother's face. Her yellowed teeth flashed in a groveling smile. The empress's death will do me no good. I have lost my son, he was to look after me. What will I do now? Jahangir leaned over the balcony. Shall I then suggest a fine instead of the punishment? Empress Noor Jahan will be ordered to pay you 2,000 silver rupees as blood money. He waved his hand at the Qazi in dismissal. Your services are no longer necessary. As you can all see, the woman herself does not demand the empress's life. There was silence in the courtyard. No voice spoke. Merenizer drew back. Money instead of her life. 2,000 rupees only. Her outfits cost more. What was happening here? Come, my dear, let us retire to our apartments. The emperor put an arm over her shoulders and pulled her away from the balcony. When they were gone, the nobles began clapping again. It had all been so skillfully orchestrated, like a well-cued play. The Qazi with his flapping mouth and his sweaty palms. The old woman who had cursed and demanded Merenizer's blood just the day before. Jahangir's ready acceptance of her terms. Who had told the woman what to do? Hoshiar Khan. At the emperor's behest, dignity was secured on all ends. Nizam's mother would get more money than she could ever spend. 2,000 was an enormous fortune. The emperor would not lose his title of the just emperor. And Merenizer would not lose her head. In his corner, Khurram turned away in disgust. He had heard of Merenizer's offer to Khusrau and had heard that his stupid brother had refused her. But it still bothered him. What if Khusrau now agreed? How was it? Koyat demanded. What did the great Mughal say? Hush, Tom. You speak in jest, I know, but others may misunderstand you. We are here to make peace with the empire, Rose said, pushing Koyat aside to enter his house. Koyat laughed and followed him inside. Thomas Koyat had started his career as a court jester and then entered Prince Henry's household as a personal fool. A few years ago he had travelled all around Europe on foot and was now in India as part of his eastern travels. When Ro met Koyat in Mandu, he had already walked across Constantinople, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Damascus, and most of Turkey. He planned to walk from India up to Samarkand in Uzbekistan and there kiss the stone on Timur the Lame's tomb before heading home to Oldcombe in Somerset. Koyat was writing of his travels in the eastern countries, but his memoirs were so large that he had been forced to leave a part of them with the consul at Aleppo before proceeding to India. At home in England, Ro and Koyat would have found little in common, but here they sought each other's company, aliens in an alien land. Koyat was now living in Ro's house. Pani laav sahib ke liye, Coyote yelled to the native manservant. What did you say? Ro asked. I told the heathen to bring you some water to wash your hands. Ro shook his head. Coyote was fluent in most of the native languages of India. He even looked like a native. His skin had been burned nut brown during his travels, and he wore Indian clothes and sandals. He had let his hair grow long to his shoulders and looked like a fakir. Coyote pulled Ro into the courtyard. Ro sank into his chair. It feels good to actually sit on furniture. I cannot imagine how these natives sit on the ground all the time. It's easy. Coyote sprang out of his chair and sat on the floor cross-legged. Get up on the chair, Tom. No more fooling around, Ro said. Where is the man? I wish to wash the dust off my hands. What happened at court? Did the emperor receive you well? Very well. He was polite and extended every courtesy to me. I could not have asked for a better reception. In all, Ro slanted his head to one side and thought I would have to say that it went well. I did not expect the emperor to be so gracious again. Never mind the emperor. Coyote waved his hand. He was still sitting on the ground. Did you catch a glimpse of her? Did she speak at all? Who? Ro asked in surprise. The manservant came in with rose water. Ro rinsed his hands and dusted off his coat. 2 chilled goblets of lime sherbet were brought in. Coyote took a long draught of his sherbet and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Empress Noor Jahan. Isn't she the one who was recently arrested? Yes. Coyote leaned forward, smiling into his beard. It was a sham, Ro. The emperor is far too enamored of his wife. She practically runs the empire, makes all the decisions. He is but a pawn, a fool in her hands. If you want your precious treaty, she is the one to approach. Really? Ro was disbelieving. He had heard these rumors from Jadoo and others. But Ro had seen no evidence of this himself. If this empress was really so powerful, why had she not commanded him to her presence? The whale, yes, he understood a little of how the imperial harem worked. But did the whale also not restrict her movements? How much could a woman speak, and expect to be heard, if her face was not seen? Did you bring gifts for her also? I cannot say, Ro said doubtfully. There was some fine lace and women's hats. The emperor specially requested those hats from England. You think that it was the empress who commanded them? Undoubtedly. If the emperor expresses dissatisfaction at your gifts, you can be sure that she is the one who does not like them. Ro rubbed his chin. Here was something new to think about. Abul Hassan had visited Ro the previous day, just a courtesy visit, he had said. But he had said much more, telling Ro of Jahangir's complaints about the gifts. The emperor liked the coach very much and used it often, but the other gifts were so mean, so unworthy of a king of England. After Abul left, Ro had written to his company's directors and told them to send richer presents on the next ship out to India. If Ro remembered rightly, this noble, Abul Hassan, was the empress's brother. The same woman who so skillfully evaded death. Ro had been sick for a week after his first audience with Emperor Jahangir, and too busy thinking about that audience to pay attention to the ebb and rise of Merenizer's fortunes. He thought back to his recent darbar. There had been a screened balcony to the emperor's right. It was said that the ladies of the Zenana sat behind the screen watching the proceedings at court. But they had not spoken during the darbar. Just how powerful is the empress? Ro asked. Very. Even more than the emperor, her word is law. If you paid any notice, you would have realized that the emperor did not resolve a single matter at court today. The nobles petition the emperor, but all decisions are made by the empress in the Zenana. Coyote flopped on the ground and looked up at the clear, starred night sky. It is beautiful here. Yes, Ro said absent-mindedly. A servant came in and coughed to attract attention. What is it, Sahib? There is a messenger here from the emperor. Send him in. Ro rose from his chair and straightened his coat. A tall eunuch, slightly tending to fat, came in and bowed. Sahib, His Majesty requests that you send him your letter of commission. Who are you? This is Hoshiar Khan, Ro, the head of the royal harem, and, if I am not mistaken, personal eunuch to Her Majesty, Noor Jahan Begum. Karyat's voice was languid. Hoshiar bowed in his direction. You are right, he replied politely and then turned back to Ro. About the letter. Quote. Ro reached into his breast pocket and drew out the official commission. He turned it over in his hands. This is the original. I don't have any more copies. If this is lost. Quote. Do not worry, Sahib, Hoshiar said. I shall take good care of the letter. His Majesty, wishes to read the letter again, that is all. It will be returned to you tomorrow. Very well. But please see that it comes back to me tomorrow. Ro handed the letter to Hoshiar. The eunuch bowed and left the courtyard. As soon as he had departed, quiet stretched out on the cool stone floor. It has already started, Ro. Watch out for the Empress. What does she have to do with this? Hoshiar as her head eunuch. He came from her. The Empress is checking up on your credentials, Ro. She wants to make sure that you are who you say you are, an official ambassador. Unfortunately, our former countrymen have also styled themselves as ambassadors, so the Empress is suspicious of you. The next morning, as promised, Hoshiar brought the letter of commission back to Ro. A faint aroma of attar of roses came from the sheet of paper, which confirmed Karyat's suspicions. The Empress had carefully studied the letter and inspected the seal of the King of England to ascertain Ro's authenticity. Sir Thomas Ro came to understand the truth of Karyat's words about Meronizer. If she were placated, the Emperor's hand would sign the treaty. He asked for silk scarves, more hunting hats in felt decorated with gold braids, lace shawls, anything he considered a woman would like. He had once thought the veil would hinder Meronizer, but he was the one hindered. When he could not see her, or even hear her voice, it was hugely frustrating. Here was an unknown antagonist. And so Ro plodded on, drafting and redrafting the treaty. Chapter 20 But, being to depart, he nor his party thought not themselves secure if Sultan Khosrow Khusrau remained in the hands of Anara, that in his absence the king might be reconciled, and by his liberty all the glory and hopes of their faction would vanish. William Foster, ed. The Embassy of Sir Thomas Ro to India. In March, Nowruz festivities began, and Ro was at Mandu to witness the magnificence of the Mughal court. A massive tent was erected in the center of the Darbar. The ambassador saw with some surprise that one wall of the tent was adorned with portraits from England that he had brought over, those of the king and queen, the countesses of Somerset and Salisbury, and the governor of the East India Company, Sir Thomas Smith. Frances Howard, Countess of Somerset, held a place of honor in the middle of one wall, since she was very beautiful. But the Countess and her husband, Lord Somerset, were even then awaiting trial in England for the murder of Sir Thomas Overbury. The Emperor did not care, Ro thought, about the vagaries of the Countess's fortunes. It was enough that she pleased his eye. Gift-giving was a large part of the Nowruz festivities, and Sir Thomas Ro dug into his meager supplies to impress the Emperor. He gave Jahangir a long, double-linked gold chain with a large emerald carved with the form of Cupid drawing his bow. Jahangir was delighted with his gift. He summoned all the court painters and jewelers and demanded to know if they had ever seen such craftsmanship before. It was the first time Ro had given the Emperor something he had liked so much, so Ro was hopeful. Perhaps he could talk of the treaty soon. The chain and emerald belonged to Ro himself. He had long given up expecting any rich presents from the East India Company. Ro asked the Emperor, this time not flirting around the topic. Would His Majesty be pleased to sign a treaty? There was no such thing as immediacy, Ro realized. The Emperor issued various farmans and edicts providing protection to the English from the Portuguese and the Indian customs officials in Surat and Ahmedabad, but that was as far as he was willing to go now. Stay a little longer, Sir Thomas Roe, Jahangir said to him again and again. Stay and enjoy our country. We can always discuss business later. With Miraniza, Roe had a little more luck. She asked Roe for English protection in the Arabian Sea for her ships. In return, her brother took him to court more often. That was all. The emperor began to talk of returning to Agra. As preparations for the trip were being made, news came to Mandu that the bubonic plague had struck down Agra. It had first been brought to the western Punjab from Central Asia, and during the winter months it had spread fleetly to Delhi, Lahore, and Agra. The first sign of the plague was a rat running through the house to dash itself madly against a wall. If it died on the spot, all the inhabitants fled, leaving everything they owned. And only thus could they be spared the sure death that the plague brought. Agra was not safe anymore. Hundreds died every day. There was seemingly no cure for it. Nothing to do but wait it out. So Jahangir and Miraniza stayed on in Mandu. And Roe stayed with them, his hopes shriveling. The sun set into the winter sky over Mandu, painting it in shades of corrugated pinks and reds. On the other side of the empire, the plague raged, sweeping through whole districts. Houses were shuttered, and the stench of rotting flesh, human and animal, hung in the air. No one was allowed into Mandu, for fear that they might be carrying the plague with them. Rubbish fires burned throughout the city, sending plumes of blue-grey smoke spiraling into the heavens. The walls of the city purpled, and then took on the hues of the night, black and blue and indigo. For a brief instant of twilight, the skies glowed golden. The air was pure and sharp, ethereal, touchable. Miraniza jabbed her spade into the lush soil, and a jolt of pain shot through her arm. She shook her hand and dug around carefully. A small, smooth-faced stone showed itself. Miraniza pulled it out of the earth and flicked the dirt from the stone. It was curiously shaped, an oval, maroon in color with white streaking lines around its base. She flung the stone to a pile on one side and continued digging. Mama. Miraniza lifted her head with a smile. Ladli stood in one of the veranda arches. Here I am, Miraniza said. Ladli lifted the thick skirts of her ghagara and walked across the lawns to the garden. Miraniza watched her near, a feeling of peace and love filling inside her so deeply she could not breathe for a moment. Where had the years gone? Gone while she was not watching. Ladli was now 17, no longer that impetuous child who had demanded her attention while Miraniza worked in the gardens. She drifted over the lush green grass, her feet hardly seeming to touch the earth. Ladli was a woman, with long, thick hair that came down to a tiny waist, a gentle curve of hips, elegant shoulders. It was, Miraniza thought, like looking into a mirror that erased the ears. Ladli even had the same skin upon her face, unblemished and lightly tinted with a saffron glow. Can I sit with you, Mama? Ladli asked. Yes. Miraniza smiled up at her daughter. But where? There is only mud here, and you do not like getting yourself dirty. Ladli shook her head, the colors of the dying sun catching in her grey eyes for a moment. I do not mind. She looked around for a rock, dusted it with her hand, blew on her hand and sat on it, her knees drawn to her chest. What is it? Miraniza asked gently. She shifted her weight on her haunches and sat back, looking at her daughter. Nothing, Ladli said, her head drooping. Why do you garden, Mama? Why not let the malice do their job? I always have, remember. Miraniza pulled a dandelion out of the ground, her fingers closing around the stubborn plant and yanking at it slowly, until a long line of root hung from the bottom. She threw it into a jute basket and dug into the soil with her fingers. The mud was cool to her touch, climbing under her fingernails and into the creases of her palms. But you are the Padshah Begum, Mama, Ladli said. Why do you have to do this? I do not have to do anything, Ladli. I wish to. Miraniza looked at Ladli's slight figure again. She had drawn the edges of her veil around her shoulders to keep away the cool evening air. Merenizer did not feel the coolness, all the bending and digging had brought sweat to dampen her armpits and trickled down her neck into the opening of her choli. "Do you always do what you wish to, Mama?" Ladli's voice was disconsolate. She yanked her plait over her shoulders, undid the last few inches, and then expertly plaited the hair again. And then undid it again. It was a sign of dissatisfaction, Merenizer knew. She herself walked many miles even within the enclosed space of her apartments when she was worried. Ladli fretted with her hair. "Come here," she said softly. Ladli almost flew from the rock and flung herself into Merenizer's arms. Merenizer sat back on the ground, Ladli half in her lap, her head in the curve of her mother's shoulder. "Tell me," she said. "If you do not tell your mama, who will you tell?" For a long time Ladli was silent. Her ghagara was now soiled with dirt, but she had not noticed. Another sign that she was troubled. Ladli was always fastidious, always graceful, bringing elegance into everything she did. Ladli lifted her head and looked into her mother's eyes. The deep blue of Merenizer's had faded somewhat, but her eyes were still brilliant. "I miss you, Mama," she said. Merenizer tightened her arms around her daughter. She rocked her as though she were a child. "Where have I gone away that you must miss me? I am here, will always be with you. You know this. What is going on, beta?" In response, Ladli drew back and went to her rock again. From there, she asked, "Mama, is Khurram going to go to the Deccan?" Merenizer picked up her spade again and began to dig around the gourd vines, turning the earth up to show its rich and loamy face. "That has not been decided yet. The Emperor and I have to talk about it." News had come from the warfront in the Deccan. Amba Malik, the Abyssinian slave who had long established himself as a superior military commander, had disregarded the terms of his latest pact with the empire. Malik would never be king, no matter how many kingdoms he conquered, or lands he reigned over, for his ancestry would always keep him a commoner. So he was content with establishing kingdoms, putting puppet heirs on the throne, and ruling from behind and through them. Now he had formed an alliance with the kingdoms of Bijapur and Golconda. The Mughal army lost vast acres of land from the southern fringe of the empire as they eroded away into Malik's capable hands. Pervez was still in Burhanpur, of course, ostensibly commanding the campaign. But neither Merenizer nor Jahangir could fool themselves into thinking that Pervez was any good at being a commander. He was at Burhanpur because he had to be somewhere. If he were not there, he would be here, where the royal court was. And again, as in Mewar, the problem that presented itself was, who could be sent to the Deccan? When Jahangir had sent Khurram to Mewar, Merenizer had thought it would be a good opportunity for him to think about her demand that he marry Ladli. Time away from Arjumand would allow him to see the advantages of the match. But now there could be no such alliance. Merenizer was loath to let Khurram go to the Deccan. If he came back covered in glory from there, as he had from Mewar, her task of getting Ladli married would be doubly difficult. She was silent for a while, thinking of this, and woke from her thoughts to hear Ladli say, "So do you think he will go, Mama?" "Yes," Merenizer said finally. "The Khanan needs the direction of a royal prince. Khurram will go. And will he take Arjumand?" Merenizer looked up from her work in surprise. "I do not know. Perhaps. I see." Ladli put her feet into the earth near the rock and traced figures idly with her toes. "Mama," she said. "What? Can I? Is it possible at all? Can you ask the Emperor if I can marry Khurram?" This was said in a rush, accompanied by a deep, rosy blush that crept up her neck to her hairline. Merenizer sat back, stunned into silence. Why had she not seen this would happen? Ladli spent most of her time in Khurram and Arjumand's apartments, playing with their children, or lying about on a divan. The prince was a handsome man, and he could be charming when he chose, this Merenizer knew from experience. He had Ruqayyah's quick laughter, her ready wit. He had a humor that was engaging. And Khurram was, finally, the heir to the throne. Although years had passed since they had fought and parted ways, Mihranisa had not been able to give that importance to any other prince. Khurram, beloved of his grandfather Emperor Akbar, was beloved of the courtiers too. Why should it be so impossible that Ladli would find herself in love with him? And how could she tell her daughter that Khurram had had the chance to marry her but had said no? And that he had probably said no at the behest of Ladli's favorite cousin, Arjumand. Ladli was crying now, deeply embarrassed at having asked such a forthright question. Tears came down her cheeks and flowed unhindered down the line of her clean chin. "I am sorry," she said in a low voice. "I know Khurram is too magnificent for me to even look at him. But I thought that if he went away to the Deccan, he would go for a few years, and he may forget me. Come here, beta. Let me explain something to you," Mihranisa said. Her heart tore inside her at Ladli's tears. She knew how shattering love could be when it was not acknowledged, and when it would never be so. Ladli shook her head. "You said you can do whatever you want, Mama. Every day I see you do things other women would never think of doing. The emperor listens to you. Ask him if Khurram can marry me." "Ladli." Mihranisa hesitated, wiping the base of her neck where sweat soaked into the cloth of her choli. "This is simply not possible." "Why? All you have to do is ask." "Why do you not ask?" "Beta, there are many reasons why. Reasons I cannot explain to you. You are too young." "I am not young anymore, Mama," Ladli said bitterly. "I am 17, the same age you were when you married my father. Arjumand was betrothed at 15, she would have been married then if things had progressed as they should have. If you could arrange for Arjumand's marriage, why not mine? Do you love her more than me?" Mihranisa rose and came over to Ladli. She tried to put her arms around her daughter, but Ladli jumped off the rock and stood to one side, her hand raised to block her mother. "You know you can do this." "Ladli," Mihranisa said as firmly as she could. "You must forget Khurram. There will be no marriage with him. Is that clear?" All the fight fled from Ladli. She moved away on feet that were old and tired. Her shoulders hunched into her. "Only too clear, Mama." When she left, Mihranisa went back to her work and dug furiously in the soil, uprooting a few vines, slicing her spade through the thick, fleshy meat of near-ripe gourds. She was deeply angry, not with Ladli but with Khurram. He had made her daughter fall in love with him. He was responsible for this. He would go to the Deccan as soon as she could manage it and take Arjumand with him. He would leave his 3 sons at the royal court as a surety against any rebellion. As for Ladli, only one thing would cause her marriage to someone else. Khusrau may have said no to Mihranisa as Khurram had. This time, she was determined that yet another royal prince would not deny her. Khurram strode the length of his apartments. When he reached the end of the long room, an arrow of sunshine touched the diamonds on his turban and his kamarband. He turned and marched up to the divan where Arjumand sat. "I will not go to the Deccan." Arjumand looked up from her embroidery. Khurram had stormed into their apartments half an hour ago. This was the first time he had spoken to her, but Arjumand knew her husband well. When he was in a rage, it was better to let him work things out for himself. So she had kept silent. "Who says you are to go, my lord?" she asked now. "The emperor ordered me to the Deccan, but it is obvious where the orders come from." "Softly, my lord. It is said she has spies even in our palace." Khurram looked around and then twisted his young face to hers. Jahangir had sent for him early in the morning. Amba Malik had rebelled again, and Pervez was a poor leader. So Khurram had to go and relieve him of his command. "What did you say?" "What could I say? I had to agree." Khurram ran his fingers through his hair worriedly. "Why does she want to send me away?" Arjumand frowned. "Why indeed? Is there some real danger to the empire from Amba Malik?" I do not think so. The lands he has stolen from us were ones we took from him. He has gone no further, but he is too close now. Khurram sat down on the divan and hunched forward, hands resting on his knees. Why should I have to go, Arjumand? She smoothed the hair on his nape, and Khurram leaned into her hand. Because there is no commander like you, my lord. You must go, if you obey the emperor in this, and return victorious, as I am sure you will, his majesty's approval will fall upon us again. Then, no one can shake it, not even the empress. Do you think that is all there is to this order? The Deccan is a long way off, Arjumand, and will be farther still when his majesty returns to Agra. What do you worry about, my lord? You, he said, taking her hand and placing it on his chest. I will come with you, Arjumand said with a laugh. This time, I will come. And no one will be able to stop me. Are you sure? Khurram asked anxiously. It is not comfortable on campaign. I will come. Arjumand's back grew rigid. I will come, she said again. Khurram rubbed her hand over the silk brocade of his nadiri. Upon his return from Mewar, the emperor had gifted him this coat in the divan. It was a sign of imperial favor he knew Meranizer would dearly like to tear off his back. So he wore it every day. Once the coat was bestowed, the wearer could have many more soon. Khurram had 300 nadiris. Arjumand said he must go to the Deccan. As she spoke more of it now, Khurram saw that it would be to his advantage indeed. He would return to court and be showered with gifts, perhaps even a new title. His succession would be secure. He had stayed by the emperor's side all this while, watching Meranizer at court with a thick sense of dread. She flaunted rules, flirted with conventions. But her hold on his father was as strong as ever. She could do no wrong, and so Khurram worried if he had done the right thing in refusing Ladli. He could no longer go to Meranizer and ask for the alliance again. It would be like asking for forgiveness. Another thought rose to disturb him. I cannot leave Khusrau here, he said suddenly, interrupting Arjumand. If I do, the empress will make him marry Ladli. She sat up and turned his face to her. Then take him with you, my lord. Take him. ... Khurram smiled at her in delight. Yes, I will take him with me. He will be safer with me than with the empress. He kissed her on her mouth. You are brilliant, Arjumand. The next day Khurram approached his father after the afternoon Diwan-i-Am session and walked back with him to the Zenana apartments. He would go, he said, if he could have Khusro's company during the journey. Why? The emperor asked. Where had this sudden brotherly affection come from? Khurram protested that he had always had that affection. Khusrau was blind, a burden on his majesty, surely a trip away would benefit all of them. Jahangir let Khurram trail beside him as he went on. Any liking he had had for these two sons had vanished. They had insulted Meranizer, and in doing so, had insulted him. In the end, he agreed to Khurram's request. So Khurram left Mandu for the Deccan to enormous fanfare. He rode out in a copy of the English coach Ro had given Jahangir. A new jewel-studded sword worth 100,000 rupees hung from his belt, and tucked into his kamaband was a short dagger worth 40,000 rupees. The coach had two copies, one for Meranizer and one for Prince Khurram. The original had been dismantled and reupholstered in brocade and jeweled silks. Brass nails had been replaced with silver nails, and the floor of the coach had been covered in beaten silver sheets. Khurram's entourage was not 10 days on its journey when Empress Jagat Gosini died. The illness came upon her suddenly, a fever one night, delirium the next, a coma the following morning from which she never woke. After Mahabat Khan, her one ally, was banished to Kabul, Jagat Gosini was crushed into obscurity. Even Khurram was lost to her, lost, really almost from the first year of his life, given to Ruqayya, and then to Arjumand. The woman who merely gave birth to him had little place in his affections, and this Jagat Gosini realized at last. that Ruqayya had defeated her. There might have been some solace in the news that came to Mandu just before Jagat Gosini's passing, but she died without hearing it. At Agra, a month before, Ruqayya Sultan Begum had died too. She had chosen not to travel to Ajmer and Mandu with the royal court. And one day, in the Zenana palaces of the Agra fort, Ruqayya saw the dreaded rat flea shrieking through her apartments to dash its head against the wall. The bubonic plague took her. But Ruqayya died as she had lived, greatly daring, a woman of substance. Miraniza mourned Ruqayya's passing with a depth she had not expected. It was not a daily grief, for Ruqayya had been at Agra these past few years, and so there had not been a daily connection. But she had always been there, someone Miraniza could ask for advice, someone to talk with, even through the written word. Now no more. Pervez was still, in his desultory fashion, living in the Deccan. Only Prince Shahrayar was at court. Khurram went on his new campaign with a lightened heart, sure that he had taken out yet another arrow from Miraniza's arsenal. But he forgot that his youngest brother was 17, born the same year as Ladli. Shahrayar was old enough to be married. Chapter 21. The king's revenue of his crown land is 50 crore of rupees, every crore is 100 lakhs, and every lakh 100,000 rupees, all which in our money is 50 millions of pounds, one a sum incredible and exceeding that which is said of China. J. Talbos Wheeler, ed. Early Travels in India, 16th and 17th centuries. Sir Thomas Roe had been in India for 2 years now, and he was wretched. He was no closer to a treaty than when he had first come to the emperor's court. The fevers that had caught him upon his arrival never really let go, they came and went with a frightening regularity, leaving Roe feeling sick most of the time. He had taken no trouble to learn the local languages. Roe knew just a smattering of Persian, with which he haltingly communicated with Emperor Jahangir. When it came to the treaty itself, or any talk of it, Roe had to let his interpreters do the talking. It was frustrating to not know whether the formality of his language and his respectful tone and manner had been communicated. He could only watch Emperor Jahangir's reactions, and as always, Jahangir kept a bland face and always gave Roe a polite reply. Diplomacy was a tedious, time-consuming, temper-keeping process, and Roe was running out of both time and temper. His royal hosts were very kind, though. Almost every day, fresh kill from the emperor's hunt boars, wild pigs, nilgau, a kind of blue ox venison, and partridge meat found its way to Roe's kitchens. Miraniza sent him slave girls for his use too, which Roe returned with a respectful thanks, but his was a bachelor establishment, Your Majesty, he explained, women had little place in it. She gifted him golden and luscious muskmelons that she had grown in the Zenana gardens. Roe found these irresistible and cool in the heat of the summer months. Roe doggedly reciprocated to each of the offerings with something of his own. The company sent huge cargoes of gifts of all kinds to India, hoping to buy their way into the country. But Roe could not match Miraniza and Jahangir's generosity. Their pockets ran deep into the imperial treasury itself. The imperial couple dithered, their quills never quite hovering over Roe's much-desired treaty, though always open in courtesy to Roe. The Empress had what she wanted from the ambassador, protection from the Portuguese for her ships in the Arabian Sea. Her ships, somewhat incongruously, also carried the Portuguese cartas. Roe woke from one of his illnesses to find the Jesuit priests re-established at court and a special new envoy from the Viceroy a pace away. Miraniza had acquired a double indemnity of sorts. Both the English and the Portuguese patrolled the shipping routes, both of them guarded her ships, both wished the other to damnation, and neither knew how to achieve it. Roe said nothing, knowing he had been cleverly finessed. He still hopped around the topic of the treaty, of course. For her part, Miraniza did not ask Roe, what trade with England? It was not a ridiculous question. What was it England had to offer in trade for all they wanted from the empire? There was literally nothing from the English markets that would sell in Indian markets in large enough quantities to own the title of trade. The English offered broadcloth. In the beginning it was a curiosity, but so impractical in the end, too thick and heavy and unsuitable to the searing heat of India. The advantages lay with the empire. Roe was here not merely as the first official ambassador from England but very much as the chief representative of the East India Company. He had orders to buy a number of items such as gumlak, copper, brass, silver, cotton, indigo, saltpeter, opium, and spices like pepper, turmeric, and saffron. The two most important were indigo and cotton. Indigo was a dark blue vat dye used to color silks, wools, and cottons. It came from a plant that grew in the brackish water in places like Bayana, southwest of Agra. The dye was precious, named Neel, or blue, in India, though Roe called it as all others did, indigo, or the color of India. The leaves of the plant were soaked in huge vats of water for 2 days until the blue dye seeped out. The water was then drained, and the indigo sank to the bottom of the vat. This was allowed to dry and then rolled into balls and stored in clay jars for shipment. The warehouses that housed these precious indigo balls were huge buildings, lit by the sun through ceiling skylights, with massive shelves reaching to the roof, each stacked with jars of indigo. The English were vying with the Portuguese and the recently arrived Dutch for most of the Indian goods. As a result, the price of indigo fluctuated wildly, depending upon the demand for the dye or the supply, which in turn depended upon the indigo harvest. Roe was almost daily in touch with news from Bayana about the price of indigo, and when it fell, he bought large amounts to store in their factories for the next ship to England. Not having a very favorable balance of trade, having nothing to offer in return for what they were taking out of the empire, the English were pouring gold and silver coins into India for the goods they bought. England's coffers were slowly depleted, and the Mughal imperial treasury grew fat with gold and silver. As soon as the English coins came to the treasury, they were promptly melted down and recoined with the emperor's stamp. Roe wrote numerous letters to the East India Company warning them of the consequences of pouring too much silver into India. The imperial treasury was so surfeited that the silver deposits in the empire lay unmined, the miners off in search of a new trade. When the empire needed silver, the English practically gave it to the Mughal treasury, to melt and export as the need arose. So with all his worries about diplomacy and courtly behavior, Roe had this other added headache. Finally, the company decided to trade with their imports. Porcelain came from Macau, camphor from Borneo, spices from Achin and Bantam, raw silk and lignum aloes from Thailand, ivory and amber from Africa, and silver from Japan. The markets at Agra were lavish with all these curiosities from so many countries around the world that no Indian merchant had ever set foot upon. So Roe plodded on in India, executing his duties as conscientiously as he could, and all the while yearning for the cool dampness of England. One afternoon, Roe was lying in a hammock strung in his gardens when an attendant brought news that Jahangir's entourage was passing by. The ambassador hurried out to pay his respects. When Jahangir was abreast of him, Roe bowed from the waist. The emperor reined in his horse. "How are you, ambassador?" "I am doing well, your majesty." "What do you have for me?" Jahangir asked, looking curiously at the book that Roe held. Since it was etiquette to never appear before the emperor without a gift, Roe had hurried out of his house with the latest edition of Mercator's Atlas. The ambassador had nothing else in his house to give to the emperor, he was still waiting for the latest shipment from England. Upon arriving in India, Roe, comparing Mercator with the local maps, saw that the atlas wrongly showed the Indus River emptying into the Gulf of Cambay instead of the Sindh. Lahore was nowhere near the Ravi, and of Agra, the capital of the empire, there was no mention. He offered the atlas. "Since you are emperor of so vast an empire, your majesty, please accept this book of maps. I give to a mighty king the world. Everything that comes from you, big or small, is greatly welcome, Sir Thomas. Jahangir laid his hand on his chest as he spoke. Tell me, has your latest shipment arrived? I expect it any day, Your Majesty. Where do you live? Jahangir looked around. Ro pointed to the ruined mosque that was his home. That is very fine, the emperor said gallantly, as he signaled his attendants to move on. Ro bowed and waited until Jahangir was out of sight. A few days later, news was brought to Ro that the English ship had docked at Surat. Among the gifts it carried for Jahangir were 2 mastiffs. Edwards had first brought the emperor a mastiff as a present. That dog had gone to the hunt ferociously and killed a leopard and a boar, while the dogs from Persia had snivelled in fear. Impressed, Jahangir had demanded more dogs from Ro. 6 mastiffs had left England, and only 2 had survived the journey. Jahangir ordered that the 2 mastiffs were to always travel with him, borne along in gold and silver palanquins. Each dog was to have 4 attendants specially assigned to its care, and a pair of gold tongs was fashioned so that Jahangir could feed the dogs pieces of meat himself, without having his hands bitten off. The shipment also brought the requisite hats, coats, and paintings that the emperor was so fond of. After looking at them, Jahangir and Meranizer chose the paintings that they liked the most, and these were sent to the royal ateliers, where the empire's painters copied them in every exact detail. The paintings were given out to Zenana ladies and courtiers as signs of favor. So English hunting scenes, battle scenes, pictures of the ladies of James's court all adorned the palaces of the harem and the homes of the nobles at Mandu. A few days later, Jahangir summoned Ro to his presence and showed him one of the paintings. It was of Venus and the satyr, showing the satyr with his horns and swarthy skin. You must remain silent, Ro, Jahangir said. I shall ask the nobles in the court for an interpretation of this wonderful painting you have brought for us from England. The emperor turned to the assembled courtiers. They eagerly gave their explanations, but Jahangir was not satisfied. No, none of you is right, the emperor said when the last person finished speaking. You tell us what it means, Reverend, Jahangir said to Reverend Terry, Ro's companion and chaplain. Your Majesty, Ro said. The Reverend is a preacher, a man of God. He knows very little of such matters. Very well then, Sir Thomas, give me your explanation. Ro hesitated. Something was wrong, but what? Your Majesty, the artist simply intends to show his skill, but the interpretation escapes me. I have not seen this painting before, Ro said cautiously. I will accept your excuse and give you an explanation myself, Jahangir said. His tone was as gracious as ever, but the words were not. The moral of this picture is this: the painter scorns Asians. This is evident from the fact that the naked satyr represents us, with his swarthy skin. See here, Jahangir pointed, satyr is being held captive by the nose by Venus, who is a white woman. The painter means to show contempt for all Asians by portraying them as captives of the white people. Most certainly not, Your Majesty, Ro said hurriedly. I beg pardon if the artist has somehow offended you. There has been some misunderstanding. Never mind. Jahangir waved a hand. I shall accept the gift nonetheless. You may go now, Ambassador. Ro bowed. By the way, take Mercator's atlas back with you. Jahangir handed Ro the book of maps. I have shown it to the mullahs at court, and none of them can understand it. I could not rob you of such a jewel. Ro bowed and cursed under his breath. He had made 2 mistakes, and both had not been directly of his doing. He rushed home and wrote a furious letter to the East India Company detailing the incident with the painting and cautioning them against sending any more allegorical pictures for fear of offending the emperor. Giving the atlas to Jahangir had been his own mistake, but only for the lack of anything else to give. Mercator showed the Mughal Empire to be but a paltry piece of land on the earth. There were other vast countries, some explored, some not. The emperor had called himself world conqueror upon his ascension. According to Mercator, he was no such thing. Ro had insulted Jahangir. The emperor made no further reference to the painting. His point had been made, it was a diplomatic glitch, and if the English wished to remain longer in India they would not make such a blunder again. The oils and watercolors that came from England were now of benign and happy scenes, pleasing to the eye, not even remotely reprehensible to the sensibility. And so time passed. The plague waned and finally came to its death in northern India. Another winter came, it was awaited with terror, but no, Agra, Delhi, and Lahore survived. Jahangir and Mehranisa decided to return to Agra, and from there go to Kashmir for the first time since they had been married. The emperor made Ro the same offer he had made William Hawkins if he wished to stay on in India and quit the East India Company, he only had to say so. The imperial treasury would give him a huge salary, one much bigger than what the company was paying him now. He would be a legitimate Mansabdar of the empire, a commander of 1,000 horses, and finally, he would get the title of Khan. Sir Thomas Roe Khan, or Khan Thomas Roe, any way he wanted it. Roe wrote one final letter to the East India Company directors, resigning his duties. He advised against another, official, ambassador to take his place. It was useless, he said, to try and wrangle a treaty from the emperor. His Majesty was too canny to lose the tremendous advantage he had, that of playing the English and the Portuguese off each other. On February 17, 1619, a fleet of ships put to sea from the bow of Surat, headed for England. Sir Thomas Roe was aboard the Annie. He wanted to go home. 1. The amount must indeed have seemed enormous to our author, as the regular revenue of England at that time could scarcely have exceeded $1,000,000. Chapter 22. In a single empire there was no room for two such masterful spirits as Noor Jahan and Shah Jahan. Each had known the other too well to be under any delusion. The issue was perfectly clear, Noor Jahan must either soon retire from public life or supersede Shah Jahan by a more pliable instrument. With characteristic daring and ambition, she preferred the latter course. The difficulties were great, but she was not the person to be deterred by any difficulties. Beni Prasad, History of Jahangir. This year the monsoons came to Agra in their season. Turquoise clouds turned indigo, indigo deepened into a plum purple, etched with the brilliant silver of the sun behind them. The heat dwindled, and the sky was no longer a burnt white glaze at midday. The Yamuna slowed and waited. Deliciously cool breezes swirled through the city, lifting silk ghaggaras with their fingers, caressing heat-worn faces, raising spirits, and bringing smiles. The city was decked out in its best finery. The streets had been swept with palm leaf brooms, and the cobbled stones shone with washing. Houses were newly whitewashed, the blight and smell of the plague ostracized, rooms, courtyards, and gardens fumigated. The bazaars of Agra thronged with well and healthy people. There were no more furtive looks to see whether the man shivering nearby carried the dreaded plague, no fleeing at the sight of red and angry boils on an arm or a leg oozing pus, no rushing through the bazaar with noses and mouths hidden in the long folds of turbans. The plague had departed. Agra could live again. And the city had more reason to live. After 5 long years away, Emperor Jahangir was returning to the capital of the empire. On the afternoon of the royal procession into Agra, the monsoon clouds opened their arms and let fall their burden of rain. It was a warm, soothing rain. Faces were raised to the sky above, mouths opened to let the water come in. It was a benign rain, one that would bring life to the city and the fields around it. It was a welcomed rain, one that would wash away memories of the plague, of the terrible deaths when entire families had been extinguished, with no one even left to perform the rituals of the cremations. Emperor Jahangir had commanded the rains to Agra. He thought it fit to return, so the monsoons came to receive him. The streets were jammed with people along the route of the procession, soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder to keep them from stumbling under the path of the imperial elephants and horses. When the imperial elephant turned the corner into the main street of Agra, the people yelled, Padshah Salamat. All hail the king. Eager hands threw jasmine and marigold flowers in front of the elephant and showered rose petals from upstairs balconies. Jahangir and Miranizer sat on a gold and silver platted howdah atop the elephant. As it lumbered over the cobbled street, its huge feet crushing the flowers, they dipped into embroidered bags and flung masses of silver rupees into the crowds. Miranizer laughed at the crowds, laughed with them, suddenly so happy to be back at Agra. Her veil clung to the lines of her face, she was as wet from the showers as the people below, drops of water drenched the silk of her choli and her ghagara, but she did not care. The men shouted praises of her too. They welcomed her back with as much love as they did the emperor. It was good to be home, and Agra was home. When they entered the palaces, nothing had changed. In the gardens a few trees had sickened and died and so had been cut down. In the Zenana apartments, divans and carpets had been burned after the plague. But nothing much else had changed. The marble floors shone mirror-like with polishing. The heavily pleasant smell of musk perfumed the hallways and apartments. The carpets, newly woven in Agra workshops, gleamed in a myriad of colors. The once deserted gardens and corridors echoed with voices filled with delight as the women who had stayed back ran out to welcome Jahangir and Miranizer. They met as many of the Zenana women as they could, paid their respects to the elders, and went to their rooms. There, Miranizer started planning for Ladli's wedding. The usual formalities of a wedding were skipped over for Ladli. Normally, marriages began with a call to the marriage broker. These were women usually of many years, their faces cracked with wrinkles, grey, thinning hair showing patches of brown skull, teeth yellowed from chewing tobacco and palm leaves. Marriage brokering was a prosperous business, everyone got married at some time or another, so the women were in much demand. Almost from the announcement of a new birth, they would visit the homes in their neighborhoods, watching over the children with the fussing of a maternal hen. How was he doing in his studies with the mullah? Or had she learned her embroidery well, with the stitches like seed pearls? If not, a scolding was bestowed upon the tyrant. Do you not want to marry well? So when the time came, when the parents looked around for a prospective bride for their sons, they would approach the marriage broker. Miranizer had a long time to think about Ladli's marriage after Prince Khurram left for the Deccan. He sent news every now and then of minor victories. Pockets of land were conquered, Amba Malik's men were captured or driven away, and the imperial army rested before beginning a fresh onslaught. Months had passed since Khurram was gone, and Miranizer watched Ladli grow still and quiet. Now she knew, and suddenly the years seemed to grow on her. Ladli no longer ran flitting through the corridors, her laugh no longer burst upon Miranizer's consciousness while she prepared famines, and there was a dullness in her eyes. It was then, as Miranizer wrestled with Rose's demands for the treaty and Ladli's sudden loss of interest in everything, that Emperor Jahangir fell ill again. It was much like the last time. His asthma came upon him, and Miranizer spent hours by his bedside, wishing that she could somehow breathe for him, listening to his lungs tiredly inflating and deflating. She read when he wanted to hear the sound of her voice, she slept sitting on the floor, leaning against his divan, his hand near her head. He only had to touch her or move and she would awaken. Ladli came to be with Jahangir too, through those long and by now familiar hours of nursing. She did not say anything about Khurram, but when news came of him, or from him, she left the room. So Miranizer stood between a beloved husband and a beloved daughter, holding the weight of the empire in her hands. She was the one who went to the Jaraka each morning. There were no darbars at either the Diwani or the Diwan-i Khas, all the empire's business took place in the courtyard below her Jaraka balcony. She moved tiredly through the days. Jahangir recovered soon, much sooner than she expected, but his breathing still troubled him greatly. He gave her a gift when he was well. The emperor allowed her to mint coins in her name. It was an immense privilege. All through Mughal rule in India, no woman had had her likeness or name on the currency of the empire. Now Merenizer did. She had a set of coins minted in the imperial workshops in gold and silver with the 12 signs of the zodiac upon them on one side, and on the other, written in Persian, were the words, "By the order of the King Jahangir." The gold got 100 ostentations added to it, by getting impressed on it the name of Noor Jahan, the Queen. The minting of coins gave her a solid place within the empire's structure. Merenizer was now a sovereign too. She sat at the Jaraka, she had coins with her imprint upon them, she was emperor in all but name. And this was literally so. There were 3 badges of sovereignty in Mughal India: the ability to sign on farmans, the imprinting of coins with a name or likeness, and the khutbah. Merenizer had the first 2. The third was the calling out of the emperor's name in the vast and flung-out Mughal lands, where many would live and die with just his name upon their hearts, no sight of him, no other news, really, of him. The khutbah said this: "All hail Jahangir Padshah, light of the faith, conqueror of the world, Lord most mighty." Every Friday before the midday prayers, the muezzins in every mosque around the empire sang out Emperor Jahangir's name. Yet, as the last soft echo of their tuneful voices faded, another, unborn voice whispered Merenizer's name. The empire began to see that Jahangir and she were one entity. Gone were speculations on why or how Merenizer had found her place in the emperor's heart. She was there, to him as important as his life. He did not care about any filthy insinuations upon his manhood or virility in allowing a woman to run what had essentially been a man's business. He was man enough not to care about it. Jahangir could trust no one but Merenizer, and he let his courtiers, his nobles, his commanders know of this. As Merenizer saw her own power grow, she watched Ladli waste away, a wraith who haunted her mother's apartments, always at hand, rarely speaking. She lost flesh from her bones, her eyes stood huge in her face. Ladli still smiled though, and each time she did, it broke Merenizer's heart. And it hardened her toward Khurram, for he had toyed with Ladli, almost deliberately. A few days before leaving on their long journey back to Agra from Mandu, Merenizer went to Ladli's apartments. She found her painting by the light from the windows. Ladli was seated on the floor, her feet wedged under a divan, the easel propped on her raised knees. Clay saucers of paint were arrayed around her on the stone floor. Some red pigment had spilled from a saucer, and gleamed like blood on the slabs. Ladli looked up, her face flushed from the heat, tendrils of hair escaping from her plait. Merenizer sat down next to her daughter. "What are you painting, beta?" "The view from this window." Ladli pointed with her brush. Her fingers were smeared with greens and blues. Merenizer saw the outline of mango trees, the thick and dark green of their leaves, and an owl seated stoically on a lower branch. She kissed the side of Ladli's forehead. "You have some time, Mama." Ladli turned to her expectantly. "Only a little, beta. And then I have to go." Ladli dipped her brush into a pot of water, shook it vigorously, and pinched the wet bristles to clean the green paint. Then she squeezed the tip to a pinpoint and dipped it lightly into the streak of red on the floor. The owl's eyes glowed. "This is a night color," Merenizer said, looking over her daughter's shoulder. "An owl's eyes are brown and yellow in the daylight." Ladli smiled. "It is all perspective, is it not? To me an owl, either in the light or the darkness, has these glowing eyes. The mullahs tell me it cannot see when the sun is out. I am giving it vision." She turned to her mother, her gaze serious. "Which one is it going to be, Mama? Parviz or Sharaya?" Merenizer put her arm around her daughter's thin waist and leaned her head on Ladli's shoulder. She was growing old too. Perhaps not in years yet, but the constant battling to keep the empire on an even keel was fatiguing her. Ladli had become a young woman away from Merenizer. Where had she got this gentle understanding? It had always been there, even before the whole Khurram episode. Only then, it had been hidden under her playfulness and a lively spirit that was now already weighted with sadness. Ladli was asking which of the royal princes she would marry. Somehow she had heard about Khusro's refusal. Her face buried in the cool skin of her daughter's shoulder, Mehranisa prayed that she had not heard of Khurram's. Shahraya, she said finally. Parvez is a weakling, beta. A little rumble of laughter rose in Ladli's chest. The choice is rather sparse, is it not, Mama? Parvez may be a weakling, but Shahraya is called Nashudani. A good for nothing. She stroked her mother's face and pulled her closer into her. Has he said yes? Only in that question was there a brief stumbling over the words. Ladli held herself rigid. Yes. Mehranisa did not say that Shahraya always said yes. He had few opinions of his own, and what they were, no one knew, for the prince took care not to voice them. What an unsatisfactory alliance this was going to be. But what other choice was left for her now? It had to be Parvez or Shahraya. Parvez was a drunkard, and this was all Mehranisa knew of him, for she had not seen him in too many years. At least Shahraya grew up around the court. His absurdities were understood, he was the lesser evil. When is the wedding to be? When we return to Agra, Mehranisa said. She put her other arm around Ladli, who turned to her. And so sitting side by side, their arms around each other, Mehranisa and Ladli rested for a few long moments. Over Ladli's shoulder, Mehranisa saw the maroon leather-bound book embossed with gold leaf writing. She picked it up from the carpet. Ferdowsi's poems. Little flecks of gold dust smeared on her fingers. You like Firdausi, Ladli? She asked. Ladli smiled gently, without reproach. I always have, Mama. She held her hand out for the book. But you did not like poetry once, beta, Mehranisa said. Once. Ladli inclined her head. A long time ago. She set her brush down on the edge of a saucer of paint. Can I have it back, Mama? Yes, of course. Mehranisa held the spine of the book in the palm of her hand and extended it to Ladli. The gold-tipped pages fell open to somewhere in the middle, and Mehranisa saw why. Pressed against the page was a dried flower. It slid into Mehranisa's hand, and she held it up to the light by its stem. It was a rosebud, at the cusp of unfurling, frozen now forever thus, its petals still with their exquisite form but washed of all color. A little piece flaked off the edge and went flitting down to the carpet. Ladli's hand shot forward to grip her mother's wrist. Can I have that, Mama? Mehranisa let the dried rose fall into Ladli's other hand, surprised at the vehemence of her touch. Do you press flowers, beta? She asked. Ladli shook her head, cupping the flower carefully in her hand. Just this one. Why? Mehranisa wanted to ask, why this one? But her daughter was suddenly unreadable, as though she were miles away on some forgotten frontier of the empire. The sweet aroma of the rose swirled from the pages of the book. There was no mistaking it, this was a Persian musk rose, the one used to make attar. Its value lay in the heaviness of its perfume. But musk roses were precious, Mehranisa thought, grown in the imperial gardens only for the attar, and for little other pleasure. Yet, at Ajmer, in Khurram's apartments, one bush throned over the courtyard walls, branches laden with clusters of white musk roses, pearls in the moonlight. And only in Khurram's apartments. She wanted desperately to ask if this rose was so cherished because Khurram had given it to Ladli. And why? Under what circumstances? Instead, Mehranisa held Ladli's face in her hands and kissed it, touching the skin on her forehead, her cheeks, her chin, and her nose with her lips. It will be all right, beta. Ladli nodded. Yes, it will. I know I have to marry sometime. And there are few of us who are fortunate enough to choose that person. The words were philosophic, worthy of an old seer, not one as young as Ladli. At her age, Mehranisa would have raged, at least inside herself, and shown it in brief glimpses to people around her, Bapa, Abul, her mother. But Ladli had a cultivated sense of self-command, a thin sheath of protection she raised in front of everyone, even Meraniza. She kissed Ladli again softly on the forehead and rose to leave. Meraniza stopped at the door at the sound of Ladli's voice. She turned, but her daughter's head was bent toward the stiff Persian musk rose in her hands. Mama, did you ever ask Khurram? The wedding took place in April of 1621, after the royal party returned to Agra. Shahraya sent Ladli a thick gold band set with 100 tiny, perfectly faceted diamonds as a promise to marry her. She returned to him 5 leaves of pan, betel, with a small ball of jaggery, betel nuts, and sugar cubes, wrapped in a red silk handkerchief. Let me sweeten your mouth, my lord, upon the occasion of your betrothal. Music parties were made up on the lawns under the chena trees. The Mallas worked hard in trimming rose bushes of thorns so no silk veils would catch as the women danced by. On the morning of the wedding, they rose early to pluck marigolds and lilies for garlands at the first blush of dawn. Gifts went from the Zenana apartments to the Mardana where Shahraya lived: silks, jewels, emerald-studded saddles, Arabian horses of immaculate bloodlines, sweets from the imperial kitchens, gold and silver jugs of wine, and farmans from Meraniza for the prince. His mansab was raised and his income was doubled. Shahraya now was a commander in the army, with a mansab of 8,000 cavalry and 4,000 infantry, almost as much as Khurram. Meraniza signed the farmans herself. The royal princes were wealthy men, but none had as much wealth as their father's favorite wife. Meraniza's income was equal to that of a commander of 30,000 horses, only there was no commander in the empire who could put his name to that amount of money each year. As the ceremony progressed, Meraniza sat behind the curtain that separated the women of the imperial Zenana, watching and listening. She heard the Qazi ask Shahraya if he would take Ladli as his wife. His reply was weak, almost disinterested. He slouched on the divan, in looks a magnificent prince, fingers thronging with diamonds and emeralds from his dowry, his silk kaba embroidered with the finest gold zari, shimmering as he turned this way and that, the turban on his head sporting a ruby and diamond aigrette, but there seemed no spine in his back. The Qazi turned to Ladli and asked the same question. Yes, I will. Her reply was quiet, but stronger. And when she spoke, her voice did not waver, and Shahraya turned to look at the woman who was to be his wife. She sat by Meraniza, thickly veiled in red chiffon, behind the Zenana curtain. He had not seen her in many years. Though they had both grown up in the same palaces, they could well have lived miles apart, for Ladli had been with Meraniza and Jahangir, Shahraya, in some corner with his myriad nurses. The Qazi called them all to prayer, and they prayed, heads bent, voices following his command. Ladli began to tremble violently, and Meraniza clasped her daughter's hand and brought it to her heart, suddenly harshly angry. This was all because of Khurram. They would not be here at Ghias Beg's house, inaugurating a sham marriage, if not for Khurram. Meraniza had wanted Khurram to be her son-in-law. She did not like him anymore, but Ladli did. Ladli did, and that was enough. He would have treated her well, this Meraniza knew. And for Ladli, his very kindness, perhaps a visit every now and then when Arjumand was unwell, this would have sufficed. She had not her mother's ambition. Meraniza kissed Ladli's hand and put it against her cheek. The prayer was over, and the men and women rose on both sides of the curtain, calling out congratulations and best wishes, hugging each other. Ladli sat still, her head bowed under the wedding veil. To Meraniza most voices were strained, even her own. She smiled and laughed, tried not to look at her daughter when she spoke of her happiness. She sent slaves to carry news of the ceremony to Asmat, who was ill and in bed. That in itself was an omen, one Meraniza would not think about, that Ladli's grandmother had not been here to witness the wedding. On the other side, Ghias Beg went to his son and held out his arms. Abul, and he embraced. Congratulations, Bapa, Abul said. "And to you too, Abul, your niece has been married," Gias replied. Then they fell silent and glanced at Meraniza. She nodded to them, watchful of their expressions. Gias looked tired and old. This was an occasion of joy, yet neither was happy. Abul would write to Khurram of this marriage. But where did his affections lie? With her or with his son-in-law? Their junta had perished now. This marriage was the final break between them. The rooms were cleared, and food was brought in for the wedding party. Meraniza ate slowly, without tasting the golden naans, the bread freshly peeled from the walls of the tandoor oven and brought to her plate. Ladli did not eat. Her plate was returned to the kitchens as it was, heaped with the naans and curries of lamb and goat. She was crying, but softly, tears running down her face. Meraniza pushed away her plate, wishing she could gather Ladli in her arms as she had when she was a child and tell her everything was going to be all right. This was a wretched beginning, and for the first time in a long time, she doubted whether she had done right. But what other alternative did she have? A few weeks later, Jahangir's hacking cough returned, and he fell ill again. Meraniza decided that they should go to Kashmir, perhaps the clean air of the mountains would help. In the Deccan, the first place Khurram reconquered was Burhanpur, where Parviz had ruled, and where he had met and indulged in the finest English brandy the East India Company could muster. From there, the prince pounded south into Khirki, the capital of Ahmednagar, and set fire to it, determined that Khirki would never call itself a city again. The houses were forlorn blackened skeletons, men, women, and children were locked inside and burned with them, and the wells and reservoirs were filled in with sand and rocks. The stench and stumps of charred oxen and cows smoldered in the streets. Khurram then pursued Amba Malik to Daulatabad, cornered him, and waited patiently for Malik to die or surrender. And it was here the letter found Khurram. Sitting outside his tent on a rock, Prince Khurram read the news of Ladli's marriage. He tossed it into the fire in disgust. How could anyone want to marry that Nashudani? Ladli deserved someone like him, Khurram, a prince worthy of the title, a warrior, the man who would be emperor. He remembered how she had always been an enchanting child. He remembered too how she had suddenly grown into a graceful woman, with a light step, with smiles that bespoke secrets. After that night at Ajmer, Khurram had not seen much of Ladli. She still came to their apartments, but much less than before, shyer with him than she had ever been. The temptation to take Ladli, to marry her and bring her into his harem, had been almost crushing in its intensity. But he had not, and she had to marry someone. But Nashudani. This changed everything. He had taken Khusra away with him so Meraniza would not have a chance of forcing him to marry Ladli. But he had taken away the wrong prince. She must have been planning this marriage even as he had left for the Deccan. He pulled so hard at his hair that some of it came away in his hands, and Khurram threw it into the fire. A sour smell rose. Khurram bent over, coughing, and turned away. What was he to do now? Jahangir was ill again. If he died, Shahrayar would become emperor, and he, Khurram, was too far away to be effective. Besides, Amba Malik was at the edge of surrender here. If he left now, all these months of fighting would come to naught. And if he was victorious, and his father survived, he could claw his way back to the emperor's good graces. So through the night, as the camp slept around him, as the fire dwindled to a few glowing embers, Khurram sat outside under the stars and thought. When morning came, he wrote to Abul Hasan. It was a plain and direct letter. He knew his father-in-law's loyalties lay with him, not with his sister. If Jahangir died, Abul was to secure the throne for Khurram. The prince watched the runner leave his camp. It was easy for him to command this of Abul. But the logistics were terrifyingly complex. How was Abul to keep a crown safe on an empty gaddi when Shahrayar was right there to sit on it? Khurram needed to return to Agra. As though on cue, Amba Malik was vanquished in less than a week's waiting, starved into submission. The negotiations for peace took longer, treaties were drawn up, terms agreed upon, much talking and drinking and celebrations indulged in. Impatient, Khurram decided to give the kingdoms of Bijapur, Golconda, and Ahmednagar easy terms. 5 million rupees were to be sent to Emperor Jahangir. He rushed back to Burhanpur and wrote a long letter to his father. Khurram embellished details of the siege on Amba Malik, giving himself more consequence than he deserved, desperate to return to court. And he waited for a reply. It came, but there was no invitation to the imperial court. The emperor thanked him, Miranizer thanked him for his efforts on behalf of the empire. He was a brave son indeed, and perhaps the air at Burhanpur suited him well enough. Khurram ranted to Arjumand, to anyone who would listen, went on hunts and drinking binges until he had to be carried to bed each night. He would not be feted again at court. He was no longer the victorious and triumphant prince returning to a father's benign gaze. Shahraya, that good-for-nothing, had replaced him. A month later, Khurram sobered up. Shahraya he would deal with later. But if he wanted the throne for himself, any other man within shouting range who had royal blood in his veins was a danger too. His head keen and unclouded without liquor or opium, Khurram began to think again. He had asked to be Khusro's guard for more than one reason. Half blind and half mad, Khusrau was still the eldest son, still the prince who was hailed as the next heir to the throne. He was a threat. Emperor Jahangir had once said that kingship knew no kinship. Prince Khurram was about to prove him right. Chapter 23 Shah Jahan, for some time, affected to treat the unfortunate Chusero with attention and respect. He disregarded the mandates of the court of Agra, and assumed, soon after, the imperial titles, laying the foundation of his throne in a brother's blood. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan. Khurram watched as the commanders of his army came into the outer reception hall of the Zenana. Each man stopped at the doorway, performed the Cornish, and walked up to the prince, where he bowed again. Abdur Rahim came in last. Khurram had insisted that the commander-in-chief of the Mughal army join him in this Deccani campaign. It had been one of the conditions he had placed before the emperor. So Abdur Rahim had left Parviz's side, where he had been stuck for so many years, and joined Khurram's army. He too bowed to the prince. When he straightened his back to look at Khurram, his face was a vacant mask. All the nobles were tense, vigilant. They had been called here to be part of a momentous decision, they knew, for Khurram had invited them into the Zenana itself. This reception hall was one rarely visited by men not belonging to the imperial family. The prince was showing them favor, but why? What was he going to ask in return? Khurram sat down on his divan at the head of the hall and waved his hand. Please sit. The nobles glanced at each other briefly. Another privilege, only in camp, at the battlefield, were such courtesies dispensed of with the royals. But they were no longer at war, and they had to treat Prince Khurram as they would the emperor himself. They hesitated, and then sank on shaky knees to the carpets, sitting on their heels, toes flat out, hands resting on their thighs. You are all sworn to secrecy. Not a word of what is said here today must pass to any other ear. The men nodded. I have received news that the emperor is dying, Khurram said. The men looked on the ground, stealing glances at each other. They had only heard of Jahangir's illness, and that he was recovered now. The prince said softly, His Majesty Emperor Akbar had a great fondness for me. He wished the throne to be mine. Quote. Abdur Rahim, to Khurram's right, spoke. Prince Shahrayar is with the Emperor, Your Highness. It is generally believed that he has both His Majesty's and Her Majesty's support. But that would go against Emperor Akbar's wishes, Khurram said, watching the old soldier. Rahim sat with difficulty, his arthritic knees gave him distress, but if he was in pain, it did not show either in his face or in his voice. If any trouble came to change his plans, Khurram thought Rahim would be the man to start it. As you say, Your Highness, Rahim said. Now, His Majesty wished for you to shoulder the burden of the empire. But that was a long time ago. Who else is there, Rahim? Khurram fled. Now that is an interesting question, Your Highness, the soldier replied. He met the prince's eyes without flinching. Abdur Rahim had lived too long to fear anything. His entire life had been spent at the helm of a marauding army. He was not to be cowed by a prince's petulance. You are but one of 4 princes. Parvez and Shahryar, tell me what their value is. Khurram demanded. Abdur Rahim smiled. But little. Khusrau. Khurram's tone was contemptuous. He is mad. Abdur Rahim nodded. The prince is unfortunately circumstanced. Do you still support him, Abdur Rahim? Khurram said, referring to the role Rahim had played in Khusro's rebellion against Jahangir. If you do, it is best you leave now. What I am about to say is not for you. Rahim spread his hands out. It was a placatory gesture. Slowly, Your Highness. You must act slowly and with discretion. I merely pointed out that as much as we may swear fealty to you here, there are others in the empire whose loyalties sway toward the other princes. Prince Khusrau did not live up to his early promise. He let the words hang between them. Khurram picked at the sash of his cummerbund with unsteady fingers. This was what he had wanted. This was why he had taken the chance of bringing Abdur Rahim to the conference. Once his advocacy of Khurram was so readily evident, the rest of the commanders would follow Khurram's lead. Khurram spoke then of what he wanted to do. There were no voices raised in protest, no murmurs even. They all knew that when Khurram became emperor, he would remember who had been in this room. The men rose from their places and, one by one, knelt and kissed the ground in front of the prince. When they departed, Khurram called for his slave Raza. A few days later, Khusrau was laid up in bed with colic pains. Khurram solicitously sent the royal physicians to attend to him. The Hakims looked at the prince's white, pain-wrought face, ran their fingers over the thin pulse on his wrist, and clucked to each other in one corner of the room. They did not dare effect a cure. There was no cure against the determination of one brother to kill the other. This had merely been a rumor for so long. When Khurram had demanded to take Khusrau with him, Jahangir had been plagued with wailings from the Zenana ladies. Why did Khurram request this? He must have some devious plan in progress. The emperor had listened to all the women, but in the end, only one woman's voice had prevailed, Mereniza's. She had said Khusrau must go. If he would not marry Ladli, it did not matter whether he was at court or with Khurram. Mereniza did not suspect that Khurram would try to murder Khusrau. That thought did not cross her mind, for it was one so incredible. Khurram would be a fool if he followed through with this. His brother was in his care, and if he died in obviously suspicious circumstances, royal blood or not, Khurram's head would roll. The Hakims hung around in the room, as far as possible from the prince, trying not to hear Khalifa's mumblings as she knelt by Khusro's bed. The princess was praying. Every now and then she would touch her husband's hand, but he was in too much pain to react. He did not know she was there. One of the Hakims split from the group and went down on his knees beside Khalifa. He raised his hands as if to pray and, still looking ahead, said in a whisper, "Your Highness, what has the prince been eating?" Khalifa turned to him in surprise. "What he normally eats, why do you ask?" "Please," the Hakim said hurriedly, "please do not look at me when I talk." "All right." Perhaps, the Hakim paused, "it would be better if you personally oversaw his meals." "Poison." Khalifa's voice rose. "You suspect poison?" The Hakim stumbled to his feet. "I have already said too much, Your Highness. I have to leave." He almost ran out of the room, leaving a dazed Khalifa staring after him. That evening, the princess commanded a mud and brick chula to be built outside their rooms. She inspected every piece of meat and vegetable, washed each thoroughly before she cooked the food on the chula, and tasted the dishes before she put anything in Khusro's mouth. She watched over him for the next few weeks thus, and slowly the pains lessened. Khusro's stomach felt less raw, he became stronger. He recovered. The dark night lodged over Burhanpur, smothering the city with a warm and humid coat of velvet. A few hours passed, and all the lamps were extinguished one by one as the city went to sleep. A thick silence settled in the streets, and the night watchman's tapping stick rang out on the cobbled stones, accompanied by his voice singing out the hour. The moon in the skies was a broken half-melon, within a flight to paint black and silver shadows under the mango and tamarind trees. Within the fort all was quiet. Khusro's palace was at the southern end, where the sun seared through the very walls during the day. The guards outside the palace were asleep, sprawled against the front walls, their spears slung over their laps. Two shadows detached themselves from behind a tree and crept up to the gates. They pushed the gate open and froze as it creaked. The guards did not move. The men slipped silently into the courtyard, pulling the gate shut behind them. "Why didn't the guards awaken?" one man whispered to the other. Raza Bahadur turned to his accomplice. "They have been drugged. We can dance on their stomachs and they would sleep on." He grinned, his teeth gleaming in the light from the moon. "However, be careful, perhaps someone is still awake." The men ran up the stairs to the prince's apartments. Their feet were bare and made no sound on the stones. Raza wiped his sweating face on his sleeve. At the top, they leaned against the door to Khusro's bedroom. The door was of solid and heavy wood, embellished with brass fittings. It did not give way. As they stood there, a lamp came flickering toward them in the darkness of the corridor. "Who goes there? Identify yourself," the guard shouted, raising his lantern in front of him. "It is I, Raza Bahadur. I have a gift for Prince Khusrau from the Emperor," Raza replied, whipping his turban off his head. "What is it?" the man asked. Raza watched as the man stumbled along the stone floor. He was drugged but had somehow managed to keep awake. He did not ask why they were here so late, why the gift couldn't wait until daylight. The man swayed from one side to the other along the corridor. The guard groggily accepted the parcel from Raz and bent his head to look at it. Raza moved behind him. His dagger gleamed briefly in the light before he jerked the man's head up and sliced his throat. The guard crumpled to the floor, dead before he hit the ground. His lantern crashed and the light went out, leaving a thick darkness. The smell of fresh blood swirled upward, and Raza's accomplice gagged. "Was that really necessary?" he gasped, leaning against the wall to fight off nausea. "Yes. We must not be identified. Now let us find a way to get into the prince's room," Raza said curtly. "Wait a minute, Raza. Is the princess in the room? I will not be responsible for her death." Raza dragged him to the parapet, where the moonlight lit up their faces. "We have a duty to perform and we will, irrespective of whom we have to kill. If Princess Khalifa is sleeping with her husband, we may have to dispose of her also. But set your mind at rest, I hear that she is back in her apartments tonight." Raza strode back to Khusro's door, his feet squelching in the pool of blood. Inside the room, Khusrau was asleep. He woke at the knocking and instinctively reached under his pillow for his dagger. "Who is it?" "Your Highness, it is I, Raza Bahadur. I have come from His Gracious Majesty, Emperor Jahangir." "What do you want?" Khusrau asked irritably. "What is so important for you to wake me in the middle of the night?" "Your Highness, the Emperor has sent you a robe of honor. Leave it with the guards." "Your Highness, I was asked to deliver it to you personally," Raza argued. "Please open the door so that I can give it to you." "Go away," Khusrau yelled. "Guards, take this madman out of here." "The guards are asleep, Your Highness," Raza replied. "It will be better if you open the door, or we will have to force our way in." Prince Khusrau flung himself backward into the wall, pulling at the sheets for cover. "Go away," he shouted again. What was going on? Where were the guards, and who was this man? Why did he come like this, in the darkness of the night? Khusrau began trembling and shivering. He pressed into the stone behind him. He could hear a loud thump. The door groaned. Another thud. And another one. Khusrau clutched his dagger close to him and rose from the bed. The men were working in darkness, that much he could tell. If they had no light, he could still fight them. He knew every divan and carpet in the room, could walk in it without hitting anything. The prince ran to the side of the door and stood against the wall, his heart banging. The door creaked on its hinges one last time and then toppled onto the floor in a rush of air and sound. The men crashed into the room and stood for a minute trying to get their bearings. Before they could realize that Khusrau was not in his bed, the prince jumped on Raz's accomplice. His dagger went cleanly into the man's shoulder. The man shouted in pain and Khusrau saw a blur of motion, then a fist smacked into his chin. As he staggered back, stunned, the two men grabbed his arms and lifted him off the floor. He yelled and screamed, "Help! Help me! Who are you?" But there was no one to hear him. Raza held Khusrau down, his knee crunching into the prince's thin chest. His accomplice looped a sheet over a broad beam on the ceiling. Khusrau was hauled upright and dragged to the center of the room. They knotted the sheet around his neck and yanked hard at the other end. Khusrau went bellowing and flailing into the air. His fingers grappled with the tightening cloth around his neck, and then they fell to his waist and to his thighs. His body twitched, life slowly ebbed away. In silence the two men let go of their end of the sheet until Khusrau slumped on the ground. They carried him to the bed, laid him on the mattress, and arranged the wrinkled sheet around him. In the light of the moon that came into the room through one of its windows, the prince looked as though he were asleep. As though he was, at last, at peace. Khalifa awoke with a start and stared with bewilderment at the ceiling. Where was she? She involuntarily reached out a hand for Khusrau but hit only empty space. Khusrau had insisted that she return to her chamber for the night. His mutterings and dreams kept her awake, so just this one night, he had said, so she could rest finally after all these past weeks spent nursing him. The princess got up and went to the outside veranda, shivering in the cool morning air. The sky was pinkening with dawn, birds had started their busy chirping, and the air was fresh and delicious. She glanced down at the front courtyard, looked back toward the rising sun, and then looked down again. Something was wrong, the front gates were open. Why? Khalifa turned from the veranda and ran back into her bedroom. In a few minutes, she was flying down the corridor. As she turned the corner, the princess stepped into something wet and sticky. She stopped and put a hand to her bare feet. Her fingers came away stained with a thick fluid that looked suspiciously like blood. It streaked red and thick along the floor. Khalifa ran to Khusrau's room. She saw the dead guard lying across the doorway, his head hanging grotesquely at right angles from his torso. She jumped over his body and fled inside. Khusrau was on the bed, his face turned away from her. Khalifa bent over him, praying aloud. Her fingers slipped on cold, stone-smooth skin. "Khusrau, get up," she screamed. Khalifa tried to pull his face toward her, but his neck was rigid and unmoving. She put her cheek on his chest. There was no sound, no comforting beating of her heart. "Khusrau," she said, her voice breaking and subdued. "Wake up, my dear lord. Wake up." Khurram was away hunting in the forests near Burhanpur. The message reached him 2 days after Khusrau's death. The runner came upon him, sweat-stained and weary, as the prince was raising his musket to his shoulder to aim at a placidly grazing nilgau. At the sound of the runner's footsteps, the nilgau scampered off, and Khurram turned irritably. "What is it?" The runner proffered the letter. He could not talk, he could barely breathe for the panting, and he had not stopped to rest even once, his feet flying as though on fire. Khurram handed his musket to the Mir Shikar and unrolled the letter. Prince Khusrau has died suddenly in Burhanpur. He glanced up at his commanders. The men did not meet his gaze. They looked down at their feet, at the barrels of their muskets. I must go to my brother. Khurram ran to his horse and jumped into the saddle. As he kicked his heels into the horse's flanks, the whole hunting party scrambled for their mounts. They rode away from the hunting grounds and headed directly for Burhanpur. They stopped only to eat and change horses at the sarais along the way, and so, tired and drooping in their saddles, the prince and his commanders rode into Burhanpur. People thronged the streets, wailing and crying, their wails louder when they saw Khurram. He nodded to them, "Tears on." His face. Dismounting in the outer courtyard of the fort, he ran to Khusro's apartments. The prince's body lay on a huge slab of ice, melting wetly onto the floor. Khalifa sat on the ground in one corner, staring at her hands. She did not look up when Khurram entered, and would not listen to him when he knelt by her side and kissed her hands. The next morning, Khusrau was buried in the gardens of the fort. Khurram was one of the pallbearers. He took his brother's body to its grave and watched as mud was thrown over the coffin and a large marble slab pushed over the top. Then he went to his rooms to write to his father. When he finished the letter, he called his commanders to him and read out the contents. Khusrau had died of colic. He had been suffering for the past month. Khurram could not send his body to Agra for a proper burial because it had already decomposed in the heat. Matab Nuruddin Quli stood apart from the group crowded around the prince. Quli had been present at the first conference when Khurram had invited the commanders to the Zenana reception hall. Nothing had been said outright about killing Khusrau, but all the men knew that they were complicit in this. Yet something gave way inside Quli. Khusrau had been a royal prince, and this was murder. Quli had gone into Khusro's bedchamber in the middle of the night to look at the prince's body. He had stepped into the water melting from the ice and loosened Khusro's collar. The angry red gashes around his throat had told their own story, and an unmistakable one at that. Then Quli had looked toward the princess. Khalifa had fallen asleep, alone in the room with its one flickering oil lamp and her husband's body. She had been sleeping as she sat, her head plunged into her neck, tears dried on her cheek. She had not heard Quli come in. The noble had buttoned Khusro's collar again and stood in the semi-darkness looking at the princess for a long while. Then he had gone home, but not to sleep. Prince Khurram sealed his letter and called for the runners. That night, 2 runners set off for Agra. Miranizer and Jahangir were on their way back to the capital after their stay at Kashmir. Both runners were carrying a letter for the emperor. Chapter 24. She communicated her suspicions to Jahangir. She told him that Shah Jahan must be curbed, that he manifestly aspired to the throne, that all his actions tended to gain popularity, that his apparent virtues were hypocrisy, and not the offspring of a generous and honest mind, that he waited but for a convenient opportunity to throw off the mask of deceitful duty and feigned allegiance. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan. The servants waited in a row at the very front of the campsite, peering anxiously into the west, but there was no sign of their majesties. Tiny hills, childlike compared to the Himalayas they had just left behind, rolled and swayed in the path of the dying sun. The royal entourage was camped at Balwan on their way back to Agra from Kashmir. Early that morning, Jahangir and Miranizer had left on a hunt in the neighboring forests. The men stood, their eyes upon the cusp of 2 gently sloping hills, and finally saw a little cloud of dust smearing the golden light of the western horizon. One of them broke away from the line and trotted steadily toward the royal party, some 2 miles away. Miranizer and Jahangir rode together ahead of the others. They were both tired, and gloriously so. It wasn't just the exhilaration from the hunt, the scent of the prey, the smooth shots from their muskets, but also the freedom from being confined to a jogging palanquin on the journey south to Agra. Merenizer glanced at the emperor and smiled. She did this so often that he finally turned to her. "What is it? You are well today, Your Majesty." And he did look well after all the months of illness. The air of Kashmir, pure, heady and clear, cut through by the Himalayan mountains, had been beneficial to all of them, especially to Jahangir. Without the dust of the lower plains to clog his lungs, his asthma had cleared and his cough had vanished. Jahangir smiled at her. "I feel as though I were young again." "But you are. You flatter me, Merenizer," he said, laughing. "Look at the grey in my hair." He patted his comfortable stomach. "Look, my cummerbunds have been growing larger and larger. One day the workshops will send a message that there is not enough cloth in the empire." She reached out a hand to him, and he held it, looking into her face. Merenizer was unveiled. It was too hot to cover her face, she had said. Her breath stopped under the muslin in all the dust. So she had taken it off and laid it about her shoulders. And they had ridden ahead of the rest. All that could be seen of her was that slender back, straight upon the saddle, the legs looped over the horse, the neck rising from the shrouds of the veil, and a small glimpse of her profile as she turned to Jahangir. "You are as lovely to me as the first day I saw you, Merenizer," the emperor said. Little lines of worry patterned her forehead. "Have I done nothing to disappoint you, Your Majesty?" "Why, because of Ladli." Merenizer nodded, her eyes troubled. "I still wonder. Quote. "It cannot be wrong," Jahangir said. "I hear there is to be a child. Perhaps it is too early yet, but perhaps." "Then why are you so tense, my dear?" He leaned over to rub her back. Their horses bumped into one another and then shied away. "I miss Asmat too. She was truly a mother to me." Merenizer allowed her horse to amble a few yards to the right and yanked at the left rein when she saw he was straying. She did not speak, just listened as the emperor talked about her mother. Asmat had died last October, 6 months after Ladli's wedding. She had been too ill to attend the ceremony, but none of them had realized that she would never rise from her bed again. And after Ladli's wedding, Merenizer had been so occupied with watching her daughter to see if she was happy, content, or at least merely not distressed that she had not watched over her mother. Asmat had died as she had lived, gently, not staining the lives of those around her with evil or malice. She had been a quiet presence for many years, and had gone just as quietly. Merenizer had not even been able to cry, for too many people had needed her. Ladli had been sad, Jahangir had fallen ill, Abul had come to her weeping, Gears had broken away from his own life, a shallow shell of what he had been, lost without his wife. So Merenizer had looked after them all. She had brought Gears to Kashmir with them, but he had barely lifted his head to enjoy the spring cherry blossoms lading the trees with their frothy pinks and whites, or eaten the first strawberries, or sat outside in the gentle sunshine of the early mornings. He had stayed in his apartments, coming out when she had insisted, conversing with her, but without heart. "Someone comes," Jahangir said, pointing toward the camp with his riding whip. "Bapa." Merenizer jammed her heels into the horse's flanks and sped down the dusty plain, her veil unwinding from around her neck to swirl through the air to the ground. She could hear Jahangir a few paces behind. "What news?" she yelled, pulling up near the man. "The Diwan ails, Your Majesty," the slave said, his eyes fixed at the level of her diamond-studded sandals. She leaned down to shout in his ear. "He ailed this morning. Is he worse now?" The slave did not move as Merenizer and Jahangir cantered around him, and he would not answer. Merenizer looked up at the emperor. "Come," he said, and turned his horse to pound toward the camp. They came racing through the soldiers on the outside, past the makeshift divan, past the workshops and ateliers, and went to the tents in the very center of the camp. Merenizer swung off her horse and ran into the tent where her father lay. Inside, it was cool and glowing, the white canvas of the tent providing shelter from the sun, and in this light, she saw Gears as she had left him in the morning, on the divan in the center of the tent. Abul knelt near him. He turned when he heard Merenizer and put a finger to his lips. "Is Bapa?" Merenizer said in a whisper. Was he dead? For she could see no rise and fall in his chest, just that deathly stillness. Gears stretched out on the divan, the white of his hair melting into the satin pillow under his head, a sheet over his body, tucked under his arms. His hands, thin now from his self-imposed fast after Asmat's passing, lay crossed over his stomach. Abul shook his head. He could not speak either. Tears came down his cheeks into his beard, and he put out his arms. Merenizer knelt by her brother and hugged him fiercely, and he started to cry into her neck. Neither heard Emperor Jahangir come into the tent. He went to sit on a stool at one corner, his back to the canvas. Gears moved, mumbling to himself, and Merenizer and Abul looked up. She rushed over to the other side of the divan, and each held one of Gears's hands. "Bapa," Merenizer said softly. "Are you all right? Rest now, I am here." They sat thus for the next few hours, hanging over Gears, watching him, waiting for him to open his eyes and speak to them. They both rested their heads on the divan, hands still firmly clasping their father's. The sun set, a slave padded in quietly to light the lamps around the tent and to hang a lantern from the central pole. He started and bowed copiously when, in the light from the lantern, he finally saw the man seated away from the others. The slave began to speak, but Jahangir waved him away with an impatient gesture. Merenizer felt Abul's hand touch her head. "How much longer, Nisa?" She looked up at him and felt that sudden rush of affection she always felt when he called her by her childhood nickname. It had been so long since he had done so. Too much had come between them. Marriages, other responsibilities. Yet Abul had been, was, her most cherished brother. "He will not last the night, Abul." Her voice was clear and unbroken. With her hands on her father, she felt that he would not live long. At least they, could be here with him. Years would go knowing that his children were together, by his side. "Nisa, what?" Abul hesitated and moved away from the divan, imperceptibly. Seeing this, Merenizer waited, the affection in her dying away. What did he want? "Prince Khurram should be at court, Nisa," Abul said in a rush. "He would want to be present at our father's funeral." Merenizer raised herself and sat up straight. "That is not possible, Abul. Khurram has other responsibilities in the Deccan. He has to make sure Amba Malik does not rebel again. Arjumand should be here for her grandfather's funeral, Nisa," Abul said doggedly. "Why? Her place is with her husband. And where Khurram is, she must be." Abul was quiet for a while, picking at the embroidery on the coverlet. "When is Khurram to return to court?" "I do not know. But you do know, Nisa," Abul said, raising his voice. "You are the one keeping him from the emperor." In his corner, behind Abul, Jahangir moved, and Merenizer's gaze swung to her husband for a few minutes. He did not rise but settled more comfortably on his stool, and she nodded. She moved her eyes back to her brother. Abul now enjoyed the title of Asaf Khan, the fourth in their family to bear that name. His mansab was at 12,000 horses, a grade shy of the royal princess, and he was merely her brother, or merely father-in-law to Khurram. He had no royal blood, would never have any, yet he held a lofty title and an impressive salary. Abul did not stop to think where this munificence came from her, because he was her brother. She had asked for these honors from Jahangir over the years for years and Abul. Now, forgetting this, he dared to shout at her. "Khurram is a fool, Abul," she said quietly. "Why?" He fled. "Because he would not marry Ladli." And so finally, things were to be said between them that had remained unsaid and festering for so long, Merenizer thought. Now she would know where Abel's loyalties lay. Their father would die tonight, and the calming influence, the voice of reason that had held them together, would be gone. Yes, that, Miraniza said finally. Khurram should have married Ladli. You know this, Abul. When he opened his mouth, she held up a hand. Don't give me that nonsensical story about him loving Arjuman too much to ally himself with another woman. He loves other women too. Your son-in-law enjoys his harem, he always will. And Ladli is no mere alliance, she is my daughter. Abul's black eyes glittered at her. I was not going to say this, Miraniza, but I will now. Khurram is a man, it is a man's privilege to enjoy his harem, and for Arjuman not to resist this. My daughter knows her place. She does not interfere with either Khurram's pleasures or his work. She does not, Miraniza said, almost shouting at him. She was the one who made sure Khurram did not marry Ladli, Abul. You are a fool if you think otherwise. What had Khurram not to gain from an alliance with Ladli? Tell me this. You are an evil woman, Miraniza, Abul shouted back at her. Think what you like, but Khurram will be the next emperor. They had both risen on their knees now and glowered at each other over their dying father. Abul held the blue fire in Miraniza's eyes with his own until he could no longer. She was right, he knew this. For many months he had tried to convince Arjuman and Khurram that he should marry Ladli. But Arjuman was jealous, whimsical, overwrought from all her pregnancies, terribly frightened that Khurram would love Ladli more. He had tried to tell her that Khurram could never love any woman as much as he loved her, but she would not listen. That marriage would have brought them together as a family, as they should have been. Now, with Ladli married to Sharaya, everything was changed. Do not fight. Giyas's voice, reedy and raspy, rose between the two, and their heads swung down to his. They both subsided by his side again, arms reaching over his thin shoulders, kissing his hands, speaking at once. Did you speak, Bapa, and how are you, Bapa, and oh, Bapa, talk again. What is it you want to say? But Miraniza and Abul had also heard Giyas admonish them as he once had when they were children and would squabble with each other. Shame came to flood over them, but the anger did not subside, they still simmered on either side of the divan, pointedly not looking at each other. Where is the emperor? Giyas said, softly this time, almost in a whisper. Jahangir rose from his stool and touched Abul on the shoulder. When he moved away, the emperor knelt by Giyas's side and held his hand. For the next 20 minutes, Giyas talked, with Jahangir leaning in to listen. He would not speak to either of his children, he had nothing more to say to them. But Jahangir he thanked, over and over again, remembering, at this moment of his death, all the generosity he had enjoyed from Akbar and Jahangir over his lifetime. He had been a Persian refugee to India, adopted by this country as her own. But none of this, his daughter married to the emperor, his granddaughter to a prince, he himself treasurer of the empire, would have happened if not for his majesty. So Giyas said to Jahangir, comforted by his monarch, for he could not be comforted by his children. He died thus, in mid-sentence, the breath in his chest stopped, halting the flow of his words. His eyes were still open, it was Jahangir's hand that closed them. Angry, sad, and bitter at the same time, Miraniza and Abul stayed where they were, she by her father, he standing at the back of the tent, where he had been relegated when Jahangir had taken his place at the divan. Jahangir rose to call the slaves to prepare the divan's body for its last rites. Then he led a stunned Miraniza away to his tent. Abul, he did not even glance at once. Following the rule of escheat, Giyas Beg's estate, which was considerable, reverted back to the emperor. The law of escheat was an old law, there was no personal property in the empire, nothing that did not belong to the emperor. It kept prospective coups in check, where there was no private fortune, there could be no rebellion. If Jahangir decided, and he usually did so, he could donate the estate to the eldest son after making sure that the widow and other children had their allowances. The emperor's magnanimity toward the dead man's family depended upon his relationship with the emperor during his life. If it had been good, his family was well provided for; if not, they were given the barest sustenance. So Ghias's estate should devolve upon Abul Hasan, as the eldest surviving son. A few weeks after the minister's death, Emperor Jahangir and Meranizer lay in their apartments. Above them the Pinka creaked steadily on slick hinges, back and forth, a long rope leading from it to the hands of the eunuch seated outside the room. "Are you all right, Meranizer?" Jahangir said, pulling her closer. He reached around her to touch her face, and felt the tears. Jahangir wiped the wetness from her skin and kissed her shoulder. A few stray jasmines, wilted now and brown with age, were caught in her hair. The emperor pulled them out gently, without tugging at her hair, and threw them over the edge of the divan. In the light from the lantern the grey in Meranizer's hair glinted silver. Her hair was still thick, still to her waist, just as he liked it. But age had come to her as it had to him. Lines had formed on her face in two arched bows on either side of her mouth; they creased outward from her eyes, and below them, they spread horizontally over her forehead. Jahangir knew every line. He watched her as she slept, waking early in the morning in the first glow of dawn before the Jaraka to lean over his wife. He watched her while she read, when she was animated with laughter, when she was furious with anger. He never seemed to tire of this. But he did not know what to say when she cried as she did now, with deep sobs from within her somewhere. He had worried when Meranizer had refused to cry at Asmat's death. And Meranizer had not cried for a long time, her face hard, her eyes dry, until tonight. He was sad too at Ghias and Asmat's deaths so close to each other. He rubbed her arm in slow circles. Meranizer's breathing evened, and Jahangir turned on his back to look up at the Pinka. He thought about Ghias's estate, which had passed on to him. By law, well, by an unwritten law that he himself followed at all times, it should go to Abul. But Abul had made his feelings clear in Ghias's tent, by brawling so shamefully with Meranizer. She had not forgiven her brother; Jahangir could not do so. Bitterness filled him. Runners from Burhanpur brought news that Khurram was playing at being emperor in the Deccan. Jahangir had given him the title of Shah Jahan, king of the world, and now he acted as though he really was that, within his father's dominions. Khurram was a bidaulat, a wretch, Jahangir thought. He moved closer to Meranizer's back and went to sleep. Heat hung inside the apartment. The Pinka did little but spin the air around the room, but Jahangir could only close his eyes when some part of him was against her. They would each wake many times at night to find sweat thickly matted between their skins, but half asleep they would wipe it away, find another position in which to lay their bodies, another place in which they made contact. An arm, a leg flung across, a shoulder lodged against a hip, even fingers touching, it did not matter, touch they had to. The next morning, when Meranizer came back to the palace from her Jaraka appearance, she found Jahangir kneeling on his prayer rug facing toward Makkah. "What is it, Your Majesty?" she asked. "Did you not go to the Jaraka?" She had left him on his way there. He turned to her, stunned and in a daze. "A letter arrived. I could not go. Khusrau is dead." For a few minutes, Meranizer was silent, then she held out her hand for the letter. Another death. How had Khusrau died? And why? He had been demented, but he had been healthy. Surely Khurram would not have died. Or had he? Jahangir gave her the letter he had been clutching to him, and she read it. Colic, she thought. Colic was a convenient excuse for unexplained death. As they sat there, Hoshiar knocked on the door and bowed. "Your Majesty, a runner has come from Burhanpur with a message from Matab Nuruddin Kuli. He insists upon seeing you." Later, Hoshiar, Meranizer said. "Now, Your Majesty," the eunuch said as he shifted on his feet. There was some important news. Jahangir rose wearily from his knees and went to the reception hall. The runner, a young lad of 18 or 19 years, was sleekly muscled from his occupation. He was saturated in sweat, his kurta stuck to his chest, his pajamas to his shins. The boy quaked as he performed the Cornish and then knelt in front of the emperor, proffering the letter above his head. He simply brought the mail to its destination, but Kuli had been very specific in his instructions. The letter was to be placed in the emperor's hands. "What is this, Your Majesty?" The boy's voice shook. "You are to read this. Go to the imperial kitchens," Jahangir said, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Get something to eat and drink. And rest before you leave again." The runner bent to the carpet and put his forehead on the floor. When he heard the sound of Jahangir's footsteps fade away, he rose from his knees, his body trembling, and put his palm on his right shoulder. Still clutching the place where the emperor had touched him, he found his way to the kitchens. Jahangir walked back to his apartments, turning the letter over to look at Kuli's seal. The news would be unpalatable. But what could it be? He entered to see Merenizer still on the floor. The emperor slit open the letter and sat down next to her. They read it together. Khusrau had not died of colic, he had been murdered, his own brother's hand had taken his life. Jahangir shouted to Hoshiar to bring him his writing materials, and sitting there, on the carpet, hardly able to hold the quill steady, he filled 2 pages of a letter to Khurram. His son was to order Khusro's body exhumed and sent to Allahabad, where he was to be buried next to his mother. And what of Khalifa and her 2 sons? Why were they still at Burhanpur? Send them to Lahore to live in the palaces of the fort there. Was there any truth in these dreadful accusations? Had Khurram really dared to kill his own brother? He had to leave Burhanpur immediately, upon receipt of this letter, and come to Agra to answer Kuli's charges. Jahangir later commanded the new Diwan to his presence and ordered that Khalifa and the boys were to have a large and steady income for the rest of their lives, and use of any of the imperial palaces whenever they wanted. Merenizer looked over Jahangir's shoulder as he wrote. Stupid Khurram, she thought, to take away his brother's life thus. Did he think he would be answerable to no one? Did he think he could flee from his father's rage? Did he think his actions made the throne more secure for him? Khurram read his father's letter in Burhanpur. Most of his commanders had melted away from the fort, on their way now to visit Jahangir and tell him of their part in Khusro's death. The prince fretted for days, wondering how he was going to stand in front of his father and defend himself. He could not go to the emperor. He had been witness to the punishment meted out to an insurgent Khusrau 15 years ago, and that had been only for a simple rebellion. How would Jahangir react to murder? So the prince wrote to the emperor, explaining himself as best he could. He denied everything. Khusrau had died of colic pains, pure and simple. And he was unfortunately unable to leave the Deccan. Khurram said, the imperial armies had need of a commander. The emperor was furious. He wrote to Khurram again, demanding his presence at court, and if he did not come, the prince could consider himself without a family and without a father. Jahangir then gave all of Ghias Beg's huge estate to Merenizer. Abul would not have it, he decided, lest the minister chose to use that wealth to support that bidaulat. He also ordered that Merenizer's orchestra and drums be played at court after his own. She would not be visible, hidden behind the marble screen of the Zenana balcony, but the nobles would have to acknowledge her presence nonetheless. Those of Khurram's courtiers who had chosen to stay with him also fled for the imperial court now. They knew the prince was in trouble. He had no intention of returning to his father's presence, where he once desperately begged to be allowed. Merenizer, with Ghias's estate added to her own large income, was now frighteningly wealthy and massively powerful with this heaping of favors upon her. And the courtiers knew that she disliked Khurram. They came to plead for their lives, to protest that they had not had any actual intentions to be complicit in Khusro's death. Khurram's courtiers had a long journey ahead of them, for Miranizer and Jahangir were on their way back to Kashmir. And while the imperial court was at Kashmir, trouble began to breed in Kandahar. Ever since the first Persian siege on Kandahar in 1606, it had been quiet on the northwestern front. For the last 10 years, there had been a Persian ambassador at the Mughal court, bringing with him lavish gifts and assurances of brotherly affection from Shah Abbas to Jahangir. So constant was Persian presence at court that permanent apartments, richly appointed, were built for the ambassadors. When Miranizer and Jahangir were at Rawalpindi, on their way back from Kashmir, they first heard the news of another Persian invasion in Kandahar. The Kandahar problem went back 2 generations to the time of Humayun, father of Akbar and the second Mughal emperor of India. When Humayun became emperor, 4 years after his father conquered India, he found the country discontented with its conquerors and hoping to oust them. He was defeated by Sher Shah Sur in the battles at Chausa and Kannauj and expelled from India. The emperor took refuge with Shah Tahmasp Safavi in Persia and with his help drove the Afghan king out of Kandahar. Using the city as a base, Humayun conquered Kabul and finally marched back into India victorious, to set up the empire again. Humayun and Shah Tahmasp had a tacit understanding that once India was conquered, Kandahar would be given to Persia. But this had not happened. Humayun did not give it away, Akbar did not give it away, and by Jahangir's time, it had become part of the Mughal Empire. The 1606 siege, if it could even be called by that name, had been a simple raising of war standards and flags outside the city. Now there was no doubt about the Shah's intentions. He wrote to Jahangir, reminding him of the promise once given by his grandfather. Jahangir wrote back, asking why the Shah was so interested in a petty village when he had a mighty empire himself. Both letters were written in phrases of honey and sugar, and neither the Shah nor Jahangir was fooled by the other. The Shah would invade Kandahar, Jahangir had to defend it. Another piece of gossip had found its way to the royal court, riding on the official news of the invasion of Kandahar. The Shah had ordered his eldest son killed by a slave. It was done in a terrible fashion. The prince was stabbed one rainy evening in the local bazaar, and his body lay in the slush of the streets for 2 days before it was dragged away to be buried. Why? Jahangir wondered, and how could a father order his son's death? The Shah was mad, this was why he was plaguing him now. Shah Abbas had to be stopped. And the only person who could command a victorious army was Prince Khurram. The emperor wrote to his son in the Deccan yet again. He was to head north and handle the Kandahar problem. If he did, he would be forgiven. Khurram did not go. The monsoons had arrived in full flood. He could not possibly cart an entire army on this long journey and hope to arrive there with his cavalry and infantry in decent enough shape to meet the Shah's men. He would stay here until the rains subsided. Jahangir sent him a bitter letter. Come to the royal court at once. This the prince would absolutely not do. His father was furious with him, and he was no fool to present himself to be burned in the flames of Jahangir's wrath. Khurram was right about the emperor's temper. Jahangir was ailing, his asthma flared, headaches beset him, everything irritated him now. If the prince came to Jahangir's court, his head would soon part company with his shoulders. This Jahangir was determined about. The empire was to belong to Shahraya. After all, a precedent had been set. If one king could order his son's death, why not another? Chapter 25 The soothsayers named an auspicious day on which the treasure of gold and silver was to be brought out and, in accordance with the king's command, to be handed over to Asaf Khan. Itibar Khan, who was bringing out the royal treasure, took it back to the fort and Asaf Khan went away empty-handed. B. Narain, Trans, and S. Sharma, ed. A Dutch Chronicle of Mughal India. Winter came slowly to the Srinagar valley in 1623. The poplar trees turned a fiery orange and deep maroon along the edges of Dal Lake. Reeds and rushes yellowed and stooped toward the lily pads. The last pumpkins ripened and sprawled over the eastern edge of Dal Lake in their floating gardens, which were large chunks of soil cut away from the banks and tethered to the bottom. The sun rode lower in the sky, in an arc barely skimming over the mighty foreheads of the Himalayas. A chill caught the air, and little fires burned in the bazaars, fanned by the wind. As November approached, the streets grew deserted, shops closed earlier. At the first hint of darkness, shopkeepers and patrons hurried home to warm dinners and cups of chai. The Hari Parbat hill surged upward almost apologetically from the western bank of Dal Lake, a tiny anthill compared to its stupendous neighbors. But the view from the hill was magnificent nonetheless. The lake stretched blue and green below, the wooden houses of Srinagar arranged around it, the majestic Himalayas cutting into the heavens above and in jagged reflection in the waters below. It was here Emperor Akbar had built a fort with walls curving up and down the hillside, and wood and stone palaces. December came and the snows fell, covering the pass into the Srinagar valley with 10-foot deep piles of snow. The city was now cut off from the outside and would be until the roads were cleared. This did not happen normally. The residents merely waited in their snowbound, still world until the spring thaw, but in the winter of 1623 things were not normal. Emperor Jahangir had decided to stay on in Kashmir and not travel back to Agra. Meranizer stood at the window to the balcony in her apartments in Hari Parbat Fort. It was snowing outside, a light and flaky snow, settling amply, though, on the smooth surface of the lake and drifting over the steeply sloped roofs of the houses. She put her face against the cold glass pane of the window. Behind her, the room was lushly covered with thick carpets, edge to edge, without an inch of the stone floor showing. It was warm too, the air heated by coal braziers dispersed around the room. Meranizer turned to her daughter. Ladli was sitting on a divan, her feet pulled under her. A minute later, she shifted and leaned back, but even that was uncomfortable, so she sat up again and rubbed at the bottom of her spine. "Shall I do that for you, beta?" Meranizer asked. Ladli patted the divan. Meranizer went and sat next to her. She put her hand on Ladli's back and massaged the muscles there. Ladli put her head on Meranizer's shoulder. "That feels better, Mama." Meranizer touched Ladli's stomach lightly. "It will be a boy, I know. He gives you so much trouble already." "I do not want a boy, Mama. She will be a girl." "Why?" Meranizer asked, smiling. Ladli raised her head. "So there will be no question of her fighting for the throne. I will not have a child for the empire." Meranizer got up and moved away. "This is stupid thinking, Ladli. What use will a girl be? You must have an heir." Ladli poked at the coals in the brazier near her with a pair of silver tongs. The embers hissed and crackled in response. She reached into a brocade bag and spread the sandalwood shavings over the coals. The bits of wood caught fire, and an aromatic, swirling smoke journeyed around the room. "What use will a girl be, Mama?" Her tone was wry. "You and I were girls once. Were we worthless?" Meranizer sighed and sat down again, this time near the little table in a corner. Farmans lay piled on it, their parchment gleaming softly in the lamplight. She had to read through them and decide which ones to sign, which to throw away. "You know what I mean, beta," she said, leaning against the wall behind her. "When Shahraya becomes emperor, he must have a son to give the empire to. It will not be a boy." Ladli sat up on the edge of her divan, her face contorted. Little drops of sweat gathered on her forehead, and she wiped them with the back of her hand. Meranizer looked at her daughter from across the room. Impending motherhood had brought a fretfulness to her. As her body grew, her emotions lumped up too, skittering out wildly with every sentence. But she was still lovely. Her skin glowed golden and clear, her eyes had lost their constant sadness, and she moved with a grace Meranizer had not seen in many women in this stage. The child brought happiness to Ladli, and an undeniable contentment to her mother. Now the marriage to Shahraya had some value, Mehranisa thought. Now, finally, she had done right by Ladli. Ladli muttered to herself, tucked her hair back into her plait, and subsided on the divan. She breathed heavily, as though she had run for a distance. I do not want my child to be caught in all this fighting, Mama. I do not want you to use him for the throne. You do not want to be mother to an emperor, Ladli. Mehranisa said, her gaze a hard, deep blue. Ladli shook her head and bent to wrap her arms around her stomach, the fingertips meeting at the bottom, as though she was carrying something heavy in front of her. You do not want to sit in the Zenana balcony at court and look out at your son's back while the most powerful amirs and nobles pay their respects to him. Tell me, the empress leaned forward, hands on her knees, tell me you do not want that. You can have what I do not, Ladli. A child who will wear the crown, whose name will live on for posterity to remember, and because of him your name will live on. Mehranisa rose and went to stand over her daughter. She looked down at her daughter's dark head, with a little sliver of skin where her thick hair was parted. She touched her head, but Ladli moved away as fast as her ponderous body would allow her. Mehranisa turned and went to the pile of velvet cloaks in one corner of the apartment. Swathing two over her head and shoulders, she went out into the balcony. It was as bright as daylight outside. The falling snow caught the light from the houses and the street lamps and spread it thinly orange over all of Srinagar. The air was clear, washed with ice, with a sharp edge of cleanness to it. Mehranisa leaned out over the parapet and breathed deeply. Why was Ladli thinking like this? Everything she did for her daughter. Surely she knew that. Shahraya was a fool, to be sure, but he had the empire's blood in his veins, worth 10 times any load of gold. The child she was carrying would have that value too. Ladli did not remember, because she did not know, that they were but refugees to India. Years had come here with little in his pockets, and less on his back. And half of Ladli was given by her father, who was but a soldier and, before that, a table attendant to the Shah of Persia. Within her, she now bore a future emperor. Why was she not grateful? Mehranisa swept the snow off the edge of the parapet with a sharp gesture. It turned her palm cold and blue, and she rubbed her hand against her side. Ladli still blamed her for not asking Khurram. But she had asked, and Ladli did not know this, for Mehranisa would never tell her. Still, Ladli blamed her. What was Khurram's worth now, in any case? A few days ago, before the snow had started falling, Mehranisa had had another reason to be upset with Khurram. She had given one of her jiggers to Shahraya as a gift and had petitioned the Diwan to turn over the papers to her son-in-law. Khurram had also sent a formal petition to the Diwan for the same Jagir, but of course it had gone to Shahraya. However, Khurram, always in a hurry and sure that he would get the Jagir of Dholpur, had sent his men there to set up officers. Khurram's servants had met Shahraya's servants, and a bloody fight had followed, in which 4 men had been killed. Mehranisa had demanded that Dholpur be returned to Shahraya, but she was sure Khurram would refuse, just as he had refused to go to Kandahar. And as time passed in all their plentiful letter writing and demands, the fort at Kandahar fell to the Shah of Persia's army. Although Jahangir had called it a petty village, it was of strategic importance to the empire for trade and defense. Now it had been cut away from the northwestern edge. Khurram, despite all his excuses, was quite clearly intent on staying on at Burhanpur, so Mehranisa ordered Shahraya to go instead. He was sent away in the autumn from Srinagar, with much fanfare, but even his mother-in-law had little hopes in his military prowess. Giving Shahraya the command of the imperial army was to tell the court that he was now the favored son. The most Shahraya would do, Mehranisa knew, would be to loll around the outskirts of Kandahar, send out a few half-hearted sorties, and then return home. But there was to be a child. The boy would be the next emperor. He gave Mehranisa hope. There would be a boy, please Allah, wouldn't there? The snowflakes settled on the top of Mereniza's head, clung to her eyelashes, and tucked themselves into the folds of her cloak. But she still stood in the balcony. Only her feet were cold, slowly numbing as the snow melted and seeped in through the leather of her shoes. She liked being outside in this impossibly white world covering all the sins and dirt of Srinagar. It was densely silent and peaceful. Here, she was no longer empress, no longer anything, not even a mother or a soon-to-be grandmother. Here she was not even a wife, although as she stood, her head slanted to the doorway on her right where Jahangir slept. He coughed, and Mereniza closed her eyes and listened. He would cough 3 times, one low, one so shallow as to come from his mouth, one from deep within his lungs. They had stayed on in Srinagar hoping that the emperor's asthma would leave in the clean and crisp air of the valley. It had abated somewhat, but as Mereniza heard the dreaded cough from within, she knew that it would never go. Jahangir was a dying man. Maybe not for a few years more, but his body would not be able to put up with this punishment for much longer. Mereniza saw this with a clarity and calmness that frightened her. Ever since that one terrible illness when Jahangir had almost died, Mereniza had been preparing herself for his death. At that time, the thought had terrified her, but so many years had passed, and time had a way of making oft-pondered ideas if not appealing, at least bearable. The cold finally seeped into her bones and left her teeth chattering. She had thrown herself into the work, every farman went out with her signature, she took the Jaraka audiences, she ran the empire while Jahangir rested. Mereniza was the one who had sent Shahrayar away. If Khurram refused to give up Dholpur, the Jagir he had so officiously taken over, she would confiscate all his estates in the northern part of the empire. Let him rot in the south, she thought. Let his entire family, his wife, his sons, his father-in-law. But no, Abul was here with them. They were adrift from each other finally, thoroughly ashamed that Ghiyas had died while they had fought. But Abul had not left the imperial court to seek out Khurram. Huddled under the warm fur of her cloak, Mereniza gripped her arms about her waist. Should she send Abul away? On what pretext, and how would the courtiers react? The nobles had been strained, skittish, in her Jaraka audiences lately. This was due to many things, the Kandahar problem, the so obvious switch in imperial favor from Khurram to Shahrayar, Jahangir's constant illnesses. They were unsure, Mereniza was too, not really seeing Shahrayar as emperor or seeing him hold the throne for long. But now, with the child, if he could just rule for a little while. That, though, would come later. And whatever Mereniza did about her brother Abul, she had to do this with the approval of the nobles at court. She thought then, her head hunched into her chest. An idea came as she stood there, Abul had to be pushed into the open. The sound of another series of coughs startled her. She listened, but now she heard a 4th cough, and this was loud and coarse. Mereniza plowed through the drifting snow down the balcony into Jahangir's apartments. You want me to do what? Abul's voice was filled with disbelief. Bring the treasury to Lahore, Mereniza repeated patiently. She put a hand to one of the palanquin's pillars to steady herself. They sat close to each other in the enclosed space, their knees drawn up and touching. The curtains, of a sheer green silk, were closed. The sun filtered through them, filling the palanquin with a liquid green light. Abul looked at his sister. He had trouble sitting like this, his thighs ached, but he would not let her know that. The royal entourage was on its way to Lahore after the winter in Srinagar. It was spring, well, the snows had melted in patches from the ground, but it was still cold and slippery outside. At the last stop, Mereniza had asked for him to ride with her. Abul had had to brace himself as the 8 bearers had lifted the palanquin onto their shoulders and set off in a steady trot. You want to move the entire treasury, Mereniza. Do you know what that entails? Abul rubbed his chin and felt the bristle of a spot of hair that his barber's razor had not touched that morning. And why? Miranizer's eyes gleamed. It will be safer where the emperor is, Abul. Abul shook his head. Yes, but, ... quote. You do not wish to do this. Her voice was sharp. No, of course, if this is the emperor's command, I will. But what does safer mean? Who would dare to lay siege on the treasury of the empire, Miranizer? It is safe enough at Agra. Khurram. Miranizer said this quietly. Abul glanced at her and then away at the blurred green images of the soldiers outside. Their horses marched in unison, or so it sounded to him, with a steadfast rhythm. This is what Miranizer saw during those long hours of travel when she chose to journey by palanquin. What has Khurram done now? He asked carefully. What had he done? Abul had heard nothing of their plans from Arjumand the last time she had written. But she rarely told him anything in writing. There were too many eyes eager to read, too many hands that would willingly put her letters under Miranizer's gaze. We are too far away from Agra, Abul. His sister's voice had taken on that resigned tone again, as though she were talking to a child. The emperor wishes to return to Kashmir when state duties allow him to do so. The court will not visit the capital for some time. If we are to be so far north, the treasury will not be safe from Khurram. He would not capture the treasury, Miranizer. Oh, she leaned forward and caught one of his hands. How do you know this? Abul pulled his hand away and backed into the wood wall of the palanquin. I know nothing. I have had no contact with Prince Khurram in many years. Only with his daughter, but he was not going to tell Miranizer this. You are to leave the entourage tomorrow. Itibar Khan has orders to give you the treasury, along with an army to guard it. Look after it well, Abul. I will, he mumbled. Miranizer rapped on one of the pillars with the back of her fan. The bearers stopped and Abul climbed out, jumping to the ground. The palanquin swayed to adjust to the loss of his weight and then went on again. The soldiers passed him, some bowing from their saddles. Abul Hassan waited until his own horse was led up to him. He mounted it and let it follow the entourage. The green and gold coverings of Miranizer's palanquin glittered in the bright sunlight. Abul bent his head. What was she up to? Why order him of all people to bring the treasury to Lahore? Did she not know that he would never let his Arjumand down? Abul had said nothing when their father's estate had been given to Miranizer. What could he have said, anyway? He could not have protested. No one questioned the emperor's commands. But hatred and jealousy and greed had seared their way inside him. It was his money, and in giving it to Miranizer, the emperor and she had made Abul into a eunuch. The amirs at court had snickered, some openly, asking if he suddenly found himself poor, if a loan would not be amiss. Even as they travelled to Lahore, the stonemasons and architects were hard at work in Agra, building Giyas Beg's tomb. Abul had seen the plans for it when Miranizer had held them out in front of him excitedly. Look, Abul. So Abul had looked, holding the paper in his hands. A jewel of a building on a raised and decorated platform. It was to be square with 4 octagonal towers and sharp and thick eaves along the top. Silk thin marble latticework for the main chamber where Giyas and Asmat would lie. A garden around, with long lawns, shade and fruit trees, water in channels. The tomb was to be of marble, unblemished and pure as newly fallen snow. And into each surface was cut a pietra dura inlay. What was that? Abul had asked. And Miranizer had mimicked the stonemasons, digging out inch-thick slivers of marble from a sheet of stone and filling the spaces with jasper, cornelian, topaz, onyx, lapis lazuli, all polished to show their grain to the greatest advantage. The whole would then be smoothed down until it would look like, and feel like, one piece. When you lay your hand on it and close your eyes, you will not be able to tell that there even is an inlay, Abul, Miranizer had said. It sounds expensive, Abul had said. The plans showed that every surface of the tomb was to be covered with this work, interlocking circles and hexagons, tulips on slender stems, betel leaves. Merenizer had laughed. I wanted them to build the outer walls of silver. The architects persuaded me that marble would endure longer. So the cost is but little, Abul. And the money means nothing to me. I have so much. He had felt important that day. His father's tomb was his to build, he was the oldest son. Now Merenizer's name would be over it. She would be the one commended and lauded for its beauty. She was the one who had the resources to pay for its construction. Abul had gone back home trembling with anger. He knew that only royalty had the right to leave their mark on the face of the empire's soil. He knew that in marrying Emperor Jahangir, Merenizer had become royal. He could never be royal. In being born a man, and being born into a family with no imperial pretensions, he could never change his status. At best though, Abul thought, yanking at the reins when his horse veered off course, he could be father-in-law to the next emperor. Before he left with a small army to Agra the next morning, he wrote to Khurram. Prince Khurram read his father-in-law's letter and made his plans quickly. He sent out word among his nobles that he was going into the forests for a month-long hunt. As the preparations for the hunt commenced, his army was ordered to ready itself for a march. Khurram left the city, headed south to the hunting grounds, and when his army of 70,000 cavalry joined him, they moved up north toward Agra. There was an irony in this plan of Khurram's. Once, about 20 years ago, Jahangir had done the same thing, leaving his futile war in Mewar to storm the treasury at Agra, hoping that with the money he would vanquish Akbar and grab the crown that was his anyway. Jahangir had not succeeded in this quest, but the empire was his now. Prince Khurram, riding through the long and hard days and nights toward Agra, knew that he had little chance for the throne of the empire. He had to do this, or Shahryar would be emperor. Abul Hassan reached his mansion in Agra at nightfall. He forced himself to wait through the night, and ended up lying in bed staring at the flapping pinka. Long before dawn broke, Abul was up and ready. He ate little at breakfast, a cup of chai, half a chapati with duck eggs scrambled with onions, ginger, and cumin seeds. Abul entered Itibar Khan's offices with slow and measured steps. Soon, he thought, very soon he would be guardian of the richest treasure in the world. Once Khurram came, they would have the empire too. Emperor Jahangir could never compete with the wealth of the treasury. It would buy them armies by the thousands, entire towns and villages, fealty from every noble at court. Abul had had a long time to think about all of this during his ride to Agra, traveling with only a small group of soldiers. The moment his letter to Khurram left his door, Abul knew he had cut ties with his sister. Merenizer had been very stupid, he thought, in giving him the guardianship of the treasury after insulting him so constantly since their father's death. There were brief moments of fright, of course, always what if. This venture were not successful, if Khurram did not come, if something went wrong. If his letter to Khurram went elsewhere, and in doing so, found its way to Merenizer. But he had left the entourage, ridden to Lahore, then to Agra, and nothing had happened. Itibar Khan met him at the door and bowed. As-salam alaikum, Mirza Abul Hassan. To what do I owe this pleasure? In the Mughal Empire, where every man's shoulders supported his head only by the emperor's whimsy, Itibar Khan had enjoyed a relatively long reign as the warden of the imperial treasury at Agra, some 30 years. It had been Itibar then, who, standing outside the fort at Agra, arms crossed over his chest, cannons and soldiers lined up behind him, had turned Emperor Jahangir away from the treasury that had not been his yet. Walaikum al-salam, Abul replied. I have come from the emperor to escort the treasury to Lahore. Certainly. But if I may have some proof. Itibar said and then added, please, do not misunderstand me, I require a letter for the files. Of course not. Abul Hassan handed the royal farman to Itibar Khan. The treasurer read the farman slowly. It clearly ordered him to release the contents of the treasury. Abul fidgeted on his feet. He wanted to lean over and shake the old man. Khurram would have left Burhanpur by now, and if he was traveling with an army, it would not be long before news of that reached every corner of the empire. The entire treasury. Itibar spread out his hands. The inventory will take weeks. That is not possible. I have to leave in 5 days, Abul said quickly. The emperor wishes it. He says nothing in this farman about that. Itibar pointed at the writing with one finger. I cannot send you on your way in 5 days. Please, His Majesty may not have mentioned anything about the time, but he told me that he wants the treasury at Lahore as soon as possible, Abul said. Certainly, His Majesty must not be kept waiting. Itibar put an arm around Abul's shoulders and led him to a divan. In the meantime, perhaps you will enjoy our hospitality. Abul sat down. He did not wish to sit. He wanted to be in the treasury vaults hanging over the huge chests of gold and silver coins, the strings of pea-size and grape-shaped pearls, the diamonds and emeralds, the rubies set in gold. But he said nothing. I shall give orders immediately to start the inventory, Mirza Hassan. For the next 2 weeks, Abul Hassan watched as the treasurer counted the gold mohurs personally. New leather bags were ordered to carry the coins. Copious notes were made of every item in the treasury in ledgers. The gemstones were counted, rustring, and then sealed in silk pouches. At the end of the second week, Abul Hassan insisted that he would take the treasury as it was an answer personally for any losses to the emperor. Itibar Khan was shocked at the suggestion. It was unthinkable that he would be so derelict in his duties. Abul retreated into apologies and returned to his smooth diplomatic talk. He could do nothing until Khurram arrived, and there was no news of the prince. At least that was heartening. If he had heard nothing, chances were that Itibar had heard nothing too. Praying that this was so, Abul waited through the immeasurably long days. Finally, the day arrived when Abul Hassan was to get the treasury from Itibar Khan. His attendants had already packed his belongings. As soon as the treasury was handed over, he would leave Agra. He wanted to put as much distance between him and the city as he could before Prince Khurram arrived, for Agra was well armed against invasion. A fanfare of trumpets and drums greeted him at the main gateway of the fort. Abul Hassan felt a little prickle of apprehension when he saw cannons wheeled to the ramparts of the fort. What was Itibar Khan up to? A small contingent of soldiers came out to escort Abul into the fort. In the main courtyard, 2 divans had been set up under a canopy of gold cloth. Itibar and Abul sat back on their knees on the divans, facing each other. The treasurer began to speak about the rituals involved in moving the treasury. Why all the formality? Abul asked impatiently. Just give me the treasury and I will be on my way. Itibar Khan shook his graying head in outrage. My dear friend, there is a protocol for everything, he said. If we, as officers of the court, forget etiquette, how shall we answer to His Majesty? You are right, Abul mumbled. He was on edge, shifting his weight about. He had not slept in quite a few nights, wondering whether this moment would ever come. Itibar Khan was an old man, one stuck in ritual and formality, and in this lay his entire life. How could a few minutes' delay affect his plans? Abul settled down for the ceremony, composing his face to the same gravity he saw in Itibar. It took a few hours. Finally a long procession of servants came out, weighted down with heavy leather bags, caskets, and wood trunks. Abul watched as the treasure was piled onto elephants, camels, and bullock carts. Itibar showed Abul the ledgers and inventory books. Abul Hassan brushed them aside, bowed to the treasurer, and swung upon his horse. As he dug his heels into the horse's flanks, Itibar called out, Mirza Hassan, you have forgotten something. Abul turned back slowly. What now? You have to sign the letter of release, Itibar said. Abul grabbed the letter and scrawled his name on it. Then, without another bow to the treasurer, he pounded out of the courtyard. The elephants, camels, and carts followed at a slower pace. They rode through the fort to the Hathi Pol on the western side. Abul's heart thumped heavily in his chest. A few more steps and they would be outside. A few hours and they would be on the outskirts of Agra. A few days and the imperial army would never catch up with him. As he approached the gateway, he realized that it was very dark in the entrance, and with good reason. The drawbridge was being cranked up slowly, swallowing the sunlight outside. Abul raced to the soldiers at the doorway. "What is going on?" he yelled. "Let me through. I am on my way to the emperor." One of the soldiers shrugged. "The treasurer's orders. The treasury is not to leave the fort." "What? Let down the drawbridge." The men looked away from him. Abul turned his horse around and rode wildly past the treasury, dodging the guards and carts. Itibar was waiting for him, standing alone in the center of the courtyard. "What is this?" Abul shouted, jumping off his horse and running up to the man. "The treasury will not leave the fort, Mirza Hassan," Itibar said. "Prince Khurram is on his way to Agra." "So what?" Abul shook Itibar by the shoulders. When he stopped, the old man peeled Abul's fingers away without difficulty. He was no longer smiling, no more the courteous treasurer. But, I have orders from the emperor," Abul spluttered. "He will have your head for this. Doubtless His Majesty would have me beheaded if I let the treasury fall into the prince's hands," Itibar agreed. "But I should have an opportunity to defend it. It will be better for the treasury to be away from Agra. Don't you see, if the prince is on his way here, then it should be taken away." "I cannot agree with that," Itibar replied. "The fort is invincible. The treasury will be safer here than on its way to the emperor." He turned to an attendant. "Send a message to the emperor informing him of the prince's movements. Assure him the treasury is still at Agra and it is being well guarded." Abul watched as the treasury was unloaded and taken back to the cellars and vaults. Itibar kindly provided Abul with an armed escort to his mansion. Abul could not even step out of his house without being followed by a guard. He was constantly watched, could send no message to Khurram. He knew then that Miranizer had devised all of this. Abul had been fooled by the sister he thought a fool. He had drawn Khurram out from the safety of his fort at Burhanpur on this mad errand. Miranizer and Jahangir were on their way to Agra from Lahore. Outside the walls of his gardens, Abul could hear the imperial army being put through their training. Thousands of feet marched past his house, armors and mail clanked, and all the while, Khurram neared Agra. Chapter 26 The Tree That Is Bitter in Nature. If you plant it in the garden of paradise, and water it from the eternal stream thereof, if you pour on its root pure honey, in the end it shows its natural quality, and it bears the same bitter fruit. A. Rogers, Trans, and H. Beverage, ed. The Tizukai Jahangiri. It's no good, Your Highness. No one will offer us hospitality. Not one person. Raja Bikramjit, Commander-in-Chief of Khurram's forces, shook his head. Both men turned to look down the deserted street of the village 3 miles from Agra. The shop fronts were shuttered and bolted, all the houses were locked from the inside. They had spent 2 hours first knocking on doors, then banging against them. Koi hai? Is someone there? It was as though the village had just emptied, as though people had fled from a plague. There was nothing outside, no dogs or cats or hens picking in the dust, no cows lounging fatly in the way of traffic. A thick silence stood around them. How did they hear of our arrival? We left Burhanpur in the greatest secrecy. Raja Bikramjit grimaced. Bad news travels fast, Your Highness. Like the princess, Bikramjit's face had a thin coating of dirt. They were both a fine sight, Khurram thought, as were his men. They had sped through the breadth of the empire, pausing for 2, sometimes 3, hours a night. They had changed horses at the sarais for travelers, but the last few days they had traveled on the same mounts. As they had neared Agra, they had met with a wall of silence, backs turned upon them, eyes cold with hatred. Khurram had not paid much attention to this, he had been too tired to pay attention. But now as he stood in the village street, he knew that his father must be on his way to meet him. "What shall we do?" Khurram asked. Where was the village well? They were near the main square, but if there was a well dug into the ground, it was cleverly hidden. "The soldiers need food and water. Shall we go to Agra?" Bikramjit shook his head. "Agra is prepared for our arrival also. Why didn't I hear of this from Abul Hassan?" Khurram demanded. "He is under house arrest, Your Highness. Itibar Khan has locked up the treasury in the vaults." Khurram squinted into the darkness. Even the lamps were not lit on the street. The village had died rather than welcome him. He leaned against his saddle, thinking. They had to go on, he could not come this far and turn back. He could not return defeated to Arjumand. "We must march on to Agra and try to take the fort and the royal treasury." "I would not recommend it, Your Highness. The soldiers are tired." "I cannot turn back now," Khurram said stubbornly. He put one foot in the stirrup and dragged himself up into the saddle. "Command the soldiers to move on to Agra." But Itibar Khan had been hard at work. The battlements of the fort were strengthened with plaster and stone. The main gates were bricked up, there was no sign of wood anywhere. Cannons stood guard on the ramparts, gaping blackly at Khurram's army, and soldiers in full armor stood behind. Khurram and his men loaded their muskets and shot at the soldiers, but the cannons answered, extinguishing vast pockets of his army in flares of explosion. They uprooted a tree and used it as a battering ram, but the brick would not give way. Finally, late into the night, as fires burned in the fields beyond the fort, as the smell of charring human and horse flesh rose into the air, as most of his men lay broken, crying and dying on the earth, Khurram whipped his horse around and led the remaining army away. He could barely keep upright in his saddle, a bullet had winged its way through the skin of his arm, and a tourniquet of cotton was tied around to staunch the flow of blood. Khurram was exhausted, as were his men, holding on to their horses' necks as they pounded away from the fort. They went into hiding north of Agra. The fort at Delhi would be next assaulted. Khurram would not flee to the Deccan without something to show for his journey. But he did not know that his father's entourage, along with the bulk of the imperial army, had already arrived at Delhi. Abul was brought into Meraniza's apartments in shackles, chains binding his wrists together and swinging down to encircle his ankles. "What is this, Meraniza?" he yelled. "What is this outrage? Why am I treated like a criminal?" Meraniza was making fun. She did not look up at her brother, and Abul did not come nearer. When he moved the first time, Hoshiar's firm hand descended upon his nape in an unfriendly manner. "Stay here, Mirza Hassan." She sat on her divan, the silver plates of betel leaves, betel nuts, lime, raisins, and sultanas in front of her. Meraniza dipped a heart-shaped betel leaf into a bowl of water, rinsed it, wiped it dry, and piled the center with the contents of the plates. Then she meticulously folded it into a square parcel, tightly bound, and kept the folding in place with a clove stuck in. Abul shivered in his place. His wrists were on fire, the iron cuffs chafing against his skin. What was Meraniza going to do to him? "Meraniza," he said pleadingly, and this time she looked up. There was no expression on her face, no anger or hatred, nothing. She opened her mouth, put the pan in and chewed, and she did not take her eyes away from her brother. It was Abul whose gaze dropped. "Who told Khurram about the moving of the treasury, Hoshiar?" Abul's head whipped up. "I did not, Meraniza. You have to believe me." "How did he know then?" "I do not know." Abul said this without flinching. He started to tremble again though, setting the chains clanking. "Take those off, Hoshiar," Meraniza said, leaning back on the cushions. She cleared the plates away and put them on the carpets. "Come here and sit, Abul." Abul massaged his wrists, bent down and rubbed his ankles, and hobbled over to sit by his sister. "Do you believe me, Miraniza? Khurram is on his way to sack Delhi. You must let the emperor know." Miraniza raised an eyebrow at him. "Is this true?" "Yes, I heard of it yesterday." "Then will you command one of the armies against Khurram, Abul?" He did not hesitate for even a second. As soon as she finished her question, Abul Hassan said yes. He looked her in the eye when he said this. He thought she believed him. Miraniza sent him away. He stumbled out of the room. No harm was done, she thought, in bringing him to her like a prisoner. Now she knew that Abul would never be at her side, only at Khurram's. He would battle his son-in-law, though, and if Abul gave any sign of fleeing to Khurram, she would leave orders with the commanders that he must be killed before he was even halfway there. The prince was on his way to Delhi. Abul had told her this as though it was something new, something to take away her suspicions of him. But Miraniza already knew, of course, not just what his plans were, but where he was right now. She called Shahrayar away from Kandahar. Abul would command yet another army. Who would lead the third? Khurram had 2 men with him whom Miraniza would have dearly liked to see at the helm of the imperial army, Raja Bikramjit and the Khanai Khanan. She thought for a while and then remembered the man who had stood up against her time and again in those early days of her marriage. The man who had boldly gone to Jahangir to complain about her. He had shown courage and, in some ways, a loyalty to the emperor few other men had. Miraniza wrote a letter to Mahabat Khan at Kabul, offering him release from the governorship there if he would come and join the imperial army. She wrote as though she asked a request, but it was a command. There was no question of Mahabat having a choice. So Mahabat Khan accepted. Actually, he desperately grabbed at the chance. He had spent 10 years away from the imperial court and had aged 20 in that time. There had been nothing to spend his energy on, his duties in Kabul had been light. But here finally was the opportunity to return. The 3 imperial armies headed by Mahabat, Shahrayar, and Abul met Khurram's army south of Delhi. The conclusion was preordained. There was no way Khurram's men could stand up to the might of the imperial forces. The prince fled to his home in the Deccan by nightfall, and Raja Bikramjit was dead. His head was cut off, stuffed with grass and hay, and hung on an upturned spear on the ramparts of the Delhi fort. The Raja's family had had in their possession, through many generations, a pair of perfectly matched pearls the size of small cherries. These Bikramjit had worn in his ears. When his head adorned the spear, it was without its ears, which had been sliced off for the family heirlooms. Khurram ran away to the Deccan, but of course he was not to be allowed to go away so easily. Miraniza gave out gifts to all the nobles who had participated in the battle, and she left out Abul. He was to stay with her at court, though she could not trust him anywhere but near her. She sent a message to Prince Parvez, pulling him out of his life of drink and sloth. He was to come to Delhi, and from there pursue Khurram in the Deccan. Miraniza gave Mahabat Khan charge of the campaign along with Parvez. The emperor had taken to his bed with yet another illness. He could not rise to give the orders himself, but he listened when she talked with him. Jahangir suggested that they travel to Ajmer and wait for news of Mahabat Khan and Parvez's pursuit of Khurram. So the royal entourage moved to Ajmer. Once Miraniza and Jahangir had come here to support Khurram's siege on Mewar. Now they came here hoping to hear of his demise. Khurram fought Parvez's army outside of Burhanpur, or rather he fought Mahabat Khan's command. He was easily defeated, and the prince fled again, heading south to the Tapti river. This time he took Arjumand and their sons with him. The party that left with him was sadly depleted. Mahabat, exercising his diplomatic skills to the utmost, had sent secret letters to the nobles of Khurram's court, promising them amnesty from Jahangir's wrath if they defected to the imperial side. The rain spewed down steadily and in torrents. The crash of the downpour was thunderous, it blotted out every other sound. Lightning forked across the sky and lit up the caravan trudging slowly down the muddy hillside. Khurram rode at the head of the procession, wiping the streaming rain from his face. He could not even look up, the water lashed into his eyes if he did, so he bent down over his horse's neck, praying that it was sure-footed. The horse plunged into the mud on its hind legs, lifting Khurram in the air, and then it painfully extricated itself from the sludge and moved on. Khurram looked back at the lead palanquin and wondered how Arjumand was doing. She must be drenched through also, he thought. The palanquin cover and curtains had been ripped to pieces in the monsoon winds, modesty was thrown away, and Arjumand clung to the skeleton frame of the conveyance, her veil bunched and wet around her neck. Khurram cursed under his breath. Here he was, a royal prince, forced to flee like a common fugitive. Suddenly someone shouted out aloud, and Khurram reined in his horse. One of the elephants had dropped into the soft mud, the ground not being able to support its weight. The animal struggled wildly to extricate itself, trumpeting in fear as it sank deeper. An attendant rode up to the prince. "We shall have to leave the animal, Your Highness," he said, leaning into Khurram's ear. "Do so, and quickly," Khurram shouted, lifting his voice over the clamor of the rain. He watched as the baggage strapped onto the elephant's back was unloaded and distributed to the other already sorely burdened horses and elephants. Khurram looked away into the wet darkness as a shot rang out. The elephant's cry stopped in mid-trumpet, and it fell back on the ground with a thud. It was 2 days since Khurram and his party had forded the Tapti. The river was swollen with rain waters, and the crossing had almost been a disaster. Entire barges with their belongings had been rushed away down the angry Tapti, they had just barely made it to the other side. The monsoons had begun just as Khurram had left Burhanpur, but he could not have waited for the rains to subside, he had had no time. Even now, as they struggled toward the southern frontier of the Mughal Empire, the imperial army was but a 2-day march behind them. They moved forward again, the animals protesting against the extra weight and lack of food or rest. Khurram was determined, at all costs, not to be taken prisoner by the emperor. He had witnessed Khusro's fate and knew his own would be worse. He raised his hand and pointed south. "Let us go," he yelled. Arjumand huddled in one corner of the palanquin, seeking shelter and warmth from the pouring rain. She was feeling nauseous. It was a familiar feeling, and the princess's heart plummeted as she realized that she was pregnant again. What sort of a life would this child have, born to fugitive parents who were fleeing from the wrath of the emperor? For that matter, what sort of a life would all her children have? At one time, it had seemed certain that Khurram would be emperor, but now... There were no more mishaps that night, and by afternoon, Khurram and Arjumand slipped over the southern border into the kingdom of Golconda. Once, Khurram thought, he had led an army to fight the Golconda king. Would he be given shelter here? Behind Khurram, Mahabat Khan moved doggedly through the blinding rain. He had been drenching wet for 3 days now. His barge had turned over in the Tapti, throwing Parvez and him into the shallow end on the other side. They had clung to some tree roots until the rest of the army had been able to pull them out of the water. Mahabat was weary too. He was no longer young, no longer able to ride on campaign for the hours and days it took to achieve victory. But Jahangir had commanded this of him. Mahabat Khan lifted his balding head to the rain and opened his mouth to drink the sweet water. When he captured Prince Khurram, he would be celebrated as a hero. Jahangir would give him his place in court again, next to Sharif. They would be friends and companions again, as they once were. He dreamed thus in his saddle, his horse stumbling through the wet and dark night. The same lightning that flashed to show Khurram's party lit the skies above Mahabat. He saw his army clearly defined in that light, Soaked and miserable, cold from the constant dampness, their lungs clogged, coughs racking their thin bodies. Mahabhat let his mind wander again. Sharif and he had written letters to each other. Fewer as the years had passed, for Mahabhat had burned with jealousy at all Sharif's accounts. The garden parties, the festivals, the imperial weighings on birthdays. He had seen all of these in tremendous detail, reading through Sharif's casual sentences. The Amirul Umrah had kept his place in court because he could, and did, keep his mouth shut. Mahabhat knew he would not have been this complacent at Meraniza's Jarakar audiences, at the effortless way in which she, from behind the veil, nudged and bullied the nobles and princes into doing what she wanted. Reading Sharif's letters, Mahabhat had often thought he was better at Kabul, away from the temptation to fight with Meraniza, rather than at court resisting it every minute of every day. But his place was with the emperor. And surely, he could return now. Mahabhat's horse trudged through the rain. He kept his head bowed, seeing glory for himself in the dark wetness. The shivers that beset his body, the ache in his thighs from so long in the saddle, the constant hunger for sleep, none of these mattered. His army followed the path Prince Khurram had taken. They stumbled upon the dead elephant drowning in the rains upon the hillside, then came to the edge of the empire. Here the tracks from Khurram's entourage moved into Golconda. Mahabhat and his army rode around the perimeter looking for further marks, hoping that the original tracks were false, and that Khurram had moved off the road in another direction. But no, he had gone into the enemy kingdom with his wife, his children, and his army. Mahabhat stayed at the border for 2 more days, and then turned back to Burhanpur, dragging the ever-complaining Prince Pervez with him. It was a victory of sorts. Khurram would not be a threat anymore, and so he wrote to Meraniza and Jahangir in a letter sent by runner immediately upon his arrival at Burhanpur. And there, between the lines, he implored to return to court to give a personal accounting of his campaign. A few months later, Khurram sent his father a letter begging pardon. He did not want to live in exile anymore, though the Golconda king had been welcoming, even generous, to an old enemy. But Golconda was not home, the empire was. From Lahore, Meraniza set harsh terms for his surrender. Khurram had to send ₹1,000,000 to the imperial treasury. 2 of his sons were to be escorted to the imperial court as security against further rebellion. Khurram had to give up any claims on the forts of Asir and Rohtas. The prince agreed and took his family to Nasik on the Arabian Sea. He was officially in exile, although still on the empire's soil. News of Mahabhat's defeat of Prince Khurram spread all over the empire. Mahabhat Khan was 55 years old and had routed a prince about half his age. He was a brave soldier. Once, when Jahangir had first come to the throne, people could not take the emperor's name without saying Mahabhat and Sharif's too in the same breath. Meraniza had changed all that. Now Jahangir was synonymous only with his 20th and most powerful wife. A grey, ghostly dawn chiseled at the edges of night on the eastern horizon over Lahore. In this thin light, the city sweepers began their work, washing down the cobbled stones with water, using thick jute brooms to swirl the dirt away. Milkmen brought their cows to doorsteps to rouse sleepy maids, and they gushed sweet, frothing, warm milk into earthenware jugs. An hour later, the lamplighters would arrive to douse and clean the street lamps. The many palaces of Lahore fort slumbered densely in the cool of the early morning. Lights flickered here and there, in veranda arches, in niches set in the sandstone walls, at the western entrance to the fort, the Hathi Pal, and along the ramparts. In one palace, the sesame oil lamps had been lit early the previous evening and still burned fervently, fed through the long and tiring night. Ladli wailed, the cry drawn from deep within her. The sound curled through the lushly appointed apartment, bounced off the mirror-embellished walls, and flew out the open windows into the coming dawn. Blood flooded her face as she gripped her eyes shut, breath knocked out of her lungs, her lower body straining. Then she sank back on the divan. Mama. I am here, beta. Meranizer leaned over her daughter and rubbed her face gently. Ladli clutched at her hand, grinding her fingers in a tight vice. It hurts, Mama. It hurts. I know, beta, Meranizer said. She put her head against Ladli's, wishing she could take away this pain. Sweat drenched Ladli's skin and lay her hair in strands across her skull. If it had cooled during the night, neither noticed, for the room was fetid with the smell of perspiration and the blood that soaked through the white satin sheets of the divan under Ladli. The birthing had started hours ago, so many hours ago now, Meranizer thought. At first it had been almost easy, a deepening ache in Ladli's lower back, and the happy anticipation of the child who was to come. They had talked and laughed. Who would he look like? How much hair would be on his head? There was going to be a new life, one that would belong to them. In these early hours, Meranizer felt the crushing weight of the past few months rise from her. Khurram was forgotten, the empire even forgotten, although the worrying letters from Burhanpur lay on her lap. Ladli ate ghee-roasted cashews, pistachios, and sultanas by the handful, drank new milk from a water buffalo, all to help her keep her strength. Midwives flitted in and out of the chambers, and Hoshiar stood in one corner, so proud and upright that he might have been the expectant father. Meranizer remembered Ladli's birth, how hurried and frightening that had been, how much she had ached with yearning to see her child after all those miscarriages. How fierce that want had been. Some of that yearning returned now, but it was pleasurably so, for a boy was to be born. A prince, a future emperor. And then Ladli's pains started to come faster, nearer each other. Meranizer put down the letters from Burhanpur and sat by her daughter. She shouted at the midwives huddling around the bottom of the divan. What was happening? It is all the process of birth, Your Majesty, nothing to worry about. The night progressed, and Ladli screamed, over and over again, drowning out Jahangir's coughs in the nearby apartment, until Meranizer could only hear her voice, could not think of Burhanpur, or the hacking, terrible sound of her husband's lungs. Another contraction came ripping through, and Ladli jerked off the divan to sit upright, knees pulled against her chest. She shouted with pain, almost into Meranizer's ear, unwilling to let go of her mother's hand. Above his screams, Meranizer yelled at the midwife, "Do something." The woman cowered but found voice enough to say, "It is not for me to do something, Your Majesty. The princess has to push, the baby is stuck." She reached between Ladli's legs, her fingers slipping over the smooth black head showing there. Why would the child not come out? It should have been relatively simple at this stage. A few pushes and the baby should be out. But the head stayed where it was, and Ladli's belly swelled and ebbed as her body strained to release the child. Another plume of blood gushed out and blossomed on the sheets. The midwife, old and grey from this lifelong work, stupidly raised her bloodied hands in the air. "I cannot get my fingers around the child, Your Majesty," she said, trembling at the fire in Meranizer's eyes. "Please ask the princess to remain seated, it will help bring him out." Meranizer lunged over Ladli at the midwife, waving wildly to tell her to put away her hands, but it was too late. Ladli had seen the blood. She started to cry, in huge sobs. "Oh, Mama, I am going to die. Look, I am going to die." "Get her out," Meranizer said to Hoshiar, and he unceremoniously dragged the midwife from the room. Another midwife took her place. She was younger, but with a wise face. "What are we to do?" Meranizer said to the midwife. "The princess must sit, Your Majesty." But in a moment, ... She bent to prod and pull against Ladli, then with her hands still down, she looked up and nodded. Meranizer and Hoshiar hoisted Ladli up and put a few cushions under her back. When the next contraction started to blight her face, Meranizer put an arm around Ladli, leaned close to her ear, and said, "Now, beta. Try as hard as you can. I am here." So is Hoshiar, nothing will happen to you. All right. Ladli nodded, looking only at her mother, and heaved inside. Through the pain and wrenching of her body, she could feel the child's shoulders slip through, and then the torso, and then, finally and with relief, the legs. The midwife expertly cut the umbilical cord and cleaned the child while Ladli lay back, breathing heavily. Meranizer turned to the midwife. Is the child alive? Yes, Your Majesty, the woman mumbled, still swabbing at the baby. She held it upside down, away from Meranizer, and slapped it lightly on the back. A massive, healthy ball filled the room. Hoshiar shouted with laughter, his bushy moustache swinging up to his ears. Ladli clung to Meranizer, one arm around the eunuch, tears flowing from her to wet her mother's choli. They put their heads together and prayed, laughing and crying at the same time. Thank you, Allah, Meranizer said. Thank you for that glorious sound. Then, she said, bring him here, so we can see him. The midwife wrapped the child in the red cotton cloth offered by another slave, and held the child up. Her arms trembled. It is a girl, Your Majesty. For the next few minutes, no one spoke. Ladli, still sobbing with happiness, had not heard, but Meranizer and Hoshiar were still. The midwife shivered. Holding in her arms the child no one reached out for yet. The baby was well swaddled, her dark and lush hair visible above the cloth, her cries stopped. And so long moments passed. This was a trick, Meranizer thought. She had misunderstood the midwife, or she had not seen the child properly, but no, the midwife would not dare make such a mistake, not when her life depended on it. It was a trick though, fate had tricked her out of a male grandchild. I want the child. Ladli put her arms out. Meranizer watched as Ladli touched the child's face with wonder, her fingers light and questing over a perfectly formed ear, over the sweep of hair still wet from the womb, the thinly traced eyebrows, the pink mouth, and a funnily stubborn chin. The baby's eyes were a dark blue, she had Meranizer's eyes. One little hand, fingernails long, clutched the end of the cloth, and when Ladli uncurled the fingers, they wrapped around hers. She laughed with delight. Look, Mama, she said, her face lit from inside with such joy that Meranizer could not help laughing with her. As she did, tension drained from the room, let out through the windows into the now golden glow of the morning. Ladli unwrapped the child carefully, and then smiled again. A beautiful little girl. I shall call her Arzani. What do you think, Mama? A lovely name, beta. A lovely name. Suddenly exhausted, Meranizer kissed her daughter on the cheek and laid her lips against the soft skin of the baby's feet. She then rose and went from the room, Hoshiar following her out to Emperor Jahangir's apartments. Meranizer crawled into bed next to her husband and put her head against his chest. With her ear so close to his lungs, she could hear his breath march in and out in loud, rhythmic rasps. But at least sleep had come to rest his body and his mind. Meranizer did not sleep, though. So much hope had lain with that child. Every dream of hers, every wish for the empire, for her life. Now none of those would come true. For Shahrayar too, of course. Shahrayar had little importance on his own. He had gone to Kandahar and tried to regain the city, but the Shah of Persia now had a strong foot in it and was not shaken off. If the emperor died now, or soon, no one would turn to the Nashadani. Now there was no male heir to give Shahrayar prestige. They are still young, Meranizer. She looked up at Jahangir, her vision blurred. She knew it was stupid to cry for this, but the wanting had made her weak, she could not help herself. He rubbed away the tears from her face. There will be other children, he said. How do you know? The slaves came to me, he said. But there will be other children, and soon, a son for Ladli and Shahrayar. Yes, Your Majesty. Jahangir was right. Now her hopes must rest on future children. Did you read the letters from Burhanpur? He asked. Missives had come from the southern border of the empire, one after another. Most were filled with praises for Mahabad Khan's victory over Prince Khurram. Even here, at Lahore, Hoshiar bent time and again to fill Jahangir and Miranizer's ears with tales of what was being said of Mahabad Khan. Miranizer wondered whether bringing Mahabad back had been such a good idea after all. Most disturbing was a letter from an obscure commander at Burhanpur. Mahabad and Prince Parvez, who was nominally at the head of this last campaign, had become close. Parvez, for all his ineffectualness, his drinking, his dependence, or perhaps because of these qualities, had the astonishing ability to attract the benevolence of powerful ministers. First, the Khan-i-Khanan, Abdur Rahim, and now, strangely, Mahabad Khan. Neglected at court, Parvez invariably found champions in his guardians. Mahabad was too friendly with Prince Parvez, the letter said, perhaps he was grooming him for the empire. Being so recently rid of Khurram, Miranizer and Jahangir had never considered Parvez to be a threat to Shahriar's claim on the throne. I find it hard to believe this letter, Your Majesty, Miranizer said slowly. Jahangir laughed, the sound of his voice rumbling into her ear. Miranizer. Where the crown is concerned, every rumor, however flimsy its source, must be heeded. Mahabad can no longer stay in the Deccan with Parvez. Together, they will grow too strong. Prepare a farman commanding him here to court. But we did not ask for him to come before, Your Majesty, when he begged for permission. What excuse can we give now? The emperor rubbed his chin. Hoshiar, call for the Baba, he said, raising his voice. Then he said to Miranizer, any excuse? Did the letter not mention infractions of some sort? Yes, Miranizer said. She rose from the bed and knotted her hair at the nape of her neck, smiling at her husband. Are you feeling well today? Yes, he said, rising too. After a long time. Where is Hoshiar? Gone to do your bidding, Your Majesty. She kissed him on the cheek, lightly, her lips scraping against the day-old stubble. I must go right to Mirza Mahabad Khan. Then Miranizer ran out of the apartment to her writing table. She paused for a moment to look into the little mirror on her thumb ring. Held so close, she could see sections of her face and eyebrow, the dark circles under her eyes that bespoke a night not slept, the curving lines around her mouth. She was a grandmother today, blessed with a healthy grandchild, and a happy and content child. A husband who adored her. And finally, an empire at her command. She wrote to Mahabad Khan. She had heard that Mahabad misappropriated funds for the Deccan campaign to line his own coffers. And that he kept the captured war elephants for his own stables. Was this true? So Mahabad had an invitation to come to court finally, couched in phrases of insult and disrespect. But both Miranizer and Jahangir had forgotten that Mahabad Khan loathed her for various indignities, real and imagined, for being, quite simply, a woman with power in a man's world. As much as Mahabad wanted to come to court, as much as he had languished in boredom during his 10 years at Kabul, his pride had not broken. And neither had his hatred for Miranizer. Chapter 27 Mohabad had a great many enemies, his sovereign had but little firmness. The abilities of the former had raised envy, and nature had given to the latter a disposition too easy and pliant, to be proof against misrepresentation. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan in March of 1626, Miranizer and Jahangir decided to leave Lahore for Kabul. Summer was upon them, and they retreated to the cool and verdant gardens of Kabul this time, instead of Kashmir. Before Kashmir was conquered, Kabul had been the summer resort of the Mughal kings, and Babur, the first Mughal emperor and Jahangir's great-grandfather, was buried there. The royal entourage was encamped on the eastern bank of the Jhelum river when news of Mahabad's arrival in the area reached them. The minister came to pay his respects to the emperor with an army of 500 Rajput soldiers and 200 war elephants. Jahangir was outraged at this show of force. He sent Mahabad a message, he was to leave his army behind. If the charges against him were false, that could be easily proved, the truth would defend him. Mahabhat consented to the emperor's demands, anxious to clear himself. He sent his son-in-law Khwaja Barkhurdar as an emissary, along with his 200 elephants, to the emperor's camp on the Jhelum. He was willing to even hand over his wives and children as a pledge of his loyalty, but he would not allow himself to be dragged in front of the emperor like a common criminal. Khwaja Barkhurdar was ushered in to see Jahangir and Mehranisa. He bent low in the taslim and, still with his head bowed, presented Mahabhat Khan's letter. The elephants were arrayed in the outer courtyard of the camp, standing in a solid line of grey, their tails twitching in the heat to whip at the throng of flies. The emperor read the letter. "Why is Mahabhat not here, Barkhurdar?" "He will be, Your Majesty," the young man replied. He kept his gaze pinned on the carpets below, not daring to look at Mehranisa, though she was veiled. "When you have forgiven him. This is a strange way to ask for forgiveness." Mehranisa's voice was sharp. It had taken them 6 months to get Mahabhat Khan from Burhanpur. He had disobeyed her orders the first time, or rather, Parvez had written and requested that Mahabhat stay with him. He had grown used to Mahabhat's guardianship, the prince had said. And all through these 6 months of waiting for Mahabhat to present himself, Mehranisa had had spies send her daily missives of Mahabhat's doings in Burhanpur. The reports had worried her, he was clearly procrastinating. But why? Finally, she had sent Parvez another guardian because he could not be without one, he had said, and she had commanded Mahabhat to leave Burhanpur immediately. "Your Majesty," Mehranisa said quickly, putting a hand on Jahangir's arm. "Before you decide anything in Mahabhat Khan's favor, you should know who his emissary is." Jahangir turned in surprise to her. "Who is he?" Mehranisa told him. Abul stood behind her and filled in what she did not know about Mahabhat's son-in-law. Who his father was, what his position was at court, and other details about their jagirs and holdings in the empire. Abul Hassan was with Mehranisa at this meeting because she had called him here. She knew that Abul disliked Mahabhat Khan, and that this dislike went back to the early years of her marriage to Jahangir. For as her power had grown at court, so had Abul's. He was her brother and had been part of the junta that had taken away Mahabhat and Sharif's importance. As much as Khurram drove them apart, Mahabhat brought them together. "A fine young man," the emperor commented. "The two families are fortunate in the relationship." Barkhurdar was nervous. He tried to hold himself still as etiquette demanded, but he could not. Something was not right, he thought, but what? "No doubt, Your Majesty, but…" Quote. Mehranisa hesitated. "The marriage was not sanctioned by you. Is that right?" It was a Mughal custom that all courtiers had to get royal permission to contract any marriages in their families. Consent was perfunctory but nonetheless required, for ritual had to be followed. Mahabhat Khan, left to languish at Kabul, so far from the imperial court, had forgotten to ask Jahangir for permission before he married his daughter to Khwaja Barkhurdar. "Your Majesty, Mahabhat Khan insults you by sending this man as an emissary, knowing well that you did not consent to the marriage," Abul said, bending to Jahangir's ear. "Throw him in prison," Jahangir said. Whether Mahabhat meant it as an insult or not, the emperor could not, after having been made aware of Barkhurdar, react any other way. Barkhurdar moved suddenly, his hand on his dagger, but the ahadis pounced on him and dragged him away. The young man's property, especially the dowry he received on his marriage, was confiscated and added to the imperial treasury. In his encampment, a few miles upstream, Mahabhat Khan paced restlessly up and down the thick Persian rug. He went to the main flap of the tent, lifted it, and gazed out. There was no sign of his son-in-law. Mahabhat let the flap fall back. What was taking Barkhurdar so long? He could have talked to the emperor 20 times by now. Horse hooves came clipping up the riverbank. Mahabhat ran out of his tent and waited there with his soldiers. The rider was too far away, awash in a cloud of dust. When he neared, they saw that it was one of the imperial mahouts. What happened? Mahabhat demanded, even before the tired man could dismount. My lord, the emperor has imprisoned your son-in-law, the mahout said as he fell out of the saddle. He was not used to the discomfort of a horse's back. Why? You did not request permission for the marriage. The emperor has confiscated all his property. Is he safe? The mahout nodded, still gasping. Safe enough. He tried to fight, but they put him in irons. He is alive, though. I saw him. Mahabhat turned away, enraged. He would have to see the emperor personally and explain all of this. It was a misunderstanding. But he needed to see Jahangir alone, not with Miraniza present. And where she was, her hated brother would be too. I will go to the emperor immediately, he said. Saddle my horse. No, my lord. That would not be judicious. The Ahadis have been ordered to arrest you on sight, the mahout said. And most of the camp moves today to The west side of the Jhelum, my lord. Where will the emperor be? Mahabhat asked, with a glimmer of hope in his voice. Here, on the eastern side, with the empress. He is too unwell to travel tonight. If most of the camp moved, the imperial guards would move too. Mahabhat turned to his soldiers, plotting in his head, and they listened when he spoke. The soft, dark night stole upon the Jhelum river, turning its waters indigo. The advance camp was just settling down on the western bank under Abul Hassan's supervision. Earlier in the day, he had escorted the royal zenana, the officers of the court, the baggage, the arsenal, and the imperial treasury across the bridge. The treasury resided with the camp now. After Khurram's attempts at storming it, it had been commanded from Agra to the emperor. A few hundred Ahadis and Rajput soldiers were left on the eastern bank to guard the emperor and Miraniza. When the last of the sun died, lights glimmered on both banks of the river as the camps prepared dinner. The aroma of roasting venison from the day's hunt and thick gravied curries mingled with the smoke from the cooking fires. The night was clear, with a cool edge in the air. Stars littered the clear sky. Horse hooves, muffled in cotton cloth, pounded up the eastern riverbank to the emperor's tent. We are almost there, Mahabhat Khan said softly to one of his commanders. Take 200 soldiers and go to the bridge on the Jhelum. Make sure that no one is allowed to cross from the western bank. If they attempt to, burn the bridge. The commander nodded silently and signaled to his troops. They rode off into the night. Mahabhat and his men waited in silence for an hour. The bridge would be secure by now. He then yanked at his reins and rode to the entrance of Jahangir's tent. The royal guards were drowsy, sleep heavy upon their eyelids. They had eaten well at the night's meal, and drunk many goblets of wine. There was no threat to the emperor, so a short nap would surely not be amiss. The men woke to see sword tips pointed at their throats. They dropped their spears, muskets, and daggers to the ground and raised their arms. From within the royal enclosure, an attendant wandered out to smoke a bidi. He saw Mahabhat and yelled, Mahabhat Khan is here. Inform the emperor. As he fled back into the tent, a soldier flung a dagger at him. It hissed quietly through the air and caught him between his neck and his shoulders. The attendant fell, and the soldiers trampled over his body into the tent. The Ahadis had scarcely heard the shout. They had moved, hands to sword hilts, but the Rajput soldiers were in front of them. It was too late to fight. Jahangir was asleep when Mahabhat Khan entered. He woke to his minister's touch. Mahabhat, he said, opening his eyes. Then he sprang up. What are you doing here? Mahabhat's Rajput soldiers stood around his divan. What is the meaning of this? Your Majesty, I have come to answer the charges against me. Why could you not come during the day? The emperor sank back into the cushions. You must come with me to my camp, Your Majesty, Mahabhat said. He still held his unsheathed dagger in his hand. It was not necessary to force your way here, Mahabhat, Jahangir replied. I would willingly have granted you an audience. Now, Your Majesty, Mahabhat said. Please rise or I shall have to help you do so. Jahangir rose from the divan. What was going on? Where were his ahadis? How had they allowed Mahabhat to come so far into the royal tent without resistance? And where was Meranizer? At this thought, the emperor shuddered. He hoped she was safe, that she would not fight with Mahabhat. There was no telling what Meranizer would do if she was in a rage. He thought quickly. I will not go unless I ride on my favorite Arabian. As you wish, Your Majesty, Mahabhat replied. He signaled to a royal attendant. My lord, the steed has been taken to the western bank. I could ride over to bring it, the attendant said. No, that is not possible, Mahabhat said. He bowed to Jahangir. Your Majesty, perhaps another horse could be found for you. Any of my soldiers would willingly give up his mount. I want my Arabian steed, Jahangir insisted. I cannot ride out without the steed. Please reconsider, Your Majesty, Mahabhat said in desperation. Any moment now, the army on the western bank would be alerted of his presence. How long would his soldiers be able to stave off an attack? He had to get the emperor to his own camp or he would not be safe. They argued for the next 10 minutes, and finally, with great reluctance, Jahangir gave in to his minister. The emperor climbed into a howdah atop a royal elephant. Mahabhat Khan's Rajput soldiers formed a circle around the elephant, and the ahadis watched as Jahangir was taken out of the camp. Jahangir looked around him, but he could see no sign of Meranizer. Perhaps she had fled already. If she had, she would lead an army against Mahabhat. He talked loudly, of trivial things, and mostly of Mahabhat and his early friendship, the days they had spent together as children, the games they had played, their most successful hunts. Mahabhat began to smile and laugh at the memories, and his expression softened. At least his mind was now elsewhere, Jahangir thought. They reached Mahabhat's camp without incident. As he was helping Jahangir dismount, Mahabhat remembered Meranizer. He pushed the emperor back into the howdah, and they left for the royal encampment. Jahangir complained, making his voice as querulous as possible. He knew Mahabhat would not dare injure him, but he would Meranizer. But Mahabhat was firm too. He could not leave Jahangir even at his own camp, for it was possible that the empress might have already rounded up an army to rescue the emperor. As Mahabhat Khan was riding back to the royal camp, an old woman and her son approached the Rajput guards on the eastern bank of the Jhelum. One of the guards ran forward and pointed his spear at them. Who are you? He shouted. It is I, Saliha, and my son, Sharif, the woman's voice trembled. No one is to cross the Jhelum, the guard said harshly. Go back, old woman. But I have to get to the other bank, Sahib, the woman begged. I sell fresh fruit for the Zenana lady's breakfast. She showed him a basket full of apples and pears. The guard brought up his lantern to peer into her basket. As the light fell upon the woman's face, he recoiled and stumbled back. She was ugly, with deep wrinkles on her skin, but more frightening with the purple and red sores on her forehead and cheek. Were those signs of the plague? Stay away from me, you wretch, the guard yelled, raising his spear again. Let me go, Sahib, the woman wheedled. I have to earn my livelihood. The guard thought quickly. If this woman carried the plague, then she would infect all of them. It was better to allow her to go to the western bank, as far away as possible. Go then. He stepped back further and called out to his comrades. As the word passed through the Rajput soldiers that the woman was infected, they shrank back to allow them to cross the bridge. She hobbled across, leaning heavily on her son's shoulder. As soon as she was on the other side, the woman's limp vanished, her back straightened, and she strode swiftly to the advance camp, dragging her son along with her. Meranizer threw the basket of fruit on the side of the road and smiled at the man next to her. See how easy that was, Sharaya. Merenizer ran to Abel's tent. At first, he would not let her in, then she spoke to him and he recognized his sister under the putrid sores on her face. Why are you dressed like this? Abul asked as Merenizer called for water to wash her face. She told him, rubbing the makeup from her skin with a vigorous hand. Call for the nobles, Abul. You are responsible for this, and now I have to make it right. Abel's face grew hard. How was I responsible, Merenizer? She turned to him, dabbing at her face with the end of her veil. You were in charge of the advance camp, Abul, and you have brought most of the imperial army over here with you. There were too few men left to guard the emperor. The nobles staggered in, woken from their sleep. The old woman in rags, her ghagara and choli ripped in places, the skin on her hands a dark, crumpled brown, began to speak. Their mouths gaped. What was the empress doing dressed like this? When they heard what Merenizer had to say, they became serious, alert. They were not to try and go over to the other side, Merenizer said. Mahabhat had left 200 Rajputs on the eastern end who would set fire to the bridge when they saw the army crossing. The army was woken up. Lights blazed on the western bank of the Jhelum, and the shouts of the men carried across the dark waters as Merenizer prepared the men for battle. On the eastern shore, Jahangir stood watching the flurry of activity. He knew Merenizer would lead the army herself if she got a chance. He sent her a letter with his signet ring, telling her not to prepare the regiments. Mahabhat meant no harm, but Jahangir also knew that she would not listen. After the messenger crossed over to Mahabhat's camp, his men set fire to the bridge. At the first light of day, a huge army led by Abul Hasan started from the advance camp toward the Jhelum. When they reached the bank, scouts were sent out to find fords along the river that were passable. After some searching, a ford was identified by the boat commander. But the choice was a poor one. That ford was filled with deep and unexpected pits. The soldiers found the soft mud giving way no matter where they put their feet. And across the river, on the other bank, Mahabhat's men stood waiting for them, patiently, armed with spears and swords. Abel's soldiers retreated, already exhausted before the fight, to flop on the warm stones on the western bank. Merenizer, seeing the imperial soldiers scatter from their formations, urged her elephant into the river from her howdah. Ladli, Arzani, and the child's nurse were with her. She did not want to leave them in the camp alone, in case Mahabhat's men found their way there. Seeing Merenizer's elephant plunge into the Jhelum, the imperial soldiers rallied and tried to cross again. A few made it to the other side, only to be welcomed by a volley of arrows and spears from Mahabhat's soldiers. Other fords were found downstream, and small bands of the imperial army crossed on them to the eastern bank. With her elephant in the water up to its stomach, Merenizer looked around her. A few hundred yards away, Muhammad Khan stood on a little patch of dry land between two branches of the river. Why were they not moving? Was this a picnic? Merenizer turned and shouted to Hoshiar. Hoshiar, send a man to Muhammad and find out what he is doing. Tell him to go across. She watched as a eunuch swam to Muhammad. He bowed in her direction, and his men jumped into the river again. But the imperial army was too scattered to be effective. Here and there, a few men found their way to the eastern bank and were easily killed by Mahabhat's men. Abel's horse was swept away by the current, and he seemed to give up. The other commanders plunged forward heedlessly and ended up killing half their men in the water before they could even get across. Mama, Ladli said, pulling her down when an arrow whizzed past Thay. Howdah. Do not do anything silly, let the men fight. Merenizer thrust her daughter's hand away. But we must, beta. Keep Erzani on the floor. Ladli laid the child down and piled cushions on her. Erzani squirmed and started to wail. Hush, she said, looking at Erzani's nurse in exasperation. This was her job. What was she doing, shaking like that? The nurse was hanging over the edge of the howdah, little whimpers coming from her mouth. "Look after the child," Ladli yelled, pulling the nurse from the howdah edge and placing her hands on the baby. "This is what you are paid to do. Here." Merenizer thrust a loaded musket into Ladli's hands and fit an arrow into her bow. The two women brought up the ends of their veils and knotted the cloth behind their necks, wearing their veils-like masks. As the elephant lumbered slowly to the eastern bank, Ladli and Merenizer loaded the musket and the bow over and over again and shot at Mahabhat's army. Suddenly, an arrow came hurtling through and pierced the nurse in her arm. She began blubbering incoherently, prayers and moans mixed with her wails. Erzani began to cry too, and their voices mingled with the shouts from the men, the trumpeting of the elephants, the booms of musket shots. Merenizer put her bow down, tore her veil off her face, and used the cloth as a tourniquet, tying it tight around the nurse's arm. "Keep quiet," she commanded. "It's only a scratch." She turned back to the battle and found that Ladli had not been able to keep the Rajput soldiers away with just her musket. A few floated dead in the waters of the Jhelum, but most of them were already close to the imperial elephant. Merenizer let a few more arrows fly. The Rajputs surrounded her elephant, treading water. "Please surrender, Your Majesty." Merenizer hesitated. Ladli's face was flushed, and gunpowder smudged her fingers and cheeks. Erzani cried again. She pushed the cushions off herself and leaned over the edge of the howdah, her hair falling in curls over her eyes. Merenizer threw down the bow and grabbed the waist of her granddaughter's ghagara. She turned to Ladli, whose eyes flickered to her mother just briefly. The Rajput soldiers held steadily in the musket's sight. "Whatever you wish, Mama," she said quietly. With Erzani struggling in her grasp, the nurse still sobbing softly in one corner, Merenizer called out, "We surrender." One of the soldiers climbed up the trunk of the elephant, knocked the mahout into the water, and guided it toward Mahabhat's camp. But the fighting went on all day. By evening, as the sun was setting, the waters of the Jhelum ran red with blood. Bodies of the imperial soldiers lay in the shallow ends of the banks or against sandbars in the middle of the river. Horses and elephants caught in mud struggled in fear and pain, their neighs and trumpets added to human cries, until a benevolent shot from Mahabhat's soldiers cut those short. 2,000 imperial soldiers had died trying to cross the Jhelum, another 2,000 had been massacred by Mahabhat. Abul had fled from the Jhelum long before the end of the battle. He had watched Merenizer goad her elephant into the waters, and then he had mounted his horse and ridden away to his estates nearby, without lifting his matchlock once to his shoulder. Mahabhat Khan went in pursuit of Abul and brought him back in chains. Now he had Jahangir, Merenizer, Shahrayar, Ladli, and Khusro's son Bulaki as his prisoners. He took them to Kabul, as originally planned. On the way, Mahabhat finally realized what he had done. All he had wanted was a moment to talk with Jahangir, and now he had overthrown the Mughal government. If only Merenizer had not decided to fight his soldiers, he thought. If only she had stayed in the Zenana apartments as a woman should. He would have had the time to beg an audience with his emperor, and all would be right. And now, Now Mahabhat Khan was the Mughal government. Unwillingly and unwittingly, as matters had spiraled out of his control, Mahabhat Khan had effected a coup. Chapter 28. But Noor Jahan Begum was beginning to recover her courage. She recruited large number of men every day and was conferring with the secret enemies of Mahabhat Khan with the object of devising the best means of destroying him. B. Naren, Trans, and S. Sharma, ed. A Dutch Chronicle of Mughal India. At Kabul, the court went about its normal business. Mahabhat kept Merenizer away from Jahangir as much as possible, determined that she would not interfere in the administration of the empire. He did not allow her to sit at the Jaraka, insisted that the emperor agree to all of his decisions, and acted the despot as much as he could. But his heart was not entirely in this. All Mahabhat wanted was for Jahangir to forgive him for imagined faults. But the emperor, ailing now and sick in his bed most of the time, would not even listen to Mahabhat. He turned his face away when the minister entered his apartments, looked at the walls, would not pay any attention to him. Jahangir signed the summons presented to him and asked for Mehranisa. "She is busy, Your Majesty," Mahabhat said. Jahangir threw a cushion in his direction. It missed and went tumbling onto the carpets. "I want to see the Empress." And so he kept saying to Mahabhat, "I want the Empress." The minister tried to pacify Jahangir. He tried to tell him that Prince Khurram was the best choice of heir. Shahrayar was a weakling, how could he rule? While they were at Kabul, Pervez had died at Burhanpur, and Mahabhat had found his loyalties shifting to Khurram, the prince he had hounded to the southern rim of the empire. Shahrayar, the Nashudani, the good-for-nothing prince he would not support, for he was Mehranisa's son-in-law. But Khurram was a Bidaulat, a wretch, Jahangir said. "Bring the Empress to me." But Mahabhat was adamant. He refused to see Mehranisa too, although she commanded him many times. The only person Mahabhat would see, on Mehranisa's behalf, was her brother Abul. So Abul ferried phrases of curses and disrespect between the two, back and forth, for Mahabhat would not allow Mehranisa out of her apartments. She sweated there, literally, confined within four walls. If she ever stepped out, Mahabhat said, and he sent his Rajput soldiers to make good his word, she must be heavily veiled. Not the flimsy covering of chiffon that showed her teeth and her smile or even the blue of her eyes, but a thick black cotton under which she would be faceless. She must not raise her voice in public, a Mughal woman's voice must never be heard. What Mahabhat once demanded of Jahangir all those years ago, that Mehranisa be subdued, that it must not be her hand that ruled the empire, he now made true. He made her pay for his 10 years at Kabul, for the years he had aged while there. So Mehranisa paced the carpets in her apartments threadbare, fury simmering inside her. Mahabhat had taken from her every duty, little and big, and each day the irritation grew. On the other side of this anger was a deepening hurt. She missed Jahangir desperately, the bed beside her an ocean of emptiness every night. She fretted about him, was he well? Had his cough come back? Did he eat properly? Was he smoking too much opium, drinking too much wine? Mahabhat allowed just one meeting, at which he was present. Mehranisa stood at the door to Emperor Jahangir's rooms, shock rendering her immobile and silent. Jahangir had suddenly grown old in the time she had not seen him. He could no longer breathe without gasping, and she could hear the air scraping against his tired lungs. He cried when he saw her, she did too, kneeling by his bed, his trembling hands cradling her face. They talked, heads close to one another, indifferent to Mahabhat Khan standing at the door. "Let me stay here, Mahabhat. His Majesty is unwell," Mehranisa said, despising the timbre of pleading in her tone. "That is simply not possible, Your Majesty." A eunuch came to lift her from her knees and take her out of the room. Mehranisa paused in front of Mahabhat long enough to say in a quietly furious voice, "If His Majesty dies in your care, Mahabhat, I will have your skin cut in strips from your body while you still live." He did not answer, merely turned away, eyebrows arched. But for a brief moment, Mehranisa saw a quiver of uncertainty around Mahabhat's lips. Back in her rooms, she was only furious. No longer frustrated, or debilitated by Mahabhat, or even apprehensive, but quite simply in a rage. Jahangir was dying, and she could not be with him. She would demolish Mahabhat Khan. He did not allow her to step out of her apartments, so she would decimate him from within. "Hoshiar," Mehranisa said. The eunuch rose from his place at the door and came to her. He led her to her bed, and Mehranisa leaned into him. To the guards at the door, it seemed like Her Majesty was too tired, she needed Hoshiar's help. They did not see, for Mehranisa's back was to them, that with her head on the eunuch's shoulder, her lips moved softly. A week later, in the very middle of the night, as the city of Kabul lay hushed and silent, wreathed in dreams, the Ahadis, the imperial bodyguards, stormed the camp of Mahabad Khan's Rajput soldiers. Before the soldiers could even awaken or take a breath of air, throats were slashed, chests perforated, heads hammered against stones. The Ahadis proceeded to massacre them methodically. At the end of 3 hours, the soldiers' cries had stilled, along with the life from their bodies. Those who were fortunate enough to keep their lives, having hidden in rice bins, or under piles of sheets and clothes, or inside trunks, were yanked out and sold as slaves in the Kabul markets, clad in iron chains and led away like cattle by their new owners. When Mahabad heard the news the next morning, he was at breakfast with Muhammad Sharif. The 10 years apart had changed the views and behavior of the two former friends. They no longer were one in thought and deed. At Miranizer and Jahangir's first command to come to court to answer the charges against him, Mahabad had written to Sharif, asking for help. "Go to the emperor, Sharif," he had said, "make his majesty see reason. If anyone can do this on my behalf, you can, dear friend." But Sharif had not sent him a reply, only months of silence. And this morning, as they sat together, Sharif said, "You have done wrong, Mahabad." Mahabad flared up, his brown face set in clean lines of anger, eyes afire. "And what is it you have done, Sharif? Lived at court like a pig in a pen, content with your meals, wallowing in a sty filled with stink and sloth. Fed by a woman's hand. The whole empire has rotted thus." But Sharif would not rise to meet Mahabad's words. He said again, shaking his head with the disapproval of a strict mullah, "You have done wrong. You are not emperor, Mahabad. This is not your place. Allah himself has ordained who is to be king and who is subject, one blood cannot mix with the other." Mahabad was fighting panic at Sharif's words when an attendant bent to tell him of the slaughter at the Rajput camp. Miranizer was responsible, of this he had no doubt. How could she have managed to mobilize the entire contingent of the imperial bodyguards from behind her prison walls? He turned to his friend, tears swamping his face. "Sharif." But Muhammad Sharif merely rose from his seat, bowed to Mahabad, and left his house. He no longer wanted a part of this. He left his unspoken accusations behind. "If these men died, it is because of you. It is because you chose to stomp on the normal order of things, Mahabad." Mahabad Khan wiped his face and raced to Emperor Jahangir's apartments. He put up as much of a bluster as he could, complaining about the behavior of the Ahadis, demanding retribution. Jahangir, propped up against the divan's pillows so his breathing could be easier, did not budge. He even smiled at the quaking minister. His body had weakened, but nothing would take away the dignity of royalty. The emperor gave Mahabad to Ahadis, who were said to be the leaders. "If you speak anymore, Mahabad, of anyone else complicit in this, I will have your tongue cut out," Jahangir said. He then banished Mahabad from his presence. "If your soldiers cannot defend themselves, perhaps they should look for another leader." At the end of that summer, in September of 1626, the imperial court set out from Kabul with Mahabad Khan still nominally in the lead. They were 1 day's march from Rohtas when Miranizer decided that the minister had weakened enough. She stole into Jahangir's tent one night, cutting a slit through the canvas and slipping in. So lax was the guard around her that though the soldiers had seen her leave, not one hand had dared to raise itself to block her way. With the Rajput camp massacre, the balance of power had shifted, for Mahabad had had charge of those men, and he had not been able to defend them. The next morning, Abul went to Mahabad Khan's camp to inform him of Jahangir's wishes. "The emperor wishes to delay his march to Rohtas," Abul said. "Why?" Mahabad asked suspiciously. "He wishes to stay back at camp to review Her Majesty's cavalry. You are to proceed to Rohtas." Mahabad listened to his new orders. He had been by the emperor's side for the last 3 months, knowing that if he left, He would lose everything. But he wanted to be gone. This was not the life for him. Mahabhat did not want Jahangir's hatred, and that was all he had now. He was tired of playing king. He had not wanted this coup, or the power that came along with it. Once, many years ago, when he had been younger, he could have seen it through. He also knew that Sharif was right, there was no royal blood within him, and the crown could only belong to those so blessed by Allah. He had done wrong. Mahabhat gathered his few remaining Rajput soldiers and fled as far away from Rohtas as possible. For Miranizer, Mahabhat's defeat was but a small victory. There was too much still to be done. Jahangir was going to die. And soon. Shahrayar had to be groomed for his new position as emperor, and this would not be easy. In the last few months the prince had cowered in his apartments, done what Mahabhat had told him to do, played at marching and wars with his mock armies. And, more worryingly for Miranizer, Shahrayar had been falling ill too often lately, with strange and sudden fevers that came and went, rashes that blossomed in patches on his face and hands. But there was one result of Mahabhat's coup Miranizer had not yet come to fully recognize. With Miranizer confined to her apartments, Abul had been her voice to the outside world, carrying her commands to the court and the nobles. The courtiers had not seen her at the Jaraka, and without the sight of her, without the sound of her voice, they had lost their faith in her. Mahabhat's coup, ineffective as it ultimately was, had injured Miranizer too. If Jahangir died soon, it would be Abul they would turn to, not the woman who had directed their lives for the last 16 years. And if they turned to Abul, they would turn to Prince Khurram. Chapter 29 On becoming king, Jahangir was at first very severe. He meted out strict justice to all evildoers, for which he was called Adil Padshah, or the just king. This lasted until he got into the clutches of this woman, who has ruined his fair name. B. Narain and S. Sharma, ed. A Dutch Chronicle of Mughal India. The year turned into another while the imperial court was at Lahore. But these were not a quiet few months for Miranizer. Jahangir sickened steadily during the months of Mahabhat Khan's coup. It was an enormous effort to keep his composure while Mahabhat badgered him into signing farmans, exhausting to read every single one of them, to argue against estates bestowed on Mahabhat's relatives and friends. Over the years, Miranizer had taken so much of this burden from him. She was the only person he trusted absolutely, Mahabhat could not take her place. And the nights were lonely and frightening, especially when he could not breathe and stayed awake coaxing air into his lungs. Jahangir wanted Miranizer by his side desperately, he wanted to curl up against her, to hear her say that he would become better. So it took Emperor Jahangir a long time to recover after Mahabhat Khan fled. He would not allow Miranizer out of his presence, and he was too sick to go to the Jaraka or the Diwan-i-Khas for the daily audiences. When she saw how much Jahangir had been undermined, Miranizer sent her brother after Mahabhat Khan. Abul was to bring him back alive, and she would decide Mahabhat's punishment personally. Abul left, and he raced behind the man who had so ignominiously captured him a few months ago. They flew through districts and jagirs along the northwestern edge of the empire, but Mahabhat was always a day's ride ahead, and Abul soon tired. He returned to confess failure to his sister. Mahabhat Khan was not to be caught. Miranizer took her revenge in other ways then. She confiscated all of Mahabhat's lands, posted imperial guards over his fields and estates, and raided any caravans that traveled under his name. She made Mahabhat Khan a fugitive. There was, of course, yet another dissident in the empire, one of long standing now, Prince Khurram. Quiet at first in exile in Nasik, Khurram gathered an army and rushed north upon hearing of Mahabhat's coup. What it was he had in mind was not clear, least of all to the prince himself. He only knew that Miranizer had somehow been vanquished by Mahabhat, the crown floundered. Perhaps if he stormed the treasury at Lahore, or he attacked the court itself, or he could snatch the imperial turban from his father's head. So, filled with these fanciful ideas, Khurram came roaring up north, laying siege on towns and villages, asking for fidelity from the vassal kings he met on the way. Some agreed to support him, some did not. Then the coup ended, and Khurram fled back to Nasik and from there to the Deccan kingdoms again. He roamed the southern border of the empire, straining to set foot upon Mughal land again, detesting the inactivity, hating to be such a coward. But he could not take too many chances. Arjumand was pregnant again, and they had their little children with them. Also, Khurram kept falling sick with fever. But he wanted the empire. He still wanted the crown. And this was when Mahabad Khan wrote to him from his place of hiding, offering to support Khurram in whatever he wanted to do. Neither thought it ironical that they should form an alliance in Mughal India. With so much power and so much money at stake, loyalties shifted thus, from one person to another, as though born of lifelong friendships. Mansabs, jagayas, titles, gold mohars, and robes of honor more than made up for enmities and hatreds. Miraniza spent long hours by Jahangir's bed, keeping as many troubles from him as she could. So she did not tell him when news came to her that Mahabad Khan and Prince Khurram were now collaborators. But she kept herself informed of their every movement, whether it was to rise, or brush their teeth, or shout, or fight. She knew where they laid their heads at night, with whom, and why. She knew their thoughts before they did. A week into February in 1627, Miraniza held a hugely lavish party in her gardens at the Lahore fort. She gave Shahrayar a raised mansab, and every single noble at court of any significance was invited to this party. From behind a screen, she watched as the men bowed in front of Shahrayar in the cornice and backed out slowly with their spines still bent. This was her way of making sure the courtiers gave their hearts and minds to the man who would next be emperor. In March, Jahangir's asthma worsened and they left for Kashmir again, hoping the clean, cool air of the mountains would relieve the pain in his chest. The attendant timidly brought forth the mirror and held it in front of Shahrayar. He plunged back into the pillows and buried his head. "What has happened to me?" Shahrayar peeped over the embroidered edge of the sheet and yanked the small mirror toward his face again. A white, unblemished monkey stared back at him. His head was smooth as a shaven coconut, gleaming with oil. He had no hair where his eyebrows had been, there was only the slight puckering of pink skin, his cheeks were clean of sideburns, his chin and upper lip was slick with sweat and nothing else. Even his eyes were little black holes ringed by lashless lids. Pale patches splotched uglily over his nose and neck. "What is this?" he yelled. "Who is this in the mirror? What has happened?" The royal hakim stood in a row at the bottom of his bed, their gazes downward. Finally, one bent in the taslim. With his back still bowed, he said, "Your Highness, it is a form of leprosy." Shahrayar let the mirror fall. Leprosy. That dreaded, incurable affliction that ate away at extremities. He held a shuddering hand to his face and counted his fingers. 5. The nails were still wedged firmly under his skin, still pink with health, with little white half-moons. No, they had not vanished. Yet, Shahrayar dug his hands under his armpits, as though to keep them away from the disease. He did not want his arms and legs to become mere stumps. The prince moaned, drew his knees to his chest, wrapped his arms around himself, and started to rock. He wanted to cry, wanted to shout against the fate that had brought him to this. Out of the corner of his eyes, Shahrayar saw the eunuchs and slaves step back a pace or two. Hands flew stealthily to noses, as if the very air he breathed was poisonous to them. He looked up at the hakims. Now they met his gaze. At least they did not fear being so near him, he thought. "Do something." It was a plea, not a command. The hakims bowed again. "We have done everything we could, Your Highness. Nothing seems to work. Nothing. Absolutely nothing." The physicians shook their heads. They could try, of course, and would try, a few brave ones spending hours at the prince's bedside, but they had given Shahryar the best treatment imperial money could buy. Yet his hair had fallen out, the leprosy had spread. An attendant entered the room. Her Majesty has come to visit. Shahryar pulled the sheet over his nose and wrapped one edge around his head like a turban. I cannot see her. Tell her to go away. She insists, Your Highness, the eunuch started. I do, Merenizer interrupted the man and swept into the room, followed by Hoshiar. What has happened to you, Shahryar? What sort of illness is this? You have not shown yourself at court since May. Is this the behavior worthy of a future emperor? At her entrance, the Hakims sank to their knees, eyes fastened to the ground. One or two glanced up. This was a chance not to be missed, to be thus close to the Empress, to perhaps see her face. Surely, she was not veiled. But as gazes rose, Hoshiar's heavy hand came down upon their shoulders. He said softly, It would be better if no man looked upon Her Majesty. After that, no one dared. Shahryar had by now covered himself completely with his sheet. Go away, he mumbled. I cannot see you now. Merenizer yanked at the sheet and froze when she saw the denuded creature. Her first thought was whether Ladli had seen him like this. Her second was, this is the man Ladli married. She flinched and let the sheet fall. Shahryar laughed, his teeth salt white against his mottled, diseased skin. Are you afraid, Your Majesty? Merenizer ignored the jibe in his tone and turned instead to the Hakims. What happened to him? Why didn't anyone inform me? She asked sharply. Your Majesty, the prince specifically asked that you should not be told. What is it, though? The men did not speak. From the bed, Shahryar laughed again. There was just a hint of madness in that laugh, thin, from the edge of his mouth. Leprosy, Your Majesty. Your daughter's husband has leprosy. Look, he held up his hands, and Merenizer's gaze attached to them. Your daughter will be touched by these hands. Pray Allah it does not come to her. She turned away, forcing herself to do so, disgust beginning to rise in her. Why was she to be cursed with this behavior from every prince? Shahryar, the once malleable idiot, had turned, over the years, as stubborn as an ass. All this had come from her. If he was a commander of a lofty mansab, one just below hers, it was because she had raised his mansab. If he owned lands in the empire, it was she who had gifted them to him. And in doing this, she had raised his consequence, given him prestige. Like Khurram and Khusrau, he too chose to trample on her. What fools these boys were, she thought. Will the prince be able to take up his state duties? She asked. His Highness is perfectly healthy, Your Majesty. There is nothing wrong with his mind. Shahryar glared at his mother-in-law. I am not going out in public like this. You have to, Shahryar, Merenizer replied. The emperor is unwell and the people are getting restless. They must see the heir to the throne. You can wear a wig and some false eyebrows if necessary. No, Shahryar said mutinously. I will not go out of my apartments. You cannot force me. Go away. Merenizer stared at him in exasperation. What were a few hairs compared to an empire? Why did he not see what was at stake? Shahryar wanted the throne, he had said so many times, but did he think it would come to him without effort, a gift for his taking? We will talk of this tomorrow. She turned and left the room. The next day, Shahryar sent a message to his father asking permission to return to Lahore. He hoped that the warm weather would bring some cure. Jahangir agreed and persuaded Merenizer to let the prince go. She did not allow Ladli and Erzani to leave her, though. So Shahryar set out with his retinue to Lahore, and a few days later Merenizer and Jahangir followed. They could not risk being too far from the prince. Camp was pitched at Baram Kala, a favorite hunting spot. The town lay snug against the foothills of the Himalayas, lush and heady pine forests smothering the slopes behind it. It was the gateway to India, called thus when Kashmir and the mountains had been foreign territory. Even 30 years after the conquest of Kashmir, when Miranizer and Jahangir stopped at Baram Kala, they still felt as if they were putting a first step onto Indian soil. The emperor, too weak to ride a horse, opened his eyes as the palanquin came to a stop. "Where are we?" he asked. "Baram Kala, Your Majesty," Miranizer replied. "Ah." Jahangir fell back on his cushions. "I used to hunt here. Those were good days." Quote. "They were indeed good days," Miranizer said gently. "If you rest, you will regain your health and we can return here to hunt." "I wish to hunt today." "Not today, Your Majesty." Miranizer shook her head. "Some other time, when you are better." "Will you deny me this last pleasure?" Jahangir asked. "Hush, you must not speak thus of last pleasures." She crawled forward on her knees until she lay beside him in the palanquin. It was mid-afternoon, the sun hung steadily overhead. Miranizer leaned her head against Jahangir's shoulder, and he touched her face with his hand. They both gazed out of the thin ochre netting into the shimmering waves of heat over the mountains. The pine trees swam in a sea of green, the air redolent of crushed pine needles. "This is the end, Miranizer," he said softly. "Will you be all right?" "Yes," she said after a long time. "I will miss you, Your Majesty. Let me hunt." Miranizer summoned the Mir Shikar and ordered him to round up game. Attendants went into the nearby forests and drove deer and other game to the hunting grounds. Jahangir was brought to the grounds in a chair carried on the shoulders of 4 bearers. They set the emperor down and handed him his musket. He was too weak even to lift the musket or to sit up straight in his chair. Nonetheless, he hoisted it to his shoulder and pointed at the stag standing in front of him. He hit it in its right hind leg, and the stag stumbled away. "Go after it," Jahangir yelled, his eyes feverish with excitement. An attendant ran behind the stag. As he passed the nearby cliff, his foot slipped. He seemed to hesitate there, aslant in the air for a moment, and then he plunged over the cliff into the ravine. His thin, keening wail of distress came rising up to them. "Rescue the man," Miranizer cried. A few servants ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down. They turned back to the royal couple and shook their heads. Jahangir started shivering. "This means I am to die now, Miranizer." "It was an accident," Miranizer said. She signaled to the attendants, and they lifted the chair and took Jahangir back to camp. On the way there, she laughed and talked, a little too much, turning his face to hers with an insistent hand. She did not allow him to dwell on the omen. "It meant nothing, Your Majesty. You will become better, and then we can return here for another hunt." Miranizer gave him wine to drink, but Jahangir could barely keep it in his mouth, let alone let it slide down his throat. An hour later, a fever came to catch him, and he became delirious. That night, as Miranizer sat by his side, Jahangir said one lucid word. "Water." She poured some water into a goblet and held it to his lips. He drank and fell back. Jahangir slept, his breathing no longer harsh, and Miranizer stayed by him. She watched his face in the light from the lamps. Memories came to her then, and through the long night. She remembered them both young, that first kiss outside Ruqaya's apartments when he had shattered her heart with wanting. Their wedding, a quiet one upon her insistence. Their fights, some torridly physical, their coming together after those fights as though no one else mattered. And no one else had, Miranizer thought. Her whole self was vested in this man. After him, well, even before him, there had been nobody else. In the early hours, attendants flitted around the tent with messages, but Miranizer allowed no one inside. Outside the emperor's tent, the imperial court gathered. The nobles came to stand there in clothes of white, for mourning. They were silent. They watched the flap of the tent. They could not hear Jahangir's voice anymore. As the night fled to give way to a pale grey dawn, Jahangir took one more deep breath. His body jerked, His lungs fought for air, and he put out his hand with his eyes still closed and let it fall upon Merenizer's. His fingers closed upon hers. Emperor Jahangir did not breathe again. It was October 28, 1627. He was 58 years old that year. Chapter 30 The will of Jahangir had been opened immediately upon his demise. He had, at the instigation of the Sultana, named his fourth son Shahryar as his successor in the throne, but that prince had, some weeks before, set out for Lahore. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan. Merenizer sat there as Jahangir's hand grew cold in hers. His fingers were still wrapped around hers, the ring with the areca nut-sized ruby rubbing chill against her palm. Akbar gave him this, she thought, when he passed the crown on to his son. She bent to gently put her face against his. Wake, my lord. Wake and speak to me. Who will I talk with now? She could not bear this massive hollowness inside her. This body lying here was her husband of 16 years, the man she had loved beyond all else for much longer, since she was 8. How would she now live without him? She put her arms around his cold neck and laid her head on his chest. The embroidery on his white kurta's front scratched against her cheek. It was strange to lie like this and not hear the familiar heartbeat, or the rasping of air in his asthmatic lungs. If only he would talk once more, Allah, just once more, that was all she asked. Merenizer lifted her head and smoothed the hair from Jahangir's forehead. When had his hairline receded so far over his head? When did this intense white come to catch his sideburns? Without life in his body, in his smile, his eyes, his ability to touch her, all this suddenly became so visible to her. She touched the pearls he wore in his ears that had become such a fashion now, which he had first donned after an illness. There was so much about him that people must not forget. Jahangir had been a just emperor, he had been kind and generous to his people, more willing to listen to them than any other before, even his father. This, no one must forget. Merenizer raised herself tiredly. She did not cry, she could not cry, something inside her took away that relief. She turned his hand over, traced a line over the nails, the hair on the back, the imperial ruby ring that was Akbar's. Then Jahangir's, and now. ... She looked away. She must get to Shahryar, and send him a message soon. He had to be crowned as soon as possible. Merenizer kissed her husband's hand a last time and rose from her place. She grabbed one corner of the blue chiffon veil lying on the divan near her and flung it into the air and over her head. She lingered by the tent flap, willing strength to come back into her again. Her voice must not shatter, her back must be straight, her chin high, all these if she was to convince the court outside that Shahryar must be heir. Then she went out of the tent. A low mist hung over the camp, touching every face, turban, and chest with dampness, but all the nobles still tarried around Emperor Jahangir's tent. They stood waiting as though they were in the divan, their arms folded across, fingertips splayed just right on elbows. Etiquette was followed here too. The nobles were arranged according to ranks, titles, and mansabs, the more common ones falling to the very back, so far from the tent that only Emperor Jahangir's red and gold flag, with its crouching lion in front of a rising sun, was visible. Hoshiar Khan cleared a path for Merenizer. She faltered for just a moment, and as he had so many years ago, he said to her so no one else could hear, "Courage, your majesty." She stepped out then into the morning mist. Coolness came to cover her gently, welcome after the stifling warmth inside fed by cold braziers. The courtiers were all dressed in white kurtas and pajamas, their heads were bare, in that dim light they looked like silent ghosts. Around them, the night torches still burned, though low now, wisping blue smoke upward. Merenizer stood in front of the men, her hands clasped at her waist, under her veil. Somewhere in the distance a horse whinnied, and she waited for it to quiet. The emperor has departed from this world to the abode of paradise. The men sighed. In the morning hush, it was like a breath of errant wind, here now, gone in an instant. Some eyes filled with tears, but no one dared to raise their hands and wipe their faces. Seeing those tears, Merenizer felt the beginnings of a sob catch inside her, and she stifled it. Did she give them confidence, she wondered, standing here in front of these men who towered over her, who had fought battles without fear for anything, least of all their lives, who would give those very lives to Emperor Jahangir if he so much as hinted it. Would they do this for her? She spoke again, her voice clear and resonant. His Majesty wished for Prince Shahryar to be crowned Emperor. I am here to ask for your fealty on behalf of His Majesty. Still not one person moved. At her first sentence, there had been a little flutter, an almost imperceptible shake of heads, but she rushed on to say that this was what Jahangir wanted. What were they thinking? She looked at them intently, but faces were shuttered to her. Merenizer knew she was asking for something difficult. Shahryar had not, could never, inspire confidence as an emperor. But she would help him. He would have her strength, her power behind him. Merenizer met each gaze without flinching. These amirs were all warriors, as all nobles in the empire had to be, but bereft of their swords, daggers, muskets, and bows, they were now statesmen. She turned finally to the man standing closest to her. Abul, she said, will you come within the tent with me? Abul Hassan bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. He came up to her, and Merenizer allowed herself to lean on his arm as they went into the tent. She wanted the nobles to see her thus too, as a woman wanting support in this time of need, when it was not just Emperor Jahangir who had died, but her husband. Hoshiar Khan let the flap of the tent fall down behind them and stood guard outside. For a few minutes, the nobles stayed where they were, then hands moved to brush away tears, and they glanced at one another. It was at this time the empire was most unstable, their lives had no direction, they did not know to whom they were to bow their heads. They looked toward Hoshiar, but the eunuch's face was impassive. Merenizer led Abul to Jahangir. There, he touched his forehead to Jahangir's bare feet. His Majesty is at peace now, Merenizer, he said. She drew the veil from her face. Abul, we must leave here for Lahore as soon as possible. Shahryar must wear the crown before the week has passed. I want you to make the preparations. Of course, he said quickly, almost too quickly for Merenizer. Leave the arrangements to me, Merenizer. You should stay here, by the Emperor, while the body is prepared for interment. This is the role you must play now. Merenizer nodded. In the brief minutes she had been outside, she had realized this too. The nobles paid heed to her words, but she felt them move away somehow. It was as though her voice had no strength if it did not call out from behind the emperor. Abul was right, a grieving widow who kept her mouth and face concealed from the outside world was who she should be now. Ah, if only Shahryar were here and not at Lahore. He was only a 2-day journey from his dead father, but it might well have been 1,000 miles. And of all the people, she had to turn to Abul, to use his man's voice to give her countenance. Abul, who had constantly betrayed her with Khurram. Thankfully Khurram was more than 1,000 miles away now. Before he could be anything close to menacing, the imperial turban would reside on Shahryar's head. Still, will you betray me, Abul? She asked. He shook his graying head, his eyes meeting hers without fear. I will not, Merenizer. You and I, we are of the same blood, I will not betray you. Merenizer went to the wood trunk in one corner of the room, unlocked it, and took out a palm-sized cloth bag. She pulled loose the drawstrings that held the bag together, and took out 2 mud-colored seeds. Promise me on the datura, Abul, she said, holding the deadly seeds out to him. All right, he said. Then, in a repetition of what she had once said to him 15 years ago, is this wise? We could die, and all your plans would be frittered away. She dug around along the bottom of the trunk and took out a mortar and pestle. It will be worthwhile even so, for now I want your fidelity, Abul, not the crown. If I have your loyalty, we will not die. All right, he said again. He watched as she pounded the seeds to a thin white powder. And so, standing there, across Emperor Jahangir's body, they each wet their right index finger, dipped it in the datura powder, and filled their mouths with the thickly bitter taste of the datura. Thank you, Abul, Meranizer said as he turned to go. Within the tent, Meranizer retched uncontrollably into a silver bowl, kneeling by Emperor Jahangir. She laid her sweating face against her husband's cold hand. It will be as you wanted it, Your Majesty. But she did not know that though Abul had dipped his index finger into the datura, it was his middle finger that had gone into his mouth and come out clean for her to see. Outside, Abul called his attendant, Iradat Khan, and ordered a guard around Meranizer. She was not to be allowed to talk to anyone or send messages to Shahraya. If she did, the 20 men around her tent would not live to see another day. Abul walked away, wiping the datura on the silk of his kurta. There was no question of giving Shahraya the crown, and it was to his advantage that the prince was not here at Baram Kala. If he had been, Abul would have found it difficult to stop him. This bought him some time. He called for his swiftest runner and sent him to the Deccan with a message by mouth. Emperor Jahangir was dead, Khurram was to head for Lahore immediately. But how could he keep the throne empty for 3 months? The empire would disintegrate in a civil war. Abul thought hard about the other claimants to the throne. Bulaki, Khusro's eldest son, was also in line for the crown, and Bulaki was here, in the royal encampment. So were Khurram's eldest sons. Of course he had sent them as surety against his rebelling many years ago. But Abul would not put either of Khurram's sons on the throne. They would have to wait their time, after his death. It had to be Bulaki. The day passed into night. Attendants bowed their way into the tent to carry out Jahangir's body to prepare it for the burial. Meranizer led them. She did not ask for Ladli to come to her, wanting to be alone for a while to think. She did not allow herself to doubt Abul, and this took a tremendous amount of willpower, for everything inside her said that her brother was untrustworthy, but she had no other option. Their father was dead. With Shahraya in Lahore, there was no other man she could turn to. And in this world of hers, when kings died or were born or crowned, men were the most visible, most involved in every public ritual, so she must stay hidden for now. As night came, she rose exhausted from her divan to go outside. Abul should have brought her news about Shahraya by now. Where was he? She lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. The 20 men around her tent jerked upright and formed a tight circle of guard. What is this? One man stepped ahead, his spear held across his chest. Please go inside, Your Majesty. You are not allowed outside your tent. On whose orders? Meranizer asked. On Mirza Abul Hassan's orders. Please go inside now, or we will be forced to carry you in. Ah, Abul, Meranizer thought, so you are a traitor. A base, cowardly man who pledged upon blood and poison not to betray your sister and then did. She saw then that she should not have taken the time to mourn, not allowed Abul or the other nobles at court or the priests to preach to her about a woman's duties. Cursing Abul would not help now. She beckoned to one of the guards at the back row. He was really still a boy, his face untouched by the barber's razor, little wisps of hair on his upper lip. When he moved, the first guard came between them. You are to talk to no one, Your Majesty. Meranizer tilted her head upward and met his eyes. I want to send a message through this guard to my brother. Be careful of how you talk to me, or your life will be worth little. The guard hesitated and then allowed the boy to follow the empress into her tent. Meranizer took off 3 rings. The soft golden light from the diyas and braziers set fire to the diamonds, rubies, and emeralds in the palm of her hand. Take a message to Prince Shahraya at Lahore. The youth moved back. Your Majesty, I cannot. Mirza Hassan will have my head if he finds out. And I shall have it if Shahraya becomes emperor, Meranizer said harshly. Be reasonable. Do you really think Mirza Hassan will win? Prince Khurram is miles from here. Before he gets to Lahore, Prince Shahryar will be on the throne. But I cannot do that without your help. The boy demurred, his eyes lighting greedily upon the rings. Think about it, Miranizer continued. You will be instrumental in putting Prince Shahryar on the throne. Think of the mansabs and jagiyas. The guard cut into her words. I will do it, Your Majesty, he said. What do you want me to say to Prince Shahryar? Miranizer scribbled a letter in 2 minutes, for she did not want to keep the boy in her tent longer than was necessary. But her orders to Shahryar were explicit. The prince was to secure the fort at Lahore and gather an army to fight Abul Hassan. More importantly, Shahryar was to write to Qasim Khan, the governor of Agra, and warn him of what was happening. A large chunk of the imperial treasury had been moved back to Agra a few years ago, and Qasim Khan was in charge of it. They needed to be sure that the treasury was secure from Khurram without the weight of it behind them. The throne, the crown, the imperial turban, were all worthless. When the boy left, Miranizer sat down to think. Who else could she appeal to? Which nobles would help her? Which had she given prominence to during the past few years? As the night wore on, she prayed too, slipping down to her knees, facing west toward Makkah. Allah, let Shahryar prove that he has a spine, and if he does, he will be truly worthy of the crown. Let the letter reach him at Lahore. The guards watched their empress's figure through the cloth of the tent, highlighted by lamps. They watched her pray, they watched her pace. They had their orders to keep her confined, but they felt that though she might be physically here, Empress Noor Jahan had a reach that went beyond a mere mortal's ability. The next day last rites were performed for Emperor Jahangir. This was an important step in the succession, for until the last rites were performed, Jahangir's reign was not officially at a close. Abul commanded the emperor's body taken to Lahore for burial. Miranizer, still under heavy guard, followed the bier. But they left a day after Abul and Bulaki. To Abul's surprise, Miranizer did not protest, or even try to send him a message through the guards. Worried now, Abul crowned Prince Bulaki Emperor of Mughal India at Bhimber as soon as the last prayer was completed over Emperor Jahangir's body. The khutbah was read in his name, officially pronouncing him sovereign of his grandfather's empire. It was October 29, 1627, one day after Jahangir's death. At Lahore, Shahryar paced excitedly in his apartments. He glanced at the letter in his hand. The emperor was dead and Miranizer had called upon him to gather an army and defend his rights. Shahryar skipped around the edges of the carpets, his feet barely touching the cool stone floors. He would be emperor soon. He was already emperor of Hindustan. That would make everyone take notice of him. They had called him Nashuddani, and ever since the onset of the leprosy, Shahryar had felt even more incompetent. But not anymore. His wig fell over his eyes as Shahryar danced around the room, and he set it straight on his head. Not anymore. He shouted for his attendants. Inform the city of the emperor's demise, he said. Further, send a proclamation that I am emperor now. He then called for his guards and ordered them to seize the royal treasury still at Lahore and all the wealth of the state of Lahore kept under guard at the fort. An army was prepared to meet Abul Hassan. In order to guarantee the support of his army, Shahryar distributed the royal treasury among his soldiers, buying their loyalty. The army was then sent to the Ravi River to prepare for battle with Abul Hassan. Abul Hassan and his soldiers moved swiftly from Bhimber to Lahore. His army met Shahryar's army 3 miles outside the city. They had hardly begun the battle when Shahryar's men, faced with the might of the imperial army, took fright and fled, leaving Abul to march victorious toward the fort at Lahore. When Shahryar heard news of the defeat, he ran back to the fort and barricaded himself inside with 2,000 of his infantry. The next morning, many of Shahryar's nobles defected to Abul Hassan and allowed the minister access to the fort. He went searching for the prince, who was hiding in the Zenana apartments, literally under the skirts of the women of his harem. Abul dragged Shahryar in front of Bulaki and made him pay homage to his new emperor. Then, he had the prince blinded and thrown into prison. All this transpired before Mehranisa arrived at Lahore with the funeral cortege. She was ordered confined to her apartments. Every meal she ate, every breath she took, every word that came from her lips, these were all reported to Abul. She tried to see Shahryar, to find out what had happened, how this could have happened. She tried to call for Abul, but he would not take her messages or even acknowledge them. A few days later, Emperor Jahangir was interred in the Dilkusha Gardens on the banks of the Ravi. Abul did not give Mehranisa permission to attend the burial. For 3 months, Mehranisa plotted in her rooms, but she could not buy a single person's loyalty. The empire had its emperor, she was now merely a dowager empress. And all this while Khurram sped toward Agra from the Deccan. As he neared, he sent a message to his father-in-law. Abul was still at Lahore, keeping sharp watch over Bulaki and Mehranisa. Early in January 1628, Abul entered Bulaki's apartments, wrenched the imperial turban off his head, and threw him into prison. The muezzins' voices rose over the city of Lahore later that day, still haunting in their sweetness, but calling out another emperor's name. All hail Emperor Shah Jahan, Lord of the Mughal Empire. Abul had received Khurram's message. On January 23, 1628, the sun woke to witness a mass execution in the grand courtyard of the Lahore fort. 4 men, blindfolded, hands tied behind their backs, stood against the far wall of the courtyard. Abul was to one side, near the 2 neat rows of archers. The soldiers fitted solid silver arrows into their bows, drew the bowstrings taut, and waited. Abul shivered in the quiet and cold of the early morning, but his hand did not waver as it lifted into the air. The arrows flew straight and strong through the courtyard, taking with them the lives of Bulaki, Shahryar, and 2 of Khurram's cousins. The khutbah had been read 3 times in the last 3 months since Emperor Jahangir's death. First calling out Bulaki's name, then Shahryar's, albeit for 1 short day, and now Khurram's. A bewildered empire struggled to find a home for its loyalties. Who was emperor? Toward whom should their heads bow? But as news of the royal prince's death spread around the empire, the doubts were banished. There were no claimants to the throne left who could not link their bloodlines directly to Khurram and Arjumand. And so Khurram came riding into Agra, triumphant and assured that the crown was his. As the royal party progressed down the main street of Agra, up the sheer and blind-cornered ramps of the fort constructed to confuse enemies, and into the thronging Diwan-i-Am, Arjumand leaned out of her howdah, one hand clutching a pillar to steady herself, and flung out silver rupees into the crowd. Finally, their life of exile was over. They would no more be hounded around the empire like fugitives, no more living with mere canvas cloth for a roof, no more packing and fleeing in a few hours' time when bad news came. Khurram was emperor, as he should be, as was his due. Abul Hassan had met them outside Agra. Arjumand tugged at the sleeve of her father's Kaaba. Bapa, the empress. You are empress now, beta, he said gently. You must become used to this title. Is she under guard, Bapa? Abul caught her by the shoulders. She is. And this is not for you to worry about, Arju. Let the men think of the safety of the empire. She melted back into the confines of her howdah then, yanking the curtains shut. She was empress because of Khurram and because of her father, nothing in her own right. At least her aunt was no longer a threat. But this hard-won, hard-fought for victory over Mehranisa would not stay with Arjumand for very long. Even as she sat behind Khurram, pride overwhelming her at the sight of the heron's feather in his turban, death came stalking. For Arjumand Banu Begum, newly styled Empress Mumtaz Mahal, would die in 4 years during which if she dared something innovative, something outside the Zenana, she was stifled with kind words by everyone around her. "This is not for you, your majesty, or this is too much like the Dowager Empress. Do what you do best and be content." So Arjumand did just that. Her income was enormous, and she used it for charity, for jewels and clothes. She kept the royal seal and the title of Padshah Begum of Khurram's harem. She gave him more children, almost one for each remaining year she had left. And then her 14th child came into the world, and with its coming, took away Arjumand's life. Miranizer lived though, for quite long after Arjumand's death, banished to her mansion at Lahore, and though still on the empire's soil, officially in exile. Arjumand did not know that Khurram would build the Taj Mahal in her memory, or that the Taj would come to symbolize this land her grandfather had adopted as his own, or that as much as she had envied that feast of roses Emperor Jahangir had laid out for her aunt, posterity would remember her, empress for 4 short years, 2, 3, even 500 years from now. Epilogue. On December 18, 1645, the Taj Mahal was very near completion. Arjumand died in 1631 at Burhanpur, but she would reside forever in Agra. Her body was disinterred and moved there, to a plot of land along the banks of the Yamuna that Khurram bought from a vassal Raja. 20,000 men and women were employed in the building of the Taj. An entire city of tents, Mumtazabad, was erected around the building site, and here masons, stone cutters, bullock drivers, silver and gold craftsmen, engineers, architects, and lay laborers lived for years, rearing children into adulthood in the shadow of the Taj. The money spent on the mausoleum was enormous, for the work was at a lavish scale. Khurram had hills leveled, the ground flattened, and trees cut down, all to improve the views of the Taj Mahal. Even the Yamuna was carved away from her original, millennia-old path to curve gently past the Taj. There were gold wall panels inside the tomb, the main doors were solid carved silver, a gold railing surrounded the sarcophagus, the lamp fixtures were of gold, and a velvet canopy with pearls, diamonds, rubies, and emeralds would cover the sleeping Arjumand. For the outside and inside walls, marble was carted, slab by slab, to Agra from Jodhpur, 100 miles away. And each was carefully inlaid with semi-precious stones. Turquoise came from Tibet, jasper from Cambay, malachite from Russia, lapis lazuli from Ceylon, carnelian from the bazaars of Baghdad, along with jade, black marble, amethyst, and quartz. Khurram dedicated the first anniversary of Arju's death with a sumptuous, extravagant party, wine flowing in fountains, alms given in millions to the poor, verses from the Quran chanted day and night by the muezzins until the air was ripe with them. And he bowed his head in front of the Taj Mahal. Miranizer laughed. In the silence of her apartments, with just the fire in the coal brazier hissing softly in one corner, and Hoshiar's gentle snores in another, the sound was like the rippling of water over pebbles. Each day that Khurram bowed his head in front of the Taj Mahal, he bowed it in front of Miranizer, for in the design and construction of the Taj, Khurram had copied her own style. She had not seen the Taj, of course Khurram kept her at Lahore, here she was, in exile from him and his court, and he was too afraid of her to let her live freely elsewhere. But Miranizer heard about this marvelous pietra dura inlay of fantastically colored semi-precious stones in the marble from Jodhpur, how long it took for that inlay to be set into the stone, how hard the work was, how exquisite the final effect. How much like her father's tomb that stood across the Yamuna river. Hoshiar stirred, harumphed in his sleep, his white head nodding over his chest, and Miranizer shut off the sound of her laughter, smiling instead into her pillow. The pietra dura inlay was her idea. If the Taj was going to be magnificent at all, it would be because of the woman its builder had hounded from the empire. The wooden door to her apartment swung open, and Ladli put her head around it. She smiled when she saw Miranizer's bright eyes turned toward her. "Are you awake, Mama?" Miranizer beckoned. "Come here, beta. Where is Irzani?" "With me," Ladli said, still softly so as not to awaken Hoshiar Khan. They came into the room on bare feet, and Miranizer watched them approach her bed. In these last 18 years, Ladli had aged immeasurably, it seemed. Like Miranizer, lines now took hold of the skin of her face, her walk was slower, her voice less assured. But she had that same gentleness within her, that same tenacity of will nothing could shake. After Shahraya's death in 1628, offers of marriage had come in abundance for Ladli, but she would agree to none, not even when the man was a minister at court, one possessed of vast mansabs and jagirs, willing to defy Khurram's wrath. She did not want to be married anymore, it was as simple as that, she said. The first time, it was her duty, now no longer. She had her mother and her daughter and Hoshiar. And for Ladli, they were enough. Miranizer glanced at her granddaughter, and for a moment it was as though she were looking at herself in the mirror 40 years ago. Erzani had the blue of her eyes, the same straight back, the thick mass of hair to her waist, but none of her quickness. Where at Erzani's age Miranizer had been forever restless, forever wanting something, Erzani had her mother's quietness. What joy this child brought her, Miranizer thought. She remembered how once she had so desperately wanted Erzani to be a boy. But if she had been, she would have died along with Shahraya. The only reason Khurram allowed Erzani to live was because she posed no threat to him. She was 21 this year, should have been married long ago, but, like Ladli, she found no one to interest her enough. The interest would come after the marriage, Miranizer almost scolded her granddaughter, but she had neither the heart nor the strength to press for a match. She reached out to them, and they came to kneel on either side of her bed on the white and gold Persian carpets. Ladli's eyes were red from weeping, but she smiled, not willing to bring her grief into her mother's chamber. "Will you be all right, beta?" Miranizer asked, cupping Ladli's chin with her palm. Of course. Ladli's voice did not falter. "Are you comfortable, Mama? Shall I change the sheets? The pillows?" "No," Miranizer said. In her mind, she was deeply grateful that she could face death so easily, awake to her child and grandchild, able to talk with them. She listened while Erzani told her a story, some gossip from the neighbor's house, a child who looked little like his father and too much like his uncle, whose vastly different looks bespoke the fact that the two men were step-siblings. Ladli settled the cotton razai over her mother, tucking the top ends under her arms. They must be cold though, Miranizer thought, for winter had laid hold of Lahore outside. She laughed at Erzani's story, thinking how stupid the woman was to have made a child with a man who looked so different from her husband. How much easier if they looked just a little alike. This was peaceful, to lie here with her most beloved people around her, to not want anything anymore. It was time to go, not because she was unwell but because she had no will to live any longer. She had completed Emperor Jahangir's tomb and her own, fighting Khurram for payment on every invoice, for he had frozen her vast wealth in the imperial treasury. Abul had died too, 4 years ago. He was buried here at Lahore, but Miranizer had not gone to his tomb, or sent condolences to his other children. Only in the last year had some calmness come over Miranizer. She rose each day with a simple joy within her. She finally understood how the Jain monk Siddhikandra felt, what he had talked about when he had said that peace came from a lack of want. Siddhikandra had found this when he had been little more than 20, it had taken Miranizer a lifetime. And yet, even with this knowledge, she could not help wondering about her life, about those last moments after Emperor Jahangir's death, if she could have changed anything. What if Ladli had married Khurram? What if Arjumand had approved of this? That was where she had made a mistake, Miranizer thought. She should have asked Arjumand instead of Khurram. But Miranizer had never asked for help, for advice, from any one woman within the Zenana except for Ruqayya in the early years. She had simply never turned to a woman for support, always the men. Bapar, Abul, Khurram, Hoshiar, and, of course, she. had had Emperor Jahangir's benevolence, without which none of the others would have meant anything. Perhaps that was where she had strayed, Miranizer thought, in not consolidating her power among the women, in the women's world in which she lived. I wish I could live my life again. Ladli kissed her mother's hand, and that was when Miranizer realized she had spoken aloud. You have lived enough lives for 10 women, Mama, Ladli said. And then she started to cry, her arms around her mother's waist, hiding her tears in the cotton of the razai. Miranizer closed her eyes at the sound, remembering how she had not been able to cry when Jahangir had died. How the tears had come for years afterward with the laying of each slab of marble of his mausoleum, when she had lit the diyas inside the tomb each night, when she had knelt in prayer by his sarcophagus. I will be with you soon, Your Majesty. An hour later, Ladli dried her tears and whipped her head to the corner where Hoshiar sat, his head still curved into his chest. The sound of his snoring had stopped, and he was too still. How his neck must hurt at that angle, Ladli thought. And then she realized that he could no longer feel any pain, for his chest did not rise and fall with breath. She rose to go to the man who had been a beloved uncle, a cherished father to her for so many years, and as she did, her hand brushed against her mother's. The room had grown cold as the coal braziers had died down. They needed to be fed. Mama must feel the chill, she must put her hand inside the razai. Ladli picked up her mother's hand and dropped it again. When she looked into Miranizer's face, there was the same stillness, that same loss of breath. Empress Noor Jahan, too, had died. Thank you for listening the audiobook The Feast of Roses, written by Indu Sundaresan. This is the end of last part of 2 nanoseconds book. We are coming soon with third book The Shadow Princess. Stay tuned. Keep listening. Take care.